So we'll see if that works. Now, hopefully that works, and hopefully things didn't go weird for everyone. If they did, I apologise. If they didn't, all's good. And hopefully it's worked, because if it hasn't worked on YouTube and isn't broadcasting properly to YouTube, then we have problems.
At least.
It's good. It's working on YouTube. That's good. It is working on YouTube.
Reopen the question for you.
Oh, there are questions. So the questions should still be open and should still be running. So it should be okay.
Quick question that's slightly off topic.
Mm-hmm.
Did the G3 have transom sterns?
Yes, that was the plan. Eventually, they were one of the latest design did have them transom stern. Yes.
Okay. So why didn't earlier ships have the transom stern?
Because whilst it does give you a speed bump, because it fools the water into thinking you're longer than you actually are, it does also have the small consequence, and that's just a small consequence, of making you have other issues in terms of stability and in terms of profile. Also, it looks a bit weird for a Royal Navy ship. Why new stream? Because YouTube likes to start cutting off my things, and this is going to be a 36-hour stream, and I wanted to stay as a 36-hour stream, so that means everyone's got to be at least 9 hours long. And YouTube likes, if I did it on the free 12-hour streams, which originally I was going to do, it would have lost them. So at 9 hours, I'm just doing a quick changeover. And we are picking up questions, so that's okay. Joel Fredericks, let's say aliens suddenly destroyed the entire US in December 1941. How long would it take US to rebuild their fleet to defeat Japan? About 1943, it would start coming into service, and it was already there was already a huge amount on order. But it does mean that for the first couple of months for the first 2 years, there are problems. There are a lot of problems going on. Honestly, the British might actually have to build more capital ships and other things in that time period, because it's the only option to do is for the British to finish off a lot of their ships as well, to cover some of the gaps. Knight, how would Indian teak really have been a good substitute? It would have been a good substitute. Indian teak's very, very good. It's just expensive. It's expensive. That's the problem. But if you're building first rates and larger and those sort of big ships, you really do want to use the teak.
A lot of the cost comes from the fact that by this point, a lot of the British and European methods of wood harvesting and wood processing are sort of proto-industrialized.
Yeah.
The Indian industry isn't. They're still doing everything by hand.
Mm-hmm.
I believe trichomely is teak.
Hmm? Yeah.
Trichomely,
yes, it is.
And unicorn is wood with iron braces. It's quite interesting seeing, although they're technically the same class of ship, how different they look inside, because of the different changes.
Yeah.
Wasn't Unicorn modified to have that rounded stern shape?
No, that's pretty much what most of them had at the time.
Okay.
Joel Fredericks, let's say Z wakes up tomorrow and turns into a Pakistani nationalist. How much more technology and assistance could the PLC provide the Pakistani Air Force that they haven't already done? Huge amounts. If you think the PLC are actually giving away the crown jewels to anyone, then you must be mistaken. Joel Fredericks, the reincarnation of Augustus gives the Ranger Marina the destroy that ship button. How many times must they press it to achieve naval supremacy in the Med?
How many ships do the Royal Navy have?
How many ships do the Royal Navy, the French Navy, and everyone else have? Yeah, a lot. A lot. We're talking triple digits. Carrot 151. Do you know about the reactor water getting used for tea during an RN sub refit? I think it was in the 80s, I think. It wasn't the reactor water. It was the reactor coolant water. The there's the liquid which goes around in the reactor, which I think at that time was also water, but it later on changes to other things. And it was the water which meets that water in the interchange, as I remember it, because there's no actual taps on the other water. But yes, in the nicest way, there are all sorts of fun things which have happened at certain points with people who haven't been paying attention to what they should be doing. But that one, the thing that surprised me with that one was, obviously they really weren't thinking and really didn't know submarines. And it's only ever happened, I think, once, where someone was found, or tried that little one. And then they got pointed out, the galley's down there. You get your tea and drinks down there. You don't get them anywhere else in the boat. Mosh Shaw, how many subs would you say the Black Swans had some hand in the destruction? I would say we're talking probably somewhere around about 100 submarines. So I'd say about a good 10% of the kills of submarines done of the U-boats, etc. But they also had a hand in some of the boats in terms of some of the some of the Japanese boats and some of the Italian boats as well. So yeah, I'd say about 100 submarines they're involved in some point in the kill chain of.
I've got a quick question about the Black Swans.
Okay.
Clarke.
Yeah.
You've often recently talked about how the Royal Navy for World War II is effectively terrified of what will happen in the World War I again.
Yes.
Do you think the Black Swans are basically their answer of, we never want to deal with another submarine threat again? So that line.
They are basically the Royal Navy making sure that if they find themselves in a bind where the submarines are actually proving far too effective, they have something they can reliably send to kill their way through it if they need to. So if the Germans had put massed wolf packs outside of Liverpool and gone, you won't be able to use this harbour at all, then the Royal Navy would have basically gone, okay, go take them out. And yes, they'd have taken casualties, but it's kind of the similar scenario as 10th Flotilla in the protection of D-Day. They're prepared to take casualties for that because that's important enough that, frankly, you send in those units. Those are the units which are most likely to be able to achieve that with the minimal casualties, but they're not going to take no casualties doing that, and you acknowledge that, accept that, and go, yeah, go do it.
I might have a follow-up for that. Is there any need for modern Black Swan class?
I'd say when you look at it, it's the Type 26s. In a nice way, they're unabashedly about anti-submarine warfare. And this is one of the points I make when people look at them and I start evaluating them. I go, look, you might be buying them as a general-purpose frigate, etc., but they are an ASW frigate. That's what you're buying. You're buying an ASW frigate. A very good ASW frigate. And that's also to a certain extent the problem. And it's kind of interesting that the Australians are going backwards and forwards on them because they wanted a really good ASW frigate. Then they wanted a general-purpose frigate. And now they're looking at circumstances going, we actually want a really good ASW frigate again, which means we might have to change our position vis-a-vis the number of Type 26s we build.
Yeah, well, they are special people down there, hanging upside down and all that.
It's more a case of
Intended.
they keep thinking they can rationalise the threat, and you can't. The threat will be what the threat will be.
That's true.
Ramol, in terms of Lexington-class battlecruisers, do you think that design-wise it can compete with the Renowns on the hood? No. But they're not designed to. The Lexingtons are the American equivalent of the Invincibles in terms of their role and function.
In a way, they're the large scout cruisers.
Yeah, they are. They're large scout cruisers. That's what they are. They're large scout and economic warfare cruisers. They are not. They're not battle cruisers. Renowned and hoods are closer to them, but in the nicest way. If you had a modern Tiger like the G3 was going to be, that would have wrecked them, because that's what it's designed to wreck. They're not designed to wreck it. Their armor, the Lexingtons were very good on terms of subdivision, very good in terms of reliability of their engines with their electric drives, good 16-inch guns, but their armor and coverage, they're not there. They're large scouting cruisers, as Fox has said. Joe Frederick, Brazil gains a navy equivalent to December 1941 IGN in 1936. What's the consequence of that? Bankruptcy for Brazil. Also, doesn't really have an impact on anyone, because Brazil's not really in a state to get involved with anything or do anything at that point. An army might allow them to go on a conquering spree of South America. A navy is going to allow them to just have a navy and have to pay a lot of bills at that point.
The only question is, do they sell it?
Probably
They'll probably have to.
And if they do, that's going to cause trouble, because who do they sell it to? And who's willing to buy it? And who's willing to buy it to stop them selling it to someone else? Santa Canera, which of the carrier conversions would have been the best ships in their unconverted versions? Well, it's not going to be Courageous, Glorious, or Furious. That puts it as Amagi, Akagi, Lexington, Saratoga, and Bern versus each other.
I say Bern.
Akagi's going to, in her unconverted, in her original version, I would say Akagi's the most useful asset. In the unconverted version. So what she'd have been built as originally.
Oh.
I'd say it's Akagi, Kaga, Courageous, Glorious, Furious, Bern, Lexington, and Saratoga. You have to consider themselves, and Lexington class battle cruisers versus. For me, that takes it to Lexington class battle cruisers versus Akagi. Well, she's the battle cruiser, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
For the Japanese, and I'd say Akagi's better than Lexington's as a battle cruiser.
I would agree pretty much wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she would be. Yeah.
But if we take them in context for their navies, I would say that Bern's probably the most useful.
Yes.
Unconverted.
Yes, for the because considering the state of the French Navy, yes, she is the most useful.
Yeah,
but that's
the French desperately need anything mounting to a modern-ish capital ship.
yes, they do.
And Björn wouldn't be a good capital ship, but should be
Good for the
better
French.
than it would allow them to retire the Dantons.
Oh yes. It is an advantage. Seneca Nero. No, that's Joel Friedrichs. The same question, but for Salazar's Project Good in 94. Did they also get a replica of HMS Victory? Again, it's the same answer as Brazil. If they get that Navy in 1941, the question is going to be, who do they sell it to? Arguably, because they can't operate it. They might well sell it to the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy might well take on the whole load because it'd be quite useful growth in numbers. But at that point, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. Do I want to do... that? So, next question. Joe Fredericks. A meteor eradicates London in December 1939. What's the consequences of that?
Might actually have a parliament that's not so focused on London.
Well, considering... if it eradicates London... Considering where quite a lot of people is, would Churchill be there in December 1939? It's going to be a nightmare to deal with, but it's not really going to cause Britain that much problems, considering they've already started war. And believe it or not, there's not a lot of the military artifacts are actually in London. There's a lot of research and development, but again, that's quite a lot that's been moved out of London because of the war. So yeah.
Is George the Sixth in London in what's it called 39?
I think by that
after
point,
the war did he move?
yeah, I think
No, because in December he would have been at Sandringham because it's Christmas.
yeah.
Right, so the king does, so you don't have to worry about succession then. So that's going to be once again.
As
Kings are blessed, basically.
And quite a lot of the other people are out there, because Churchill's not Prime Minister yet, so he won't be sitting in London in December 1939.
Closest service with a problem is going to be the RAF, because their headquarters is in Uxbridge, isn't it?
Yeah. I suppose the Royal Navy's going to be annoyed because of Admiralty Arch, but that'll lose them a few good people, but, you know, they'll survive. They've got enough distributed around the UK. Same with the RAF. They've got enough distributed around the UK. They'll be okay.
Yeah. But it might get rid of Bomber Command.
Could well do that.
And all the
But they're
idiots in the Air
based in
Ministry.
Suffolk at this point.
Yeah, that's the trouble. They're going to survive. They're in Suffolk.
What a shame.
Because they've been relocated to that place near Norfolk. In Norfolk.
What, you mean Orford Ness?
Yeah.
The weapons training range?
Stafford.
Yeah, okay.
Next question, Stafford. An astute class submarine gets snapped back to the first happy time. How quickly does the U-boat commanders return to port, or even sunk with extreme prejudice? She runs out of torpedoes before they realise what's going on, and then has to turn up in the UK and go, "Can I have some more torpedoes, please? I need to go hunting your submarine problems."
Well, at least they're making the torpedo it's going to use. The Mark 8.
Oh, yeah. British submarines are still fitted to actually be able to use the Mark 8, so yeah. It's a tradition in the Royal Navy now, so yes. They could still be operating the Mark 8 torpedoes, so yeah, that's lethal.
That's a very dead Kriegsmarine. It won't be one HMS Venturia that's sinking every single U-boat under the water. HMS Astute will basically be obliterating Hitler's navy at 20 U-boats a month.
No. Let's be honest. They could go back. If they could go, considering the speed they could go, they could go back. They could go out, kill 20 probably in a day, come back in a day at high speed with everyone going, "What the frigate noise is that?" Rearm, go out. Then probably the Royal Navy, main trouble the Royal Navy have is a torpedo shortage.
Yeah. Then she go out to the Far East and solve the Americans' problem with the Mark 14, and she sinks all the Japanese navy.
Yeah, it's not fair if you have a nuclear SSN back in World War II and you can keep it supplied with torpedoes and running for about a year. You can do nasty things.
But the Americans can't do that because they don't use their World War II torpedoes, and we do.
We don't use our World War II torpedoes anymore. We just, because of the experience of HMS Conqueror, retain the ability to, and may still have a stockpile of them somewhere sitting there. Moss Shaw, should the Black Swans have been faster? How fast could they actually do? That's an interesting question. Should they have been faster? Let me put it this way. All right. A Black Swan, in terms of its ability, is supposed to generate 3,600 or 4,300 horsepower And in geared turbines, 2 shafts, and that gives us its 20 knots. All that sounds lovely. Until you start looking at them and you go, okay, so what do you actually have in there? What's your actual engines? And then you go, oh. So, when we consider, what I would say is, they could probably do well into the 20s of knots if they really wished to. But again, the speed given by the British, the treaty required they could do that speed. The British definition of that speed is in all weathers and conditions. That's the difference. Ramol, what is the USN's ASW ship equivalent of the Black Swans? They don't really develop a specialist ASW killer like the Black Swans. They just use Fletchers for everything because they're producing so many. And also they have a slightly different relationship with the enemy submarine threat than the Royal Navy do. Joel Fredericks, the day after Hood is sunk, the Kriegsmarine numbers of ships are suddenly multiplied by a factor of 10. Can they win the naval war now?
No, because you've not times 10 the number of crew they have.
I know Joe will come back with they also have the crew, etc. on these things. No, because the fuel supplies is the answer to that. They struggled to have enough fuel to support the ships they did have. Let alone timesing by 10.
Also, quick interrupt. What time were you thinking of doing the World of Warships this evening?
I was thinking of doing that next, but I was sort of going to wait till people who wanted to do it had food, and then after that I was going to do... basically I was going to do World of Warships, then the Pirates of Burning Sea, and then do Space Marine 2. That's my plan for the evening one. And do about a couple of hours on each.
Well, I was forward looking to World of Warships part and the Space Marine 2. Not because I have those dick games.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Ronan.
Hello.
Oh, our electrician is here.
Yeah. Yes, our electrician is here.
Can we have the selection where Ruhan do her rant, because it was formerly in Fleet's privilege, but in recent times it has become the channel's favorite in here.
Yes. Well, when I actually have competent coworkers, I have very little to lose my head about.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're a special breed.
Yeah, it is fun. Anyway, getting through the questions. Joel Frederick, the day after Midway, the Kido Butai suddenly resurfaces in Tokyo Bay and their numbers are tripled. How does that change the war? Well, if they have all the air crew, then that means the Americans are going to have to fight another couple of naval battles. There's going to be another couple of naval battles. The Americans are still going to win the war because the Essex Swarm is coming, but there are going to be a few more naval battles, maybe some really massive ones. Senator Kira, you spoke of sweet spots and bad spots for gun calibers. Are there similar ones for the ship displacement and ship speed? Yes, there is a reason why certain figures keep turning up as sizes ships orbit around in terms of their size and scale in warships. Usually when someone tells me what they want to do with something, I can almost predict before they even tell me what scale of ship we're talking about. Joel, you do have a lot of these questions about blowing something up, don't you? Joel Fredericks, all of Berlin's unexploded...
That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt more than it should have. Oh.
Runan, I've told you before, stop squeezing into tight spaces which don't fit your mass. It's not comfortable. Joel Fredericks...
Okay, would you like to go bumping in the car?
It's always fun. All of Berlin suddenly explodes the day after the German victory in Greece. What's the consequence of that? Where's Berlin that day? Where's Hitler that day? If Hitler's in there, then it changes the war probably quite dramatically, as you now have a scrabble for power amongst the Germans, and who knows what happens. Jonathan,
Hitler's in Berlin preparing a speech.
oh, good. Well, in that case, you possibly have.
So you have Himmler, Göring's in Germany.
Yeah, they're all going to be.
Yeah, Göring's in Berlin.
They're all going to be racing for power of who's going to take over.
Well, part of the problem, I see two problems with this scenario. One, define blows up, because, well, if you essentially...
It's all of Berlin suddenly explodes. All of Berlin.
So, I guess we'll just say that the strong force and weak force balance inside the atomic nuclei suddenly say no.
Yeah.
In which case... Does anybody want to hazard a guess at the yield of a megaton-sized nuclear bomb? Because I feel like that would be planet cracking.
That would be an ouch.
That's just
moment.
my opinion on the matter. Yeah, I think that would make Yellowstone look lightweight. But to a more serious note, I would be concerned about how much of the civil administration and records thereof you are losing if Berlin goes.
Oh, you just consider it all gone. It's gone. So then we have Jonathan Moon. The SS Richard Montgomery, instead of grounding like the Sikh, grounds and explodes on 24 August 1944. Very big explosion in the Thames estuary, followed by very big wave hitting London, followed by a lot of issues dealing with the aforementioned wave hitting London, and the fact that the Luftwaffe finally learned that realistically they were never really trying, because look at what the British managed to do to themselves. Does
the characteristics of the blast effect change if the ship is still afloat?
Yes.
Well, the answer was instead of grounding as later sinking, grounds and then explodes. So if it's grounded, it's to an extent under the water. It does change to an extent because some explosion goes up, but there's still going to be enough force that whilst it's not going to be the absolutely devastating tidal wave that they've been predicting at various points, it's going to be enough water that it's enough explosive power and enough water that it is going to cause a lot of issue. And also you have to remember, this is not going to be explosives which have worn off over years. This is going to be explosives while they're still in their fresh form. Senator, if during World War II the entire royal family, until like successor number 50 gets killed, does the UK go Republican? Nope. During World War II, there is a guy called Winston Churchill in charge of the UK. Combined with him and the fact that there are literally no Republicans at any point of senior position in the British government, yeah, they are not going Republican.
The monarch might change, but the crown is an institution.
Yes.
The crown does not care whom wields it, only that it is weld.
Yes, and even if the Labour Party were stupid enough, in fact, I can think of easier ways for the Labour Party to get lynched in World War II than this. We're going to suggest it. They wouldn't. There's no one even in the Labour Party who's going to dare suggest that in 1942 in World War II Britain. Joe Fredericks, let's say the Kaiser returns to power 3 weeks before the invasion of Poland. Does he still invade? Well, he's a twit enough. He probably would, though. But we'll leave that to one side. Not sure. Was the Black Swan capable of operating in the North Sea? Yeah, they did that quite a lot. What? Well, sure, it's built by the Royal Navy. Are we trying? But the Royal Navy, in the nicest way, has a standard policy that if it can't operate in the North Sea and the South Atlantic, we're not buying it. Mainly because the North Sea regularly, and I mean has regularly in the past, has taken the Royal Navy's lunch money after doing nasty things to its rear end. For the Royal Navy, building to fight the North Sea is more pressing than building to fight the Germans in the run-up to World War I.
point of order question here. Are we trying to blitz the questions down?
Yes.
Not really. I'm just going. It was just getting into a pattern going through. Yeah,
because I would like to know how the Kaiser comes back to power, or a Kaiser is seated in Nazi Germany.
Hitler decides he needs a figurehead.
Yeah, but Hitler's not as good as Bismarck was.
No, and Hitler's got too much of an ego to want a figurehead.
Hitler falls down a set of stairs and lands on several conveniently placed trip mines attached to grenades. And the person... And then the Kaiser gets brought back as a part of a faction in the Nazi Party trying to work with...
The person who succeeds Hitler is Goering,
right?
Yeah.
And I don't think he's any more share power.
Yeah, Goering probably gets pushed out of a window, Russian style. And someone actually competent in the party might reach out to the old guard. So the old business, who are largely pro-monarchist.
I don't ask that question as I don't ask that question as a means to invalidate the question, but I feel like, if you suddenly have the Kaiser come to power or come back into at least a "hi, I wear the crown and sit on the throne" role, I feel like that is a very strange railroad track. I feel like the how of that scenario is going to be very impactful onto the what next portion of that scenario.
Seneca Nero is now going for, now saying in the chat, I'm not planning on anything to do anything to the royal family. That's how worried he's feeling about the statements he's making.
Because, if the Kaiser comes back because there's a complete internal collapse and infighting of the Nazi party, at least civilian, so far as, not going there, leadership, that's going to have a very problematic impact. Because, if Goring and Goebbels decide to go to war, if, let's say, Hitler does fall down the stairs and lands face first into a field of flesh-eating acid, if they decide to go to war with each other over who wears the bigger hat, that's kind of going to muck up invading Poland.
Most sure that being left behind the Scarpa Flow is not about the North Sea. Scarpa Flow is about the North Atlantic and usually the scale of the tides and whether they can keep up with the fleet in the North Sea. So they can survive in the North Sea. It's can they keep up at the speeds. That's the thing about the tribal class versus the small destroyers. The small destroyers were out with Hood when Hood was out doing her operations. But the thing was, they couldn't keep up with her for the engagement in Denmark Straits. Whereas the tribals are just big enough, they could have kept up the speed to keep up with her for the engagement. So, again, the World War I destroyer fleet, it's not usually the ones that are being left behind in it are the older, smaller destroyers, not the bigger ones. And so you were asking a question about sloops in the run-up to World War II, and that's a very different force structure than the ones the size of destroyers being built, and some of the destroyers being built in run-up to World War I. I said these are 1,000-ton ships. These are bigger assets. So yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much my big...
Yeah.
I was just about to say,
question.
The Kaiser is dead by 1941.
He's not going to be
around for very long.
No.
Didn't he have kids?
Yes.
Yes. The Crown Prince was still alive.
Yeah, yes. They would... Whoever was frocking the young prince to kingdom would just pick the most convenient won for their purposes and kinged them.
Yeah.
Like it was checkers.
1,000 tons is enough if you're not trying to also hump around a whole load of torpedoes and various other things. It's amazing when you do. Remember, most of the big North Atlantic escorts were 1,000 tons or less.
And also, you will be. Your top weight may not change for the duration of a patrol, but your base weight, as you burn fuel, will.
Mm-hmm. And again, remember the displacement given is the standard displacement. Stafford, what speed could a modified Black Swans reach if fitted with 5-blade propellers? I would have to do maths to work that one out, Stafford, in nicest way. A lot of maths.
Yeah, that's called get a basically an aeronautical engineer.
Mm. Stafford,
because all air is a very thin fluid.
Yeah. Stafford, did the USN have equipment similar to the Denny stabilizers for their smaller ships? And if not, yes, the Americans did develop something similar. But the Royal Navy were. There are many reasons. As I said, the Royal Navy's passionate war against the North Sea and the North Sea's passionate war against them did have an impact on Royal Navy design and construction. It really did.
Alex, the camera is acting up again.
Oh, is it? Hello.
Yeah, it's like you have your face.
Oh, it's decided to wander completely off. Oh, yes, it has. Oh, hello. Why have you decided to do that, camera? Go back.
Well, it has its own machine bridge, so it's special.
Anna. Let's go to.
I have a headache.
That. And that. And.
Trying to figure out if it's
That should be okay.
food, fatigue, or hydration.
I would bet hydration.
With you, I would bet
I'm
good
actually
money on
fairly
hydration.
hydrated.
Yeah, well, then again, you're American. You drink gallons each hour.
Yeah.
Timu, I have been working in a sauna for the last 4 days.
Yes, I know.
12-hour days.
Fun.
All right.
You need to hydrate.
All right. So, next question. Joel Fredericks. Germany gains 3 Sophons in September 1949. How long can they prolong the war? Not very long at all. Sophons don't work at that pace. They work over 100 years, not over 10 years. And not over a couple of single-digit years.
Is this that photon that's been taught how to think and is
Yeah.
a quantumly linked particle?
Yeah.
Okay. I have issues with that.
We'll leave that to one side. It's a nice idea for a science fiction, not really practical. Seneca,
I'm sorry, if you have that much technology to code an AI into a photon, you have the technology to stabilize your star system.
Yeah. Seneca, do you think if all the publicly known members of the royal family die today, would the UK go Republican nowadays? The trouble is, losing some of them would actually be a net benefit. And also, it depends. What do you mean by publicly known? Publicly known? Do you mean public with a public profile, a big public profile, or just on the list? Because that's a difference. There are ones who are on the list who do not have a public profile at all. And there are ones who have a public profile but really aren't that high up the list. For example, Zara Tindall is on the list of potential, she's on there somewhere. I can't remember exactly where in the line of succession she is, but she is in the line of succession. And so are the Wessexes. So, there is there is a lot of family there. Yeah, I don't see. Look, UK republicanism isn't that popular. In fact, it's never been that popular. They keep talking about themselves because the thing is, usually the fact is there's a very few number of Republicans in the UK in terms of percentage if you look at the Republican Party, but usually some of them are on Labour front benches and belong to the Labour Party, and they usually want to talk about it. But then you start doing a poll of do you want to get rid of the royal family, and the public go, well, maybe. What are you going to replace it with? A president? No, not another politician. We don't want another elected politician. So, this is the problem. The UK will keep the monarchy as long as there's no, we don't. And then there's the whole thing of who replaces the monarch as the head of state. Is it the prime minister or is there an elected president? And yeah. The moment you get into the actual practical, basically, the more you discuss it, the less popular it gets.
Listen, all I'm saying is if you want the best case for an elected president, you need look no further than across the Atlantic.
We also have Ireland next door, and they have fun.
Hey, I'll have you know, the Irish elections are not heavily corrupt.
Timo, can you stop doing the next quite so quickly? Because the question is disappearing out. The question we're answering is disappearing out of the view. So
who is hitting next?
That's Timu.
Why is Timu having the permissions to hit next?
Timu is now a mod. Because, I needed an extra mod. And so I volunteered Timu. And he's putting in an application immediately for your access to your server.
So this means that I'm now going to have to code Powder Monkey so Timu stops jerking it around like a sack of lead.
Timu will never do that.
Timu has been doing that after being explicitly told not to do that. So now I'm going to have to push you a patch which blacklists Timu.
Bruno, I'm autistic in it that way because I need all the questions to be on their proper place on the goddamn queue when everybody can see them.
You only go one or two questions ahead. That's all you need to do. The whole point of the queue is so that eventually they will be time-stamped for when they are answered.
Roger, ma'am. We'll do that, ma'am.
So if you dump the whole queue, instantly, they will all have timestamps within seconds of each other, which invalidates about 50% of the reason why I started trying to build this thing.
Understood, ma'am. Anything else, ma'am?
Good. Not at the moment that I can say on this channel.
I think Timu has suitably apologised, Runon.
I'm just giggling away. Okay. The
I don't know how I'm going to get Dr. Clarke back for the damage, the psychological damage he's inflicted over the last yearish period of time, but it's got to be something good. Maybe I'll get up.
It went quiet then. Okay.
Well, the NHS will, take care of you.
Yeah, Joe Fredericks. Half of all navies in January 1st, 1942 are Thanos snapped away. Their crews remain alive, however. How does this change the war? Half of all navies.
Which half?
Well, that's the thing. I just presume half of all ships. So basically, Al, Nelson and Rodney. Rodney's still there, Nelson's gone, sort of thing, is what I'm thinking. It's going to make things very interesting. It's going to lead to a lot of interesting consolidation, but if you've still got the crews around, you're going to see some rapid construction from nations which can do rapid construction, and from nations which can't, they're going to have to deal with it what they can. I think probably the ones who are probably going to have the most trouble and most upset are going to be the Japanese and the Italians. I think the Germans are going to have problems, but they might well decide they've got a few naval infantry divisions.
Which surface do they get to keep?
Well, let's be honest. If it's in 1st of January 1942, they're what they've got is Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Tirpitz. So, and they've got 2 Deutschlands and a few Hippers, and I suppose it's half over all of them.
Because they've kind of got 3 battleships, so you get 1 Scharnhorst, and which half of the Tirpitz are they keeping?
Oh, maybe they don't get the Tirpitz in turn. They get to keep some extra cruisers, or they get to,
Well, part of the thing is too that even if you stop and ignore construction for a couple of minutes here, it's still going to hit the Axis powers harder because just by pure hull count, the Axis powers are smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have even less presence and control than they did historically. Whereas for the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy, yes, they're still losing the same proportion of their forces, but they still are going to have more area that they can control because they have more ships to begin with.
Yeah.
It's why a flat tax is a really dumb idea for any sort of balancing on the economy.
Fun times for the Royal Navy. (1934) If Prince Albert of York was killed at Jutland, with King Edward VIII following King George V, and he somehow stayed to the throne until 20th of May 1972, he'd succeed King Edward VIII. Well, if he's had some children. If he hasn't had some children, then the children of the next senior. It's quite simple. It's whoever's next in line to the throne.
Isn't that Duke of Gloucester?
Could be the Duke of Gloucester. Could be whoever the Duke of Gloucester's kids, if Edward VIII hasn't had any kids. That's the sort of question. It's a case of, well, yeah, it'll be whoever's there. As Foxo put it, the monarchy is an institution, not a person. It doesn't care about who wields it. It just cares that someone is there. Nice to hear everyone. If Prince Albert of York answer that one, and the voting boy, how much better is the royal family's public image if Andrew Mountbatten Windsor falls off HMS Invincible in 1985? I feel like I shouldn't say this, but there would definitely be some potential advantages. Potential advantages. Joe Fredericks. FDR is suddenly given a history book from 2024. He now knows everything about near future. For him, what changes would he make? When is he given it? When is he given it? That makes a huge difference. If he's given it in 1943, that doesn't really help him much. If he's given it in 1930, that helps him a lot. In 1940. If he's given it in 1940, then... yeah, he might take notice of certain things, he might not. It's going to depend on how political he feels like being. What do we think, panel?
It depends. If it's a completely comprehensive history book, it's going to be interesting to see how the instructions and tactics of the Solicitor General change.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of Roosevelt's more ambitious tasks and proposals got shot down in the courts.
Yeah.
So if he has the complete decision briefs for those cases, it would be interesting to see what that impact is going to be.
Mhm.
The cases the administration could still lose those cases, but
Probably still will.
that could, yes and no and no and yes and.
Okay. Then we have Ramol. You have visited the German Chuck Adams Museum ship. What's your opinion on Chuck Adams? Visited it a long time ago. For its time, it's quite good. It's quite effective. Nigel Frederick, in 1940, Britain accepted American as a monarch. Why would we be accepting American as a monarch?
Why would you even have an American in the monarch school?
Basically, there's a. Don't think any of the family had gone to America at that point. Who are in that connection, and Wallace's the problem with Wallace wasn't that she was an American; it was that she was a divorcee. That was the big issue with her, and she was known as a fascist sympathizer who was having an affair with the German ambassador. But we'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but did her husband still live? Because that was one of the key issues, I believe,
Yes.
in the whole issue.
Basically, if he'd been dead, it would have been they'd have considered her a widow, according to their rules. So it wouldn't have mattered if she divorced or not. It would be considered a widow. Thing was, he didn't still live.
Yeah, I'm glad we've somewhat grown past that in general society, but
I would say, to my mind, the British can be incredibly practical, but I think it was more the divorcee was something you could say publicly on the news. The security services following her and the understanding of what she was doing and the fact that the prince was not listening to them tell about this was something which was more seriously a problem, considering the monarch and the level of access they have to British security papers. Basically, he should have been, when he was told she is a security risk because of X, Y, and Z, he shouldn't have gone, but I love her. He should have gone, okay, she's out my life.
Yes, pity, shame.
That's the sort of the thing is it's one of those scenarios where yes, it is put on X, Y, and Z. The reality of decision making might be different.
Well, he's not going to be the first royal that thinks without logic, and certainly he wasn't the last.
No, he's also not going to be the first royal who thinks with his anatomy.
Yeah, he's thinking with brain number the tertiary derp brain and not the actual functioning brain.
Yeah, and
on that thing about the American king,
we do keep straying very close.
Isn't Harry's children the only ones who are kind of American?
Yeah, but on the subject of politics, we do try to keep to naval history on something. I know we keep flirting with it. I know there are things which keep coming up and you get drawn to it. And even I myself am sometimes guilty of it, but we do try to keep to naval history. And we also, the rule is always respectful debate. I don't want to see. I don't want to see anything, and the people who've done it know exactly what I'll be saying. I don't want to see anything like that in the chat. The reason we can have the conversations we have on here and in Discord is because the rule is we keep it respectful. If you don't like what someone said, argue against them. But if you're using slang terms or public phrases against them and those sort of things, that will be tolerated from anyone, including the mods or everything. They all know. The mods will tell you that if they ever hear anything like that, I go and tell them off. Or there was poor Paul earlier who misspoke, and immediately I went, Paul, we do this because it allows for debate to take place. It allows for discussions to be in the case. And Timu, be very careful with that next power because, yeah, I know you're okay, but be careful. I can get away with doing it because to be fair, Runan can't tell me off that much.
Yeah, and I will say, as a mod, I have some very strong political opinions of my own. Many of you know or can easily guess what they are. That being said, even if someone is agreeing with those opinions or policies, if they are out of line, I have and will smack them down.
Yeah, because
hard.
That's what we sort of commit to. That's our standards. We commit to we have a standard and we stuck to it, and that's how we can have the conversation. Yeah.
Okay. My apologies because of.
Yeah. Derek.
I saw that going a certain direction, and I.
Don't worry.
That I need to interrupt on that and stop it before.
Yeah. Thank you, Stafford.
So if I made
don't worry,
something inappropriate, I apologize.
Don't worry.
And
it happens.
So on. So.
All right. Woodbridge. So basically on that one, done that, and then Stafford. Thoughts on taking a 4-class hull, shrinking it by a third, keeping both reactors, mounting 6 times 12-inch auto guns. If you can make, I'm not sure if we could make a 6x12 auto gun at this point. We'd have to do a lot of technological development. Theoretically, could do. 180 VLS, 6 close-in weapon systems, and a hangar aft large enough for 8 F-35. Would it pass as a battleship or a battle cruiser? I would accept battle cruiser, but not battleship at this point. And
I'm assuming it's not 1 sextuple turret. It's probably 3 twin.
Yes.
Or 2 triple.
3 twin. I'm hoping. 3 twin. I'm hoping. Yeah.
But why? Just why?
All depends on what's it called for mission Seneca. Steve got 6 12-inch as 2 triples.
Yeah, that'll do. You can just
auto. Or are we going 1-4-1 after?
Probably both forward, but I would say making a triple auto mount is a good with 12 inches a good way to have a nightmare. I would go heavily twin if I were you.
They tried that with
just
the
trying to think,
didn't they? They wanted to try and get the sort of Des Moines style auto reloading system on it, but they didn't. They basically realized, yeah, no, this isn't feasible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to.
So go on, Runa.
Trying to just map out lengths. Fords are long, but they're not that long, where you can shrink them down by a third and then fit all that on there. I suppose you could run the VLS cells like the Zumwalts have down the sides. God help you if you get hit in the sides and the flanks. I don't think you have the room for all of that. Because now you're going to have a superstructure with fire control radar that's going to sit in the center of the vessel. You need a hangar deck hangar space for 8 F-35s, 2 flights of F-35s, and then the launching platform for them. That's a lot of deck square footage that you've chewed up, and I don't think you can do that on something that's 2/3 of a Ford.
I think you might need a full Ford.
Are they Bs or Cs F-35s?
I
think you need a Ford Plus. It'd have to be the
I think
VTOL
also,
version.
and I'd say you'd also want, in nicest way, I think you'd want actually to have helicopters rather than F-35s. I think they'd be more useful for your duties and your functions.
I also don't know, what are you using the ship for? Ground support?
I guess present status and large task groups. as flagship.
Yeah, but the only thing you'd want those 6-inch guns for are, well, at least in terms of the pointy end of the spear thing, is ground support, and this is a very confusing. I don't know if I'd want to take something with reactors into direct, range of direct action shore defenses.
Alex, will you yank Dan into the chat because he's sat there in the outside queue?
He sat there.
Raven should be able. Wow, that's because Discord changed the internals. Hag nabbit, I got him.
Okay.
No, I have a.
Yeah.
Evening, Dr. Dan.
Hello. I was happy enough.
Hello, Dan.
Derek, we'll leave that to one side, but it was basically, and you've been here long enough, you know the no politics rule. And you know very much, and what you brought in was very much politics. So you have, as you only did it once, you're not being timed out, it's just being yanked, but you know that, so just don't worry about it. Can you ban him permanently? It's the same rule as we always do. If they keep bringing up politics, then they get timed out. If they do it again, it's two timeouts, and then the third one's a ban, isn't it?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yep. Yeah.
The big distinction to keep in mind is if it's polite and directly related to defense, you can tread carefully, but you can get away with it. If it's like I start spouting off about civil policy regarding trans persons, no, at least not in the lives.
No.
Well, it's already decided, so
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah. So, with that being said, next question. Let's say the entire French Navy post-fall of France goes to Britain. Does this change the war significantly? It does mean you don't have Mers el-Kabir. It does mean you don't have any of those sort of incidents, but it does also mean that you get a rather large scenario going on whereby the Royal Navy is significantly reinforced, and probably that means things like, I would say, likely you're going to have a Dunkirk or a Strasbourg sitting at the Battle of Denmark Straits, which is going to change things again.
You might have Richelieu ready by then.
You have Richelieu. Well, yes, you could also have Richelieu that ready by then. The thing is, also, you could have had Hood because you've had Dunkirk and Strasbourg or something there. You could have well had Hood go into refit. And that could have an impact on things quite dramatically. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting things which can carry out from that having that force. And also, that means you don't have to have Mers el-Kabir, but it also means that you don't have to necessarily do the massive reinforcements of the Mediterranean fleet because you've now got the French battleships sitting in the Alexandria and the cruisers sitting as part of the Mediterranean with the Mediterranean fleet. And that means then you have more cumulative force available. Also, Force H doesn't need to run around the same way it does because it doesn't need to cover the French. It just needs to worry about the Italians, and it's probably operating alongside the French in the Western Mediterranean from Gibraltar. So these things change.
The French also have about 25 of their large destroyers and about 20 to 25 of their small destroyers, which helps you with your destroyer shortage in 1940.
Also, there's the fact that if you've taken the French
And a lot
fleet,
of
then
submarines.
probably you're taking French North Africa as well, and their colonial empire, which is going to be useful because if you've got the French colonial empire reporting to Britain, then basically, in a nice way, Japan can't order its way into French Indochina. They have to declare a war to get there and various other things. So it changes, has a cumulative impact on the wider.
Malaya is securer.
Yes, suddenly Malaya is more secure, and suddenly there's also more resources to get out for Force Z, and the Japanese are starting from that much further away, and yeah, life gets made a lot easier, a lot more quickly.
I mean, to be honest, my kind of, when thinking about alternate history things with that sort of thing, if I was given, especially with a bit of foreknowledge, a lot of the French like this, I would anyone who didn't feel they wanted to face the Germans whilst the Germans were occupying France would be probably sent east to places like Indochina to garrison there.
Mm-hmm.
And they could also take the older, less capable warships, like some of the battleships, whilst keeping the crews who were happy fighting on the better ships. But then suddenly you've got a kind of nascent fleet out there, which the Japanese would struggle with, because you've just got that bit more. And the problem with quite a few of the French ships around then is more their things like they make the Pensacola's look heavily armoured, for instance, or it's the French elderly battleships that they are still capital ships, but I'd rather use them more defensively like that, as kind of coastal defence ships along the coast of Indochina on the South China Sea, than in the Med, should we say?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas things like the La Galissonières and the Algerie and things like that, I will happily take into the Med.
Yeah.
To play with the Italians.
Romuald keeps running into the bots 90 seconds rule. I mean,
I think aren't most French ships made for Mediterranean battle?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes and no. They also have quite a strong colonial fleet movement, etc., going on. So they're interesting. Are the French ones? They're interesting is basically the best way to describe it. Interesting.
Aren't the French always interesting?
Yes.
Well, the French have the problem that they have too many things to cover with a navy that gets too small a chunk of the budget.
Yep.
Because the French army needs to be bigger because they have things like Germany, where Britain doesn't.
Yeah, that does tend to be a bit of an advantage for the British.
Yeah. And they have to keep kind of two fleets because they need one for the Atlantic and the Channel and one for the Mediterranean, because they can't, in the same way that the US would particularly before the Panama Canal, or now for their carriers that are too big to go through the Panama Canal. It's a difficulty of basing, really.
Yeah.
Like that.
And
I suppose what the Canadians have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are a few people asking when World of Warships.
I was going to be starting that. We are at about. We've been broadcasting
an hour and a half late for the
into the
schedule.
Second, and we're an hour and a half into the second one. So I was going to say starting about 18 minutes. I was going to try and get through some more of the questions before we started it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then do World of Warships. Dan, you up for World of Warships?
I don't currently have a computer that can play World of Warships.
Do you mind then commenting and keeping track on the questions when they come in while we are
on YouTube? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be driving. So.
No, you cannot do Drive and World of Warships. You cannot drive in World of Warships, Runon.
That's why I said I'm going to be driving in the tone and inflection that I did to indicate that I would not be available to play.
Alex, I'm not going to play because it means me switching machines, so I can help. I can make sure that we keep track of questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
will
played
be playing, so
about-
thanks, Steve.
We'll do about 2 hours. We'll do about 90 minutes, 2 hours on World of Warships. Then we'll go on to Pirates of the Burning Sea for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I played about, I think, two games of World of Warships, and then I stopped because it wasn't for me.
Well,
Yeah, it's special at this hour.
All right, so I'm going to ask whoever's not interested in playing World of Warships to drop from the stage.
yeah.
Yeah.
Other
fine.
than Dan,
No.
other than Dan, because if you can keep that there, because I want you to help me with keep track of the questions on Discord and elsewhere. And if I lose track because I'm shooting something, can you cover for me, basically?
Yeah, and I'll make sure the questions keep being released to the queue. So,
thank you.
Okay,
all right. You're going to handle the questions. I'll
no.
pause.
No, I want
Steve's handling the release of the questions. You're making sure we answer them.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's okay. Get some food though while you're doing. Because have you had your food?
Me? What?
Have you had your food, Dan?
Yes.
Because I know how you forget to eat.
Yes, I'm just back from spending the afternoon with my family, and we went out for food.
Oh, that's good. So you definitely have eaten decently.
Yes, we went out for pizza.
At some point, you were probably encouraged to have food, good quality food.
Yes, and beer. It's also good.
That's always good.
I've eaten food at Lilla's show, so I haven't had decent food.
Oh, Leslie.
It's that healthy stuff, for athletes. I mean, they had gammon and egg, but there was no chips. I mean, how can you have gammon and egg without chips?
That's heresy.
Yeah, I don't think you can have gammon and egg without chips, can you?
Come to the show, you will have gammon and egg without chips. I had teriyaki salmon. Yeah, there was something. It was salmon. I don't know if it was the teriyaki sauce because it wasn't very sweet. It's probably been. And then the cruel thing is, in the room, there's a thing for room for a pizza. You can order a pizza and go and collect it from the bar.
Okay, that is cruel, but
Yeah, I've spent the whole day kneeling and standing and kneeling and standing. What do you think my legs can manage the walk through the bar?
What about so somebody's asking if espresso counts as food, to which the answer is
yes.
No, espresso does not count as food because it has pretty much nil in the way of calories. It does, however, count as the nectar of the god.
I worry about you sometimes.
Me?
Yes.
And although I don't think anyone else has mentioned it, what about spam? To lead the chorus, lead everyone in a chorus of spam, 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 spam.
Dan, if you spam, I will mute you.
There is a really good. There's the local chippy will do a spam filter for you.
I am reasonably certain I am the only admin here. Wait until we boot up World of Warships, and then I'll boost you up here. We've got 9 people in this call currently.
Yeah, so basically, people who want to play World of Warships, go into the thing and we'll start moving you up. I'm tempted to actually move down to one of the ones where I can display the number of the people in the system. Rather move out of the stage and move down to one once.
Are you going to move? Yeah, I was going to say, are you going to move to the gaming stage, Alex?
Yeah, we should actually do that because I think it's much more suited for.
Because it's easier for people to get into the gaming stage.
Yeah, I think probably we do that. We move to a gaming stage, but that's going to mean Mod's going to have to watch because you never know, people might drop in and be weird.
Drop it in the chat, Petch.
Seneca, don't worry. As I've said before, I'm similar. My dad, as people know, the reason I drink iron brew all the time is because my family, with Scottish roots, you have to pick iron brew or whiskey. My dad was a great naval architect, a great dad when he was sober, really not great when he really couldn't control the alcohol. So I don't drink, which is why I drink so much iron brew. I'm not sure if that was a good exchange from my health perspective, but I think it was good. Spam is not a delicacy. Sorry, I come from the corned beef fraternity. Right, that means I'm going to move from here to the
chat has got through the spam filter.
Huh?
Dan.
I've moved to lobby 1.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
hopefully we all move to lobby 1. Hopefully the people who are supposed to move to lobby 1. And I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do
change a banner because it says questions open or
questions. People can still put in questions. The bot's still live. Okay. It's just we won't answer them until we get through. So basically, the questions open means the bot's still taking questions. But yeah.
Well, it depends how much we are playing in the World Warships because they have a cap for division size and all that.
That's why I was going to inquire. What would be the preferred thing? Because there is custom battles,
operations,
which has up to 12v12. There is operations, which has a cap of 7 players. There is also currently asymmetric, which I believe has a cap of 5.
Well, it depends how much we have here.
Yeah, we'll see how many we have join us in here, and then we'll work it out from there. And I will let. In this way, this is one of the reasons I do love having Dragon along here, and I do love having Dragon in the chat, because Dragon is very good at running these things, and it means that I can concentrate on chatting with everyone, being the YouTube sort of host guy and Twitch host guy. So that's what I will do. There we go.
Depending on what you want to do, I may or may not have ships of the tier, so I'm. Will always sit out if that's the case.
If the plan is for operations, that as low as tier 6 is required.
And that's good because the only tier 8 vessel I have is Implacable. The rest are all my battleships are tier 6 because I got Implacable.
That's fine. Make sure you log in next update and you will be able to get the tier 9 for free.
Yeah, I really wanted Implacable, so I bugged them until I got Implacable. Okay, but I will play my battleship because I have so far played the carrier once, entirely, and yeah.
Let's game up.
So, I will once again inquire.
I only have 107 ships.
I will once again inquire, is it operations, asymmetric, or custom battles?
Which do you recommend, Dragon? Which do you recommend? Because you're the one who knows he's best.
If you want people just to have fun,
yeah,
customs.
Let's do custom.
Because we can get everyone, provided that everyone is on the EU server. Because remember, Warships is still region locked, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are.
Pesky hard coding. Right.
And are we banning submarines?
So I'm sorry to hear that. Southton is going to be in the game, but not in the Discord lobby, as their Discord got hacked a while back, and since then certain Discord servers no longer work. Okay, that's annoying. I'm sorry to hear that. If you can send us any details, we'll try and make sure that our Discord server does work for you.
Yeah, standard. Players per team, 12v12. And we'll make that the password, right?
Yes, Alex, I'm working on it.
I know, I'm just looking around it going, hello. You invited me to join, I haven't joined a clan so far, and I thought, okay, I'll join Timu's clan, and I'll have a look at it and go, hello. Ooh, there's an officers club. Hello.
Yeah.
Officers club.
You like potatoes?
Yeah, it needs a bit of upgrade.
Yeah, and let's be honest, flameless potatoes, you know.
You know the streamer.
Yeah. Alright.
And he lives nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Barley add people to contacts.
While I'm here, I will say I once again am advocating for the glassing of France.
Oh, seriously, Petchington, between you and Foxo, we're going to have problems with the French soon.
Okay. So, what's the plan? Because we are in training at the moment, so.
Training rooms are custom battles.
Yeah. Okay.
So basically, I'm just trying. At the moment, I just want to know exactly how many people we're getting. People can join it. If you should be able to see it in the World of Warships.
Excellent. This is actually a naval history channel, but I do a Historiophon to raise money for various things once a year. And basically, rather than me, whilst I would love to do presentations the whole time, I would probably die if I prepped presentations. Considering I got back from Japan and then I had to go and give a big lecture up in London, and I've had building work on. So basically, quite a lot of chunk of this year has going to have some gaming on, as well as a lot of naval history. But also, there's naval history questions being answered the whole time in the chat, and that's mainly what we are. I'm really not a good enough gamer for the Spear Gaming channel. I wish I was, because that would mean I was actually good at gaming.
So I have to
We've got
face.
Give me a sec, Timu. There is currently 5 of us. Who else also wanted to be present?
Me.
So, are you aware of how to enter a training room?
Yeah, but what's the password?
Alex. I think capital A.
Yep. Cresswell Afridi, first captain of HMS Afridi. Ramon. That's my I don't know. It is. Excellent. Sorry, I thought it was some sort of live Drakenfeld type channel. It is. Drac and me are good friends. We both cover naval history, and I do a lot more lives though than Drac does. I do a lot of live history sessions. There's every Thursday night I do a live discussion, and I do currently broadcasting on both Twitch and YouTube. But yes, and I do answer questions live, so it is sort of a live, I guess, sort of a live Drakenfeld channel. But we're best friends, both in ship shape together. We do things slightly differently, if that makes sense.
That's late Lions, but right. So now I see everyone is picking tier 10s. Can we try and at least keep things semi-balanced? Just a minor thing.
Don't that your girlfriend?
I just did.
Okay.
She was included in this. Like, unless we are going to do a specific type of thing where one team will have less players but higher tier ships, can we try and keep it around tiers 5 through 7 at the moment, just because that's what Dr. Clarke.
Okay. I go try tier 5.
Okay, and excellent. I do a lot of naval history stuff. It's one of the fun things to do, and I'd like to do some of the historical games as well. This is when I do World War Ships, and there's going to be Pirates of Benedict because I'm doing a live 36-hour run. So this is also things. Today is the Historiophon when I do 36 hours live, and so literally I will be live from 12:30 hours on Saturday to half past midnight in Monday morning. So again, there's a lot of games this weekend. It's a bit of a different session than normally, but I like using these things occasionally because occasionally they serve as a good tool to correct people into naval history who might not otherwise come in. But yeah, it is a naval history channel.
5 through 7 for the moment.
Yes. Can Foxo change his CV to
yes.
lower tier, please? Or it's not CV, it's a DD, but you know.
It's not a DD either.
It's a battleship.
It's a VB.
It's a battle.
Technically, a battle cruiser.
It's a battle cruiser.
I have enough torpedoes to...
Exactly, excellent. This is why there are computer games as part of it. In the nicest way, I need the breaks occasionally so I can, recharge it all before I do another presentation and other stuff and keep answering the questions. So this is why the computer games are part of it. 36 hours live, though. It's a good way to raise money for stuff. Oh, good lord. Wish me luck. I played World of Warships about once in a blue moon, and these are all specialists in it. I'm gonna get massacred. Please. Oh, okay. Help. Please tell me there are many others who don't play that often who are playing. Please. Save me. Thank you. Lions, you and I will stick together as a team. We can do this as a team.
If people want to keep doing high tier ships,
I've not played.
Can we stop talking over the purchase when I run it all, please?
Carry on.
Thank
if
you.
people want to do higher tier ships, we can do that. We just have to bias the team so that the team with less ships, with the team with less tiers, has a higher number of players. So there's currently 8 players, so you could reasonably do a 6v2, depending on the tiers of ships that's involved, or a 3v or a what's called 3v5. Would people prefer to do that, or try and keep things balanced for the first round or two?
Let's try balance first round, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay. And also see if more people want to join, because a few people in chat going, oh, I haven't played in a couple of months, can we come join? And I'm going, yes, if you want to, come along.
Yes, as I said, unfortunately, the main thing is it has to be EU server.
Yeah.
Because again, unfortunately, region lock.
That's so annoying. See, Clarke, it's making me want to switch machines.
Then do so.
Then do so, Steve. We're going to be playing for a while. Coins under the mast. Oh.
No, do I have to put a caption on Impregnia?
No.
Is the question.
Iperingia.
John South, you're in my team already. Excellent. Ah, yes, spotted you, John South. Yes, Sergeant.
We need to pick a team tier 5.
Yes, not necessarily, but I guess that would be one way of doing it. The problem is I've got like 400 ships currently in port.
Yeah, tell me about it.
You know what? Fine. If I need a tier 5,
I need to have a conversation with World of Warships and see if they're going.
Yep, there we go. Good.
Oh dear, Logan. Here we go.
So that's it. If others do want to get in, we can get up to 24 people in this single lobby.
Yes.
Would it be possible to recreate Jutland in World of Warships?
Yes. Well, small parts of it.
In theory.
If you get enough players, yes, because you can do sort of battle cruisers and the battleships. There's not enough players to do all the destroyers.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is your average World of Warships player would make BT seem extremely highly disciplined and, yeah.
I have this memory in Graham that Fleet actually tried that some time ago.
He did. Multiple times. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work unless you can get a lot of people together, and then it usually results in people targeting one or two ships in particular.
Yes. Me with the destroyer.
fleet was in BB.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was in a destroyer, Fleet was in a battleship, and I took him apart.
Yep. Right then. Come on, Queen Elizabeth. You can do this with me.
Elizabeth is a very good ship.
She is a very good ship.
Yes, Timu.
Why you have the Yandere Congo?
Congo isn't a Yandere.
For me, it is.
Please, someone protect me. Okay.
Oh, shoot.
I said also, depending on numbers of players, we can also cycle in doing actual operations, which are scripted missions. But as I said, they have a cap of 7.
Oh, that was a bomb mill
Just
boy
remember,
that we
don't
just snagged.
green snipe it back. Green sniping it will bad.
Who just tagged Bummer Boy?
That would be Timu just hit a G-class destroyer with a fish or a long lance, effectively. Not fun times.
Yeah, well, it's a specialty of the kamikaze. You know, you have one, you get all. Like Leslie is about to say. Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Rodney. This is great. Hello. How are you doing? Just what I wanted to see. Yeah, this is Queen Elizabeth versus Rodney. This is not fair.
Just remember, Rodney has an ability that's called the Death Wiggle.
Yeah.
Because she gets torpedoes.
Leslie, you die also.
No.
Actually sink. Oh, damn. He used to move.
Hydroacoustic.
He used the rudder.
That cheating ability
I
known as
also use my
turning.
engine,
Yeah.
I've been fast speed.
I should known better.
Yeah, and I swear, I'm being cornered by 2 battleships here. And one of them is Rodney, which was specifically designed to kill a Queen Elizabeth.
I'd love to feel sorry for you, but I'm mostly just regretting not being there so I can join in.
Yeah! Torpedoed by Rodney. At least I'm good company.
He fell for the Death Wiggle, Dragon.
Most people fall for the Death Wiggle.
Okay. Let's go observe the battle. Okay. The only ship which is surviving. We have faith in you. You can do this. There are 2 battleships you're up against, but we have faith in you.
Yeah, but so technically speaking, it is fair because we've got Mutsu, which is one of the Big 7, versus Rodney, another Big 7 member. But
you can do this.
In my opinion, the Nelson kind of has that one a little bit.
These ranges are very, very short for battleship. Yeah, especially as I know how much damage Rodney's taken because I inflicted it all.
So in particular, yes, World of Warships does have distance compression, as I recall. So,
massive distance compression.
Yeah, but that's what makes it a fun game.
Yeah, this is knife fighting ranges.
And they've also got much improved accuracy.
Spend like 4 hours in a game, land 3 hits, and everyone's battle end inconclusively. Because one of you turned away.
I think we saw enemies. We think we saw an enemy silhouette, so we opened fire on it. Right? What else happened? That was it for the entire battle report.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was it? It was a tiny dot on the horizon which we could just about see with our most powerful,
But it was
visual.
But it was steaming
rangefinders.
angrily, so we have to assume it was an enemy.
Did anything else happen?
Why are you turning away, Salvgen?
If Salvgen is watching me, then they know exactly where you are, because I am making sure I am zooming around you.
Yeah, as long as the player is detected, they're able to see where you are. So, since Foxo fired her guns, she will be currently visible, due to how well the warship spotting mechanic currently works.
Yeah.
Problem is, though,
make use of that belt extender.
World of Warships Rodney agrees with the philosophy of I can hit 25 knots, bet.
Without speed boost.
I'm still not worried. I'm still not sure about these graphics.
Oh, which bit?
Okay, I'll just come out and say
it's about the skin.
I don't think the skin of this one it's just to me having a warship painted such bright colors just makes it a targeting nightmare, a targeting ease. You know, you're just going to be so easily targeted.
This isn't paint. Those actually are neon glow.
Yes, that makes it worse.
Alright, Dragon Cap, in case I somehow manage to lose this fight.
Remember,
Alex, actually,
I know.
Actually, the anime about that series, it's quite nice.
No, the anime is lovely. I do not want. There's just the naval historian in me is just looking at that skin and going, no.
So that's an interesting. As a question in that regard, because it relates to the anime. Oh, we have a bit of echo from someone.
Steve, you're echoing.
Steve. Feedback.
Yeah, I'm trying to cancel it now.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Right, so I need to find out where you all are.
In the EU server training room battles.
Yes.
Be under Dragon
EU server training room. Oh God, where's that?
Up in the top, when you're in port, up in the top, on the right-hand side of the
It's a bit of fun. Yeah, I know.
There's a select area where you can select what type of battle you're in, correct?
I know, so it's a bit of fun, but it's a case of, for me, luminous, too bright.
Nope, it's down at the bottom. It should be called training room.
Let's say, Dr. Clarke.
I'm seeing asymmetric bath, rift watch, brawl, and ranked battle.
Below those, in a grey box.
Below those in a grey box? I'm not seeing that.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly drag it invite us back.
Grab something.
The screenshot of
back in a second.
Port. Combat. No, I'm not seeing it.
What level is your?
I'm in the harbour.
Hey.
Go into the battle first.
Yeah. Fox has posted a image in Cyclic to try and make it easier for people to see.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Don't put a red circle around training rooms.
No, it's all right. Okay, I'm going to find it difficult to look in Cyclic. Hang on. Right. Okay. Right.
I keep worrying about poor Cyclic having all these exploratory laparotomies.
Leslie, that's mean.
So is it
Okay,
battle?
give me a second.
No.
Chat, can you please tell me that was nothing bad? I just came back in because all I heard was cyclic and exploratory laboratories.
Well, people keep talking about looking like Cyclic, and I'm guessing that's how they're doing it.
But there is only co-op battle, random
what level
operations, ranked battle brawl, rift watch, and asymmetric battle. There isn't a training room there.
Yeah.
What level is your account? Do I have a friend on the board? Yes, I have many friendships. Also, can we stick to one carrier, please? Just to make it much easier.
I'm not taking. I'm sorry.
Actually, no, never mind. I can force that myself.
Okay, now it appears. And then I find dragon.
Yeah.
There we go.
And the password is in the little bit on the text below the channel name.
The little bit on the text below the channel.
Basically, just Alex. A-L, yeah.
Right. Okay.
You know it's a bit mean, but
Hooray! Right. Okay. So who do I join? Okay, I just click on what? I can't work out who I join. Okay, hit ready.
What are you on that team then?
Ah, right there. I've been selected.
Yep. So I've locked it so that there is only one carrier available per team, if people do wish to do so.
I can bring a carrier.
Actually, I have an idea, Foxo.
right, okay. If they've got one more player, I do want to bring out tier 8, right?
I think that's fair.
No, I will bring tier 8.
No. No, because I've got an idea of what Foxo could bring out.
Yes. This is the
Foxo,
fun
bring
bit.
out one of your mean little vessels. The rather fighting-y ships.
Oh dear.
The issue is that's a really bad lineup for the fighting ship.
It is. But if I bring mine and you bring yours...
I can't bring my Tier 4 Dane class cruiser in with this, can I? Because I love my Tier 4
I
cruiser.
can set it so that you can.
Oh, can I bring my cruiser?
Of course. Right. Just requires me to slightly change.
Because I like my cruiser.
Well, no, you can bring it. You should be able to bring it anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
If I'm in a
Well,
tier
Neil-
4, I'm going to tier 10 then.
I've got a Tier 4. But I like my
that's
cruiser.
not a 10, Foxo.
I like my Dane. She's cute.
That's not a 10.
Actually a tier 10.
No, it's a tier 11. It actually is described that way in the game's code.
Meanie.
I have to be mean with you on occasion to make sure that you do things right.
They're going to bring Baby Girl.
Very well then. Especially they're bringing a tier
Do
8
we
carrier.
want to know?
HMS Thunderer.
Yes.
18-inch armed Lion. Well, it'd be Super Lion. It's got the 4 turrets.
Are my 13.5s going to do anything to you?
Yes.
They will tickle.
I'm doing not so secret chat messages. When did Seneca Canero, when did I last sleep? Let me check my app.
Timu, don't take Malta.
Oh.
Like I said, we're trying to keep things semi-balanced.
Killjoy.
Yes. If
Malta
it
can
makes
be
things
balanced.
work, I will more than happily be the Killjoy.
Motor can be balanced if I have a eagle.
According to my watch, I last slept
Is that better?
Wednesday evening for 3 hours. So Wednesday morning actually, so for 3 hours. So yeah, that's when I last slept. Wednesday morning for 3 hours. So that's according to the watch. Was it when? According to that.
It would be annoying,
fine.
Dragon.
In this case, then...
I could always bring out this and be annoying.
Yes, you
Oh
could.
no.
Right. Everyone ready? Good.
No.
Mhm.
Too bad.
I'm playing a ship I've never played before, I just know it's annoying.
I know I have to remember how to play this.
So, actually,
Oh,
that was the
God.
question I was going to have then. In reference to the Arpeggio of Blue Steel anime, in it, humanity is literally kicked out of the seas. They cannot do any transit via the seas, and most forms of satellite are destroyed. How bad of a scenario actually is that for the world in the modern day?
What?
Yeah, it's
Where basically complete access to the sea is denied.
We're in trouble.
Collapsed in terms of economy.
Yeah.
In terms of economy, we have no economy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because from
That's
what
how
I'm
it went
aware,
down.
almost all of it is based on international shipping and trade. So being basically kicked out of the seas sounds like a very good way for things to go wrong for humanity.
Oh yes.
Yes. Also, don't forget Britain hasn't been self-sufficient for food without needing to get the food over the sea since sometime around 1800.
I would
Which
point out
area
that a large amount of our food does come from Ireland, so that can be overstated some points. Okay, yeah, whilst yes, we are dependent upon sea import for food, a good something like 60% of our food imports come from Ireland.
So what I'm hearing is dig a really deep tunnel.
Yeah, we'd have to dig a very big tunnel, a very quick tunnel. But the point is I'm making when sometimes I hear that people go, "Oh, that means we die if we don't have access to it." No, it's mostly from Ireland, which is one of the reasons why the Irish Sea is such an important piece of real estate for Britain. And one of the reasons why we bend over backwards to do all the defence of Ireland that we do is because they are so important to our food economy.
Sounds like we need to invest in some future technologies.
Or just...
not sure. Wait, so you have a tier 4 cruiser, someone else has Super Vanguard? It's actually not Super Vanguard, but yes, it is the case of that.
Yeah.
If needed, though, we can try and drop things down even further. Because I said, there is actually some rather fun
But I'm playing my tier 4 cruiser because I just like playing the Danae.
Actually, I have quite a respect for the Danae class from this game.
I think the Danae is sometimes misunderstood. Plus, I realise I'm already at a disadvantage because everyone, if they want to screen snipe me, can screen snipe me. They'll know exactly where I am.
No, they'll know where you were. Because there's the lag.
Yes, this is why I don't know.
Even then, they can see on the map where you're going.
And ships don't move particularly fast for general occasions.
You say you're in the Danae, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to be going very fast.
I'm doing...
Actually, Danae's are pretty speedy cruisers for what they are.
Actually, it's the C, she's the D class.
Yes. That's why I know a number of people have wanted to see HMS Delhi in the game at some point, equipped with the US 5-inch.
You're making me hungry with that.
What, need a good sandwich?
I think HMS Delhi would be a great submarine name.
That Helena's not actually moving, is it?
And here we see what happens when a lone ship ends up getting attacked by a carrier and multiple other enemy ships.
Ooh. Hello, Helena. You are just an anti-aircraft cruiser. How are you?
We call that getting ganked.
Hello.
I think some fool just shot at you.
Yeah, someone is shooting me. I'm not
you, Dr. Clarke. I just lobbed the salvo 13.5 at.
Yeah, but don't worry. I am basically playing chicken with the shells and managing to get past you because I have a target. I have something here which I can kill on this team. And I'm going after it.
AP coming in.
The Danaes have like 6-inch guns, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
I never said I was good at this game.
Well, that was fun.
That hurt.
That did hurt, but...
Now the question is, do our Udachi like to sit on the smoke or not?
Dang! The battleship moved.
Oh, that is a very juicy target.
That is a carrier which is in trouble. Should be okay, but... Ooh.
Just one.
Ooh, bloody hell.
Well, here's a whole load more, mate. And you're going at an angle where you're going to get hit 1, 2, 3, 2 hits.
Still sailing.
Yeah.
I am a Dutchman guided missile.
Bloody hell.
Good wording.
Yes, linguistics here.
Pardon my French.
Almost killed. Almost dead.
I say carking heck. How does that sound?
Fun.
But you see, the problem is Alex doesn't get joking about things like him being only mostly dead. It's crying shame.
No, because I am dead.
No, it's a reference to Princess Bride.
Unfortunately, Leslie has been typical Leslie and has managed to sneak up on the carrier.
Yep.
The destroyer. What do you think I'm going to do?
It is a good thing that you're not HMS Gurkha or something.
There would be boarding actions if that was the case. If that was even in World Warships.
Snuck up with a little Japanese destroyer. Yes, this is Leslie.
What did you think I was going to do, please?
Marshal, no, Thunder is not Super Vanguard. She is the idea of taking one of the early Lion designs,
I can't
apparently,
act anywhere
which
this
would add
angle.
4 triple 16s, and instead replacing them with 4 twin 18-inch guns. So, not really Super Vanguard, because she's based off a battleship with battleship armor schemes.
Yes.
And isn't as fast.
That's the way life goes sometimes.
I say 30 knots is still pretty nippy.
HMS Castanet, Dangerous Deadly. I think that'd be Curry, not Pastrami on right. Knowing the Royal Navy, yes.
Oh dear God! Did I leave a spotter plane to make sure where Leslie is? And I'm still flying.
I'm just loving the comment section of Dr. Clarke's YouTube channel.
Yeah?
HMS Delhi, and I think that would be Curry and pastrami on rye.
Yes? I agreed with that.
That is
I was at a bit of a disadvantage there as a tier 10 versus my tier 5, but hey ho.
In particular, the Prince Van Orange is apparently they say is a proposed idea for if the Dutch, instead of equipping the 1047 with the 11-inch you find on the Scharnhorst, instead equipping it with 3 quad 9.2-inch turrets from the British.
Yeah.
Which is
that is
certainly
cute.
An interesting choice.
That is cute. The British did have quad turret designs for the 9.2-inch. I still think they'd have gone with 4 triples for their any design, but going with 3 quads, that's a well-armed little ship. Very small.
It's
very
not bad looking.
Yeah, very small. Honestly, you say not bad looking, but I do find the superstructure a little bit.
Have you seen the skin for the Italian Littorio?
Yeah.
With the mighty beer can on top.
I want to work on that superstructure because that just it's doing some great threading of torpedoes right now. That was really good. It's really skilled. I presume you're trying to hunt down Leslie, everyone. I wish you all luck. I have a feeling Leslie will win this.
There's a reason I'm trying to force Leslie to come to me.
Yes.
Yeah, they have that plan called
Capture the flag.
Capture the flag. And Foxo is the Annabelle. As you see. Tier 10, IJ.
And the might of the Emperor protects.
Where? That wasn't even the same postcode.
I was wondering who was the battleship. Now I see.
Yes, you're right, Knight, that Thunder is a Conqueror modification. But Conqueror, from what I can tell, is based off one of the Lion designs.
Yes, it is.
Conqueror was going to be one of the Lions.
Conqueror is the third of the Lions. It goes.
Yeah.
It goes Lion, Temera, Conqueror, Thunderer.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was proposals, I think, for them, Conqueror and Thunderer to be successor classes based on the lines and actually lines.
I'd be very careful if I were you approaching anywhere in this smoky area, because I've seen how many torpedoes Leslie can produce.
Oh yes, they're a Japanese destroyer. They can throw out torpedoes in a scary manner.
I was going to say Conqueror is just basically like I think it's a late war design from 44.
Not even 44.
43 or 42?
38.
She's 41. No, she's
41.
41. She's got the 5.25s.
The 38 Lions have the 5.25s, Boxer.
Yeah, she doesn't. I said she doesn't have them.
Yes, she does.
So
She's got 4.5s.
No, Conqueror has the 5.25s.
So, Knight, you're serious about that Conqueror is actually L2 design?
So, in particular, the design...
in the
The design which most lines up with it is the Lion class preliminary design number 16E of 1938, which was to be armed with 4 triple 16-inch turrets.
Victory.
It's the design that seems to most fit with what Conqueror is.
That's good.
So then.
And I have to go deal with a small issue in YouTube because there was a bit of music in one part of one video. That means that the other video now can't be monetized nor advertised. So I have to trim that out. Literally, it is 20 seconds.
Nope.
What design did you say, Dragon?
16E-38 is the one that to me makes the most sense.
I'll be back in a second.
With modifications. My issues with it being L2 is much earlier and looks very different.
Especially in superstructure and styling. So I would say, whilst there is a similarity going on, because you must remember it's a very similar design team in designing the L2 as working on the Lions design options, because it's the same senior head designer heading up the program.
There's a lot of differences in what capabilities they're building into it.
Yeah.
Also, considering Conqueror is said to be a successor to Lion, it would make sense for me for them to more base it off some of the Lion proposals.
Yeah.
Steve, if you're going to take that tier 10 CV, I will bring Malta.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I meant to hit HMS Fiji. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve.
No, honestly, I didn't mean to put HMS Fiji in. Sorry, I need to click not ready and then click HMS Fiji because it's next to it on my ship chart.
I can invite us in. I was
there we go.
Already. Because if team is threatening Malta, I'll bring. It's a very good count.
Oh, good lord. Okay, Dan, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next question we're supposed to be answering? It's Steve's, isn't it? Spike. Steve.
Yeah, Spike UK.
It's my question, yeah.
Yeah.
If we assume that Babbage and Lovelace get the difference engine working, how would its capabilities improve hull design in the decades leading into World War One?
You'd be able to do a lot more mathematical calculation. You speed up the number of calculations you can do and the speed at which you can do the calculations, so you can do a lot more theoretical study. You're still going to do the practical work, but you're going to be able to do a lot more mathematical work on the side within the same amount of time for the similar amount of cost, which is going to mean it's going to improve things.
There's no point if you're putting tier 10s in against lower levels.
Yeah, that's why. Can we please not stop just going tier 10s?
Yeah, I only hopped in Shenano because Timu was threatening Malta.
I know, but still.
Yeah.
I clicked on Audacious by mistake. That was my fault.
I accept that you made a mistake. That's fine. It's just in
There's
general.
a Daring in there as well, and a Brisbane.
Mm-hmm. Basically,
are good until you get hit by a 2000.
Basically, having a difference engine like that in availability is going to allow navies to really work things through and development. But also, there's probably not going to be that many made. Let's be honest. A difference engine is going to be very expensive to build. So you're probably going to have like one difference engine sitting in the UK once it's full sized, and you might have other nations also similarly go for one each, and that's going to be the reality of it. It's going to be very limited access, kind of like the big super craze.
Do you think? I was wondering if they end up trying to sort out sort of targeting computers.
No, because eventually it might work down and might get a mechanical one, but it's going to take a long time to miniaturize it, because you have to remember the Babbage and Loveless, they only created a small part of the machine. And the full machine would have filled the entire. There's the building which the preserved machine is in. The full machine would have filled that entire building, as I understand it.
It took them 100 years to finish it.
Yeah. So
and there was a lot. I think there were people basically running gears through controlled CNC controlled machines to finish it.
Well, yes, because the nicest way, they didn't have money earlier on to do it. If they were given the money, it was turned over to Vickers. Vickers would have built it. Yeah. It's one of the things of you needed to have someone. If the Royal Navy had turned up with money and gone, actually, we like this idea because we can do our calculations and it make things a lot easier for us. So here's a check. Vickers, go build it.
Would you like some 14-inch guns on it?
No.
Yes.
But maybe it'll tell us why you keep being so obsessed with your 14-inch guns, and then we'll finally understand. Okay, so Leslie has picked a nasty, vicious destroyer again.
Are you obsessive with the Japanese?
Right, I'm just getting some commands on my interesting ships right now.
That's the only ones I have at that tier, because most what I get rid of all my lower tier ships when I get to the top. Because
I really need to start to actually go through this and actually start doing some work in here again. Oh.
And I just love this.
I could bring my U-class submarine.
No.
No, you can't bring submarines. It's not available in training.
Oh, can't you? Oh.
Oh, I wanted to bring in
Alliance. Like Foxwood's actually not allowed in training rooms.
I do want a T-class. I really do want a T-class.
Now I can put them, but I don't want to because they are not fair.
Yes. I agree with Dragon. I had to put
you only agree with Dragon because you've got a terminal skill issue with
that didn't know what they were doing.
Wargaming have no idea how submarine tactics work.
To be fair,
I do not know how submarine
they probably do know how submarine tactics work. They also probably understand that if they actually did proper submarine tactics, submarines would not be in the game. Therefore, they have to make them historic to actually try and include them.
It's always a case of gameplay mechanics. And remember, why did they call the Kirov's head? Yeah.
Not a simulation.
Okay.
Very much so.
Yeah. And why did they call Kirov's battle cruisers? Would heavy guided missile cruiser be more fitting? It's ego and status, and also it's their size. They were so massive compared to everything else that they just went with battle cruisers, and that sounded catchier. Let's be honest, heavy guided missile cruiser is probably more accurate, but it doesn't sound as cool as battle cruiser, does it? And sometimes in politics, in fact often in politics, the rule of cool is all.
Dragon, if I have to face a tier 8 carrier, can I pick one?
No. Because if you note, you've got 5 players.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
We're stuck with a Normandy.
Captain?
Right.
Good enough.
Hey,
why do I have a feeling that again I'm going to find myself being tag teamed by Foxo and Dragon?
The Normandy class battleships actually aren't too bad in World of Warships. They managed to not suffer from most of their flaws they would have had in real life. Got to change the map over. Oh well.
Okay,
So,
Arizona, let's
in
see what
case
we can do with
anyone
you.
doesn't know, the Theseus and Colossus don't actually have any guns on them that can shoot at ships.
They're 1942 light fleet carriers. They rely purely on their air
So
wing.
basically they don't have secondaries, correct?
Nope, no secondaries, and basically no AA.
Oh no. Oh no.
On the other hand, Theseus comes with some planes that Foxer rather likes.
This is worrying.
Look,
I
Sea
haven't got
Hornets aren't that scary, okay?
Well, sure, I haven't managed to get my destroyers up to level I've got the trial battle daring yet. I need to spend some time playing with destroyers and getting their skills up to that point.
Holy shit, they are fast.
Linguistics!
Second time now.
Ah, sorry.
Third time you get muted and only allowed to communicate through squeaks.
Yep, Macon, yep.
Foxer, you know I cannot respond to that here.
Double.
Like, this whole thing is she's got fast aircraft.
Actually, the use of Sea Hornets in the 1942 light fleets is a very weird one to me. Especially that they're putting such a big plane on a relatively small carrier.
Right. John South. To change from modern politics, what's involved in the liner competition early 1900s, 1910s? And had also invested like UK and Germany. Did in Titanic, except would this change things? Was the US involved? Yes, the US was, and they were involved, and they did do a lot of developments. And in fact, it's not just modern politics; it's the Blue Ribbon Prize. It's all over the Blue Ribbon, and the status of that. It's kind of like the air power race prior to World War One, where you've got all the seaplane prizes, which help develop things like the Spitfire, etc. It's a case of there's a lot of prizes for speed and fastest crossing of the North Atlantic, which allows you to have a blue ribbon.
And in terms of the infrastructure, I mean, France, their biggest dock, the one which we did the Saint-Nazaire raid for, was the Normandy dock because it was designed to take the large liner Normandie. So it was having the effect
of encouraging infrastructure investment and all sorts of fun things.
Yeah, lots of it.
I know that. That's a crown colony.
Wasn't that dock also like a little what's it called? I'm trying to think. Like a canal to an actual area in the actual port.
No, it was a lot. So you get some types of effectively dry docks that seem to be called locks that basically can open at either end. I don't understand the full details, but there's some of them they said it used to be some of them at Portsmouth and Plymouth or Devonport. I don't know enough about the details of those sorts of things to know why.
That would be detrimental if you had like a few ships in like the actual other end, and all of a sudden a bomb strike happens. To the actual...
Who hit me with a load of Mark 14 torpedoes or Mark 13s?
That might be Foxo.
No, I haven't played this in about 3 to 4 months. The torpedo arming distance in the middle.
So I just witnessed that and just like.
Did we just do mutual dragon?
Basically, yes, we did.
I think. Well, at least it kept you off the carrier.
No,
no, I didn't.
Oh,
okay.
No, you didn't. I killed the carrier before I killed you on the raid. Unfortunately,
I was too busy concentrating on other things not to look at what was going on.
Drove in front of you.
Well, the carrier was supposed to be behind me.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I was going to take a
Could the aircraft which keep trying to torpedo me please get their ranging correct? Because it's just freaking me out. You keep bracketing me and not hitting me. This is not fair.
Sorry, I'm used to torpedoing faster ships.
What is shooting you, Dr. Clarke?
Currently a very bad bomber which can't actually torpedo slow-moving targets. Get some swordfish, you might stand a chance.
There's also a Scharnhorst trying to have a bit of a go, but the Arizona is just legging it.
Hell, but you've got like 50% torpedo damage negation.
Well, the job of Arizona to take lots of torpedo damage.
Yeah. I thought her job was to explode.
They removed that mechanic.
I'd like to recommend you sizing up the mini-map, please, because it's rather tiny.
Oh, so if they can read it, that's all that matters.
Well, yes.
I can't see the dog's health, but
it's terrible.
Now.
It's not doing ideal at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What a shiny horse! What's that shiny horse doing?
Chasing down the Arizona.
Yeah, but it just got nuked.
By Duke of York.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems quite ironic.
Foxo, you missed 2 torpedoes again by his arming distance.
Foxo, can you please start
I
arming
have
your
basically,
torpedoes?
in a nice way, single-handedly managed to keep you guys distracted long enough that hopefully the rest of my force can get through and take you out. Hopefully.
Leslie, these torpedoes at Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta's quite possibly the worst possible ship to fight against Indecian.
Basically, my policy, entire thing was that I can't win, so I've brought a tank to this battle, and I'm just going to keep tanking damage and keep everyone distracted to let the rest of the team do their jobs. And I don't think Leslie is going to do that well. Leslie has got bracketed. Leslie is currently...
A valid naval strategy.
Leslie has fired as many torpedoes as they can at the cruiser, but at the moment...
It's...
Foxo!
Yeah!
One of those armed.
Foxo!
I'm meant to be panicking! I'm inside it! Goddamn Atlanta's AA week.
Come on.
Foxo, did you buy your torpedoes from
Wish.com?
An Austrian? No, she bought them from an Austrian. Because they must be bloody whiteheads, aren't they?
Seriously? Foxo! Foxo, my good friend. Torpedoes. They like to be in the water before they hit the target.
They are
Let's have a good swim.
They are not meant to be dropped against the superstructure of an enemy ship.
Yes, they are. They do bludgeoning damage that way.
I see.
There is a Duke of York just coming up here going, hello, I'm coming. I will get there eventually. But somehow I got here later than that. I've got here later than the Arizona did, but I'm coming. I'm theoretically a fast battleship. I do 28 knots, but goodness knows the Arizona beat me to the combat area somehow. Oy.
Glad this Atlanta doesn't know what AP is.
Yeah.
The Atlanta,
because I don't have any armor.
I took like 30 torpedoes.
He knew how to do that, not sir. So,
Tactical beaching.
Yeah.
All I say is that Atlanta looks like meat is back on the menu, boys.
That Atlanta's going.
Doesn't really know what he's doing.
That is fine.
Lions, you're doing great.
Sorry.
Just
My
keep going.
pilot. Just give me
Keep surviving and you're fine.
You know what? Ramming speed.
That's right. You'll never make Atlanta versus those aircraft is
20,000 tons of aircraft.
You know that's a bad thing when the carrier captain says it's time to ram them.
Like if I'm bowing that Atlantic can't AP.
Misjudged. He misjudged. He didn't give enough lead.
Yeah,
missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, it doesn't matter
always
because you're going to
valid.
go for a gun kill at this rate. You have gun killed a carrier. You're doing well.
Foxo, you dishonour your ancestors.
Okay.
Secondary kill.
I'm sorry, dying to the British in a glorious last
John
stand
South, half my
is
shit.
honouring my ancestors.
That's good. Right, John South, how much was if France was building liners like in the 1900s, tends to that infrastructure? Well, literally, the Normandy example was given. So yeah.
No, that I was answering that one.
Thank you.
When yeah.
Ramol, do you think the Des Moines class is the ultimate and final form of all-gun cruiser? It's certainly one of my favourites. And then we have a question for Dragon. Would you merge? Would you merge? And this is an interesting question. Would you merge the Seraphire crystals and Quililfa crystal from the Data Live?
Quilfa crystals.
I'm not sure. I took so many. I think I took about 30 torpedoes. And I stopped cannon and just went, carry on, I can survive this. I'll die gloriously, but I'll take all the torpedoes with me.
I'm surprised how long I lasted in that one.
You know, it's time to punch well above my weight.
The fact that you're in Rook minorly horrifies me.
It's only like one of the best battleships at tier 7. If you can play her right. Big if.
To quote, the fact that you're playing Rook minorly horrifies me.
But she's a battleship that can't tank.
Leslie's in Renown.
Yeah, so... Context those that don't know.
It's a destroyer.
Rook is basically what happens if you give Renown triple turret and a 12-inch bell.
I thought she also has 6-inch secondaries.
Yes, she does.
Okay, let's see what happens.
But she's got the same accuracy as Renown 44. So she's laser beam 15-inch.
Apparently, Rook is J3 according to a knight.
That would be correct.
Yeah, she is. But she plays like an axe, like a super Renown.
As people might be aware of, Foxo very much likes her battle cruisers.
Yes.
Couldn't tell.
Almost as much as she hates her the French.
I mean, what is not to hate about the French?
Oh, good lord, I shouldn't have started this one off. Dan, please give us something nice about the French before they
Good
get...
point, no, something nice about the French. They kept the Bretons trapped in Brittany. And the Bretons are heretical because they try to claim the name Britain without being on the Isle of Britain.
Well, you know why that is, don't you?
The Larpers.
Because they all act like the cast of Little Britain.
No, it's where... So it was colonised by people from Britain.
Specifically...
Devon and Cornwall.
That's why it's called Little Britain, aka Brittany.
Briton.
Oh yes, Steve. Oh shit.
Linguistics.
I'm just scouting.
Push.
Telling people where everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Steve,
I thought she...
I'm glad he's away from me.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's coming towards me. Oh no, what I do?
Is that Queen
That's
Elizabeth?
something.
Mm-hmm.
I literally immediately tell, I was like, that is not Warspite. I can see the 4/5s.
Now just slowly sail towards my enemy.
Praise be the frying pan mounts. How much height do you think they would need to add to add some sort of depression to the BDs?
You have to raise that mount up a fair bit then if you want to give it depression angles.
I mean, only like a 1 degree minus.
I think Renown's using me as a human shield on precise time, which is probably sensible considering I've got battleship armor and she's got 9 inches of armor.
I mean, if you wanted to press them, I mean...
That Renown's actually hitting me, so let's just throw some 15s at her. I guess that's why she was hiding behind you. Really, Steve?
Now, of course, the real concern here is Timu, because Timu is currently in a kamikaze.
So he is a divine wind, is he?
Yes.
Indeed.
Understandable.
No! Really, Timu? Alright, got this thing secondary built. Oh yeah, this is my brawler, right.
Well, I have my second prey on my side, so, you know. And troops are already reloaded. Because of the Emperor's will is to reload as fast as they can.
Dragon, could you, like, not, please?
We will take your request under advisement. We will get back to you in 3 to 5 working days.
Why is it I'm being bracketed by every single one of you?
Dear God.
Because nobody wants to fight that Atlantico.
I mean, you asked this question, Alex. Exactly. how are you?
Look at here. Look and see with this ship on fire.
Yeah,
this is fine.
Yeah. I'm just being bracketed by everyone. I got in some good hits.
Meanwhile, angry Brazilian noises.
Right, so
but there's a Brazilian ship in the game.
Yes.
There's actually a few of them.
In 1960s and 70s, the USA had 2 all-gun non-cruisers converted heavy cruisers, non-CG converted heavy cruisers, the Newport News and St. Paul's. Why do you USA not keep the demand instead of 1 DM and 1 bomber? Cost, budget, and they'd already done the things to them. The 9.2-inch guns are scary to range in.
Feed me more cruisers.
I wasn't going to do anything.
Okay, our carrier is just about to get annihilated. But seriously, this battleship's got so little life left, they really should be able to take it out.
I'm trying.
I know it's got a garish colour scheme, which does give it superpowers, but nice look, take it out. Is there a torpedo chasing it?
Currently, yes.
Yeah, this is wait.
What is that thing?
Dragon!
That was a Citadel Foxer as well.
Yeah!
Furious has managed to survive. Okay, so far. Right then, there is a battleship and a destroyer on one side, and a battleship and a carrier on the other side.
Hello there.
A Duke of York, if I remember to load the HE, should win this handily.
If you remember to load the HE.
Now, it did fire
Yes.
HE at me first salvo.
Because Atlantico's got a very good distributed armor scheme.
Did you praise Serb as well?
Which means that she can be bow one and you just struggle to hurt her.
Yeah, this ship is definitely something. It's going to a party, I think, not a battle, but okay.
In particular, this is her, she's just come from being launched, is what this camo is meant to represent.
Right, bone meal boy.
I know
Load
they're
the
trying
HE.
here, so I know. But I'm pretty, and unfortunately, I think I'm too close now.
I do love the
And
colour.
remember, fucking and country, close your eyes.
Less.
Are you planning on ramming?
Come on, come on! Slow down, slow down.
Wait.
Point blank.
It's the fact that Bone Meal did just save me from Timu. 9.2's
Yeah.
fire, please. Haha!
Firing
I swear,
HE.
those torpedoes did nothing to Duke of York.
Come on, come on.
Bone meal, no offense. You fired the HE.
Team damage was turned off because too many people would team kill. Effectively, is why those torpedoes didn't do any damage.
Okay. So now there's just a destroyer out there, and I have a feeling the destroyer is probably hunting the carrier. I'm going to go hunt.
No, it's hunting me.
Oh.
Yeah. I spotted it as I flew over to attack the battleship.
And I can only take maybe 2 torpedoes.
You can only...
Because the kamikaze torpedoes are quite strong.
Okay. So who? So do I need to ask who our torpedo hunting killer is?
Have a good evening, Knight.
Take care, Knight.
I do wonder, should I remind Dragon the basic principles of torpedo safety?
Zigzag, turn, very speed.
Alright, can someone explain what that Brazilian ship is armed with? Main battery and
It
secondary.
is armed with 10 15-inch guns and 5 twin turrets, as well as a total of 16 9.2-inch guns and 8 twin turrets, 4 per side. On top of that, it also carries 4 American 5-inch 38s per side.
So, what you're telling me is this is a crack dream just made by wargaming snorting cocaine.
It's based off Action Core. Like, what happens if you built a modern Action
no,
Core?
It's based off a variant of one of the designs for Action Core, yes. Taking one
I
of
mean,
these.
this actually looks more viable than that cursed Action Core.
This thing's downside in game is that it's a massive citadel that's above water.
It's also very slow and only gets armor-piercing rounds.
But 9.2-inch rounds of that destroyer at that range should be massacring it.
If they
No,
hit.
because they just go straight through.
Thankfully, then 9.2s are firing HE.
Damn it!
Wording.
Yes!
Still got me. But the carrier lived, that is what matters.
He was talking about civil engineering.
Yes, he was telling us we needed to build a dam there.
But this
Yeah.
doesn't count because we didn't have a carrier.
Specifically a cofferdam. You know? Got to fix the ship from somehow.
Right. Next.
Okay, right, so if that's what you're doing then, Foxo, right. What I will do. So to allow some slightly higher tier stuff to be done then.
Oh, so we are allowing high tier stuff.
No. If you note, the teams are now woefully imbalanced.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking on my low tier shit.
Ship.
Yeah, ships, eh?
Yeah,
Look,
ships.
Yeah. Sorry. Since I'm not native
definitely
English
ship.
speaker, sometimes it doesn't roll at.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
sound quite right.
yeah.
If I wanted to be cruel in this one,
I see. Bone Meal's looking at the black swans.
Was that your accent there coming through Timu?
Strong.
Say what?
Yeah.
Was that your accent coming there a bit?
Remote. Oh, here's the fun question, Remote. Do you think the reason why the USN kept heavy cruisers in all gun form into the 70s was because of the civil threats? Yes, that's part of it. It's part of the way to counter it, because it's a guaranteed counter. Plus, they're also still useful for presence, because let's be honest, that's when his Bowman Boy won his World of Warships. I think that's been answered. Basically, guns are useful for presence missions because people, in diplomatic terms, when something with gun turns up, it does tend to keep your attention. Ramol, do you believe the myth that the Royal Navy F-35Bs have to dump their ordnance payload before landing on the carrier? Yes and no. There is a whole thing of... Okay, so the Royal Navy were designed for a rolling-on carrier. They haven't yet bought the system that's going to finish off on the carriers, the system installed. They don't have to dump their ordnance when they're coming back from an air defense mission, but they're coming... If they came back from a fully bombed-up strike mission with none of their bombs on, with all their bombs left on, they would have to drop some of them to land. If they...
In a second.
But the likelihood of them coming back from such a mission with all their bombs on board is very low. So it's not really so much of a problem, but also it could be fixed by a nice way. Someone could just pay to bring them on. We've got all the system developed, everything's sitting there. We just need to pay the money.
Dragons, just put the ocean on.
I think this is kind of unfair because, in nice way, the only ship we have on our side, which is a gunship, is mine, and it's a Queen Mary.
Why are so many of you in destroyers? I see.
Yeah. Admittedly, you're going to... In nicest way, if Leslie and Steve are leading those destroyer divisions, then actually Timu might actually get a hit.
oh,
Which is the one I'm looking for?
Dragon, do we go the Terrible Sisters?
We could do. I'm just currently trying to find exactly which map I'm looking for because it's been a while.
Dragon, it's the ocean.
It's not ocean because ocean is imbalanced in our favour.
Castanet,
it is realistic.
Yeah, okay. Castanet, which navy could have benefited most from an equivalent to the RN's Black Swan class? The Japanese Navy. They had some good escorts, but they needed something which was going to be a crack escort team to lead their people.
Do you think that's too cruel, Dragon?
Yes.
Save that for a point when the panel's not so distracted, Stafford. I'll get back to that. So I'll add that.
That is too cruel.
Yeah.
But it'd be funny!
It would be, but it would also be over too quickly.
Oh, let her have it.
You
Fine, I'll take Mino then. I'll just take Mino then.
Very well, I'll allow you that.
That's not any improvement. I've faced the Minotaur before. It's been annihilation.
Okay, Edgar's worse than Mino. She's absolutely bonkers.
She gets a 6th turret, and somehow the Royal Navy perfected how to do burst fire with 6-inch guns.
Oh, lovely. And I've got Queen Mary. Which I merely picked because I know how Foxo likes battle cruisers, so I thought if I was in a Queen Mary, she might be less likely to kill me.
I forgot I turned my turn into a banana boat.
Okay. She's bright yellow, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, now anyone who manages to get extra double points for getting the banana boat. Happy hunting, destroyers.
Take out the recon banana.
I do have the reload for my torps.
What are you playing this time, Dr. Clarke? I can't see what it is.
Queen Mary.
Queen Mary.
Oh, Queen Mary.
I mean, do we want to link up, Dragon?
I do need to do some.
Away now.
In the account I don't play with family, I need to do some work on it on my account.
I was just wondering why I had all that telecom wire on the masts.
I must admit, it was rather brave to bring a carrier against 2 anti-aircraft cruisers.
Yeah, but with the current state of the EA in ships, it's not that hard.
Oh no, it isn't. It is. And yeah, it's definitely not a perfect state, I must concur, but against a Minotaur and a Hector? Maybe we should have just brought out like a pair of Darings or something, Foxo.
I'm just going to trigger my Hydro here, quickly.
Someone's helmsman is
you
drunk.
can.
Why, because we've just entered Destroyer Alley.
Or dodge those.
I thought what was the plan there? No offense.
Dump all of the torpedoes.
Yes. But luckily my beeline didn't follow the follow my plan, so they were misplaced.
I'm still understanding how your cruisers are tanking 13.5-inch hits.
Is that a Minor or an Edgar?
Minotaur.
This is
she was
Minor.
going to go Edgar, but that was deemed too cruel.
Yeah, well, that's
There you go, Dragon.
Well,
I'll take that trade.
that's not ideal. And here I was already, basically putting a handicap on myself. Right. Okay. Time to go with more serious
Fox,
mode.
This was all the plan, because I wanted you to be in that particular place. So you're contained.
You had a plan?
I can't see what the other shit.
In a way, yes.
The only reason I want maneuvering there is because I accidentally activated sticky keys.
That must be a Neptune.
What must
Oh,
be a
never mind.
Neptune?
No, that is not a Neptune. That is cursed.
Say hello
That
to
is a-
K25.
Get out like the rest.
Glorious 15, 6-inch
This is
gun
one of the
broadside.
prelims to Dido, if I remember correctly.
No, one of the successors.
Like I said, kill it like the rest.
This probably will happen.
Alex, why you're shooting at HE?
Because
actually, that was
it's a
probably the right
cruiser.
decision.
Yes, it is a cruiser, but your armor piercing would do much more damage.
Yeah, but it just hit me with torpedoes because I was turning in to ram it.
Okay.
It doesn't help we did just whiff that that volley.
The enemy's about to win.
Well, not anymore.
No.
If I had a couple of seconds more, I would have been able to probably win that, as my super heal was about to come off cooldown.
Okay.
I assisted in destruction. I did some incapacitation, some set on fire.
Alright, do we want to do that again, but I'll deactivate sticky keys?
Probably
Okay.
an idea.
Alright. If we're going to do that again...
I'm just going to quickly bring... Dragon.
No,
I have no idea how well I'll do in it, but I might as well do it. Because then everyone else seems to be more efficient in the killing.
Right, let's change the map up then.
What's that you've got, Alex?
HMS Implacable.
Invite us.
Not the carrier, but the...
No, the carrier. Although I haven't played a carrier up in a while, so I will probably be terrible, but I will give it a go.
Good luck.
I find the hardest thing with carriers is rocket pods.
It's not actually that bad when you get used to it. Because you need to give a lead.
You use American.
Well, the lead's worse than it is with dive bombing.
Yeah.
Roll, do you think the F-35B is more capable than carrier aircraft than the F-18EF? Depends on what you want to do with it. What do you want to do with it? That's the thing. That's the question. If you want to do just a pure air defense aircraft, I'd probably prefer the Hornet. But there again, if you're going to be doing the options we're doing of taking off of using Vistol and these things, it's the F-35B makes more sense. And this is the thing: is a lot of the decisions are what fits you, not necessarily what is the best of the best of the best of the best of this. It's what set of capabilities of an aircraft fits what you need from it. What's the best for you is a more important question than what is the super coolest aircraft or the super coolest system.
Is our team allowed tier 9s and 10s?
I would prefer not, because otherwise it would have to slightly rebalance things a bit.
Yeah.
This is why I picked a tier 8.
Yes.
I think tier 8's a bit iffy against tier 10.
Yes,
well,
but it's a tier 8. It's a tier 8 carrier driven by someone who literally last drove a carrier in this game 6 months ago. So
We're talking about the Brisbane and the Akazuki. Because the Aki's nasty.
Oh, fuck, so... Yeah,
Someone explain the Kronos carrier?
Versus 7.
Okay, if you're bringing out tier 8,
Also,
I'll bring out Edgar.
I was going to say bring out Devastation.
I don't have Devi commanded.
Well, you're going to be devastated then.
I didn't bring out a tier 8, I brought my cruiser.
Oh, more DACA for me.
Because we're going to need all the advantages we can get.
More fires for me. Ooh.
More DACA Prime.
Yeah.
I don't have a tier 8.
I will support you with this, Foxham.
Holy shenanigans.
Ship. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Fox, I suggest we meet up as soon as we can to fight this combined threat.
The Codex says you are unable.
The Codex you started does not support this action.
Yes. I have all the honorable flags of the Imperial Japanese Navy on my ship, so you will meet the
flag.
full furry.
Did you say furry?
No, not like that. The other furry.
Fury.
Because I'm not English speaking natively, so pardon my small mistake.
Is that a Dutch ship
pronunciation.
camouflaging as an island? Probably not. So that would be a good camo for them to actually make.
That would be entertaining.
That actually would be a very entertaining camouflage.
And have her able to properly hide against stuff.
Even when moving.
If moving very slowly.
Yeah. That... What airframe is that using? What aircraft are on the implacable then?
It says Supermarine Seafires on the screen.
I see it now.
Do they come with an authentic, about half of them crash on landing?
Landing, yeah.
They can have
I don't think any are
Fireflies
going to
or
make it
Seafires.
back, considering their air defense. I'm not sure if it actually dropped anything.
Its options are Firefly, Seafire, Barracudas, and Spearfish are the planes that are present.
Judging by that ship, I'm going to go for...
I think it's time to vanish.
That's devastation.
Dragon? You think so? You think so?
Yes.
You really think so? Boy.
Don't seem to see me no more.
Yes.
The fairy spearfish. That's a chonky looking single engine.
I've remembered.
You've been detected.
Hey.
She lives up to her name, doesn't she, Dragon?
Indeed. There's a devastating broadside.
Yeah, against an aircraft carrier. I was trying to get into the things to hide.
Makes sense.
Not doing very well about it.
Also, South Jim, we told you not to bring tier 10s.
They only said afterwards to stick us on this team, but by that time it was too late.
So they've just been spamming HE from max range. It's annoying.
Makes sense. But yes, understandable.
They defeat the entire point.
Yeah, finally got a decent attack in, and
suspect
after my ship's been sunk.
I suspect Foxo. There is a destroyer near me.
Right, and everyone, they literally... Here is Foxo. She's in this area. Smash. Smash. Smash, all of you, smash.
They're both in that. They're both in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you both devastations?
No. Nope. Everyone launch torpedoes into that area. As much as you can. There you go.
I'm something a little bit different.
Yeah. This.
I'll see it in like 5 seconds. The delay.
Oh, that was a good salvo, Foxo.
16-inch guns, I presume. Or 16 and a half.
No.
16 and a half? Or 16-18?
On Foxo's, yes. No, 16 9.2 inch.
On yours?
Yes.
Oh, cute. That's a cruiser killer.
You have me even more worried now.
HMAS
What?
Irresistible.
At a certain point, though, if you build a ship that big, and you've only put 9.2s in it, though, it is a bit of a case of you've made it into battleship bait, and you've only got it armed for dividing cruisers.
Christian Thurber, if you do the Q&A, then it's easier for us to pick up the questions into the queue.
And but I will quickly answer that one because currently my ship's been destroyed. How did navies pre-World War I prioritize naval intelligence in regards to ship space? They were heavily into it. You know, things like the Royal Navy ran its own intelligence arm right through the age of sail. The Naval Intelligence, the Royal Navy's Naval Intelligence Division was the largest division in the Admiralty for 60 years. Prior to World War One, and it only after reform, where it lost the operations section, etc., and a couple it's off to different parts which were stood up on their own, did it actually get smaller, but it was still one of the largest still to the formation of the Ministry of Defence. You know, this was not unusual. Navies were very obsessed with intelligence and getting information about their opponents and working out where they could get it from. But there is a system whereby you can get in by if you put an exclamation mark and a Q&A, literally exclamation mark Q ampersand A in front of a question, it gets loaded into Q, which means it automatically it appears eventually once I press the button enough times over here.
That's not what I was hoping you were going to do, Foxo. Oh well.
Stafford, the Admiralty takes.
Oh,
Olympic...
I had 2 flooding, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Olympic. Stafford, the Olympic takes the Admiralty takes the Olympic class hull design and cuts it down for a Razor-style warship. Would they be cruisers or small battle cruisers? Cruisers, and very expensive to run. Then Stafford, next one is the fact that Destiny had ventral main guns and no dorsal main guns. Does that mean the Ancients were ready and willing to just stay in a high orbit bombardment against foes, or just poor ship design? Poor ship design. It's the Ancients. It's poor ship design. It's ego. They also did. You notice where they had their secondaries? Their secondaries were all on the top of the hull. Their primaries were all on the bottom of the hull. This is not a good design, well-designed ship. If it had had a primary, if it had had mirrored batteries, so primary up top and primary down bottom, and secondaries on both, that would be a better scenario. Right then.
This is not a fun situation to be in.
Yes, Dragon, it is not for you.
What?
Well, yours have looked over.
You've got 9.2 inch gun cruiser and against a light cruiser and a destroyer. That's massacre time.
It is if my ship wasn't about to sink from all the holes currently put in it.
Is that why you're smoking?
That was mostly to try and buy some time.
Do you have rapid repair in this ship?
Not quite rapid, and I don't think it's going to be enough. That torpedo is going to hit me. Yeah.
Yep.
Only one would have hit, but... Oh well.
Christian Turbo, what? Oh, I'll answer that one quickly now, but I'll remember that I answered it when I count. Follow-up, intelligence. What the common sources of the RNEs? Would they do Hollywood thing of deploying intel agents into yards of rival nations or bribery? Everything, and all that and the above.
Just quickly, do people want me to step back and you guys can do an operation as there's 8 of you?
No, we're enjoying this. We're enjoying.
Yes, I'll drop out.
No, we're enjoying it. We're enjoying having all of us here. I'm just going to use the facilities.
I've got training tomorrow, so
Okay.
I'm dropping off.
What time is it? Oh, it's okay. I'm okay at the moment.
Yeah, I need to probably head to bed before too long.
Meal boy? Why are you in statements and if we're doing what we're doing previously?
Well, we'll do Foxovers, just balance the teams back out. And just try and stick. And so if we all then drop down to around tiers 5, 6, or 7. That means we've now got a nice 4v4.
We go, I think it's 6.
Anyways, this looks like it's my last game before I have to take a nap.
That is
because the Formula 1 is starting at 6 a.m. my local time, so I need to have a nap before that.
Sleep's overrated.
Because it's in Vegas, where Steve is gambling all his money.
I don't know. I don't think Warships is necessarily going to last too much longer, as I recall, because I think the plan was for it to stop.
We know Dr. Clarke isn't here yet.
He's
back.
Well, it'll take time to load.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, he's got 30 seconds, and if not, we can be fair.
Yeah, well.
Slam some torpedoes into a QE class.
I hearing protect the Queen Elizabeth at all costs, I see.
Well, you brought a cruiser that isn't a cruiser.
Indeed.
We push his ship around.
Okay. Okay, this is far too even a fight.
Well, that was the intention.
They're all on cruisers, so I should probably shift to high explosive.
Armor piercing will actually do quite a bit of damage if we can hit their citadel.
Okay.
I'll pay the off battleship then.
You
If
are
you've
a
got
battle cruiser.
A bit more for gameplay role.
Okay. I was going to say, like...
The off battleship, also known as the Punisher.
I was going to say, you're a battle cruiser. This is literally your job is taking out enemy cruisers. Making them regret challenging you.
IRL, kinda. In-game, the battle cruiser's the Punisher. But if someone doesn't position properly, and you're the one that creates the crossfires.
Oh, Stafford, yeah, we will finish. And I swear, I don't think the panel will drop out. Well, once we finished doing our... I don't know, how long have we been doing World of Warships for?
Almost 2 hours.
Okay, once we've done that, we'll then answer your question, and then we'll probably move on to Pirates of the Burning Sea.
And me and Dragon will probably dip out at that point.
Yes.
For a bit, yeah.
And then you'll probably come back at a couple of hours later for possibly Space Marine 2.
If I'm still awake.
Yes. If you're still awake. We'll see if Runon's if no one's awake and no one's... It's only me, I'll just consider go with Tim Bourne answering naval history questions. Hello.
I don't think everyone's going to be awake
Steve,
enough.
why are you running? Why are you running?
As much as I want
I was
to
being
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was being wise about my scouting role there.
Your likely survivability?
First rule of scouting is to make sure you get back.
Tell the tale.
Here's a reminder, I am faster than you.
Yeah, that's a bit cruel, Foxo. True, but cruel.
I tap out at anti-aircraft undetected, like 38 knots.
Okay, I'm being bracketed by 2 cruisers. They're both trying to say hello to me, and I don't agree with them saying hello. I'd like them to not stop saying hello.
I will start working on this problem of yours.
Don't worry.
Dead cruisers have now acknowledged my existence.
That's good. They're also probably going to start regretting acknowledging my existence, because I think I just managed to bracket one of them. And I managed to thread the torpedoes as well. You did not forget not to forget Dragon existed. This is not fair for you to forget Dragon existed.
Fortunately, this is an Atlanta versus a Deutschland.
Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
You forgot
what was
the
I
Queen,
going to do?
You forgot the Queen Elizabeth.
You honestly, you made the right play. It might have actually been a better idea to actually hold off on your torpedoes a little bit longer, but...
Yeah, I kind of...
You definitely made right decisions, in my opinion.
You did your best.
Like,
You did your best, and I'm very impressed with what you did.
I should have also switched to AP.
Yes, that would probably have helped a bit. But then again, where you were aiming, AP might not have worked. You would have needed to aim for the upper belt.
Yeah, I also haven't played this game in probably well over a year.
Steve, could you do us a favour and pull and spin back? I kind of want to torpedo you.
Steve, run! Run, my friend!
I was trying. Yeah. But there wasn't a lot I could do about it. But me versus one battle cruiser. Yeah, right, great.
Oh, okay, let's go to Stafford's question. Okay, Stafford's question was a fun one. The panel is acting as NCHQ. What task force are you putting together to intercept the Kriegsmarine ships during the Channel Dash, and why? If you have 3 weeks' notice of the dash taking place.
Which side are we on?
We're the British. We want to intercept the Channel Dash and we have 3 weeks' notice of them
Can you
coming.
make sure all the RAF are awake?
Well, I'm assuming we can't necessarily.
Yes, but in nicest way, we'll presume the RAF are awake, but also we'll, in nicest way, I would stick some ships to intercept them before they get to the channel.
Yeah, get me a destroyer.
Fill the Straits of Dover with mines?
Probably I would have a couple of flotillas of destroyers, so one on either side, and I want a couple of capital ships per group.
So...
And basically my plan would be, while they're in the Straits, they suddenly realise behind them is, hello! And in front of them is, hello! And beside them is, hello!
Just leave me alone, I know what to do.
What was? No,
no trouble at all.
I would want one of those pairs to be one of the capital ship groups to be Nelson and Rodney together, just to turn up and go, "Hello, we're a different pair of interwar battleships. Would you like to play catch?"
Last round?
Here.
Yeah, we can make the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's the 7 of us. Do we want to make the last one an operation?
We could do.
Go on.
Do we want to try and
all
do
right.
it? Right. So...
Yeah, okay. That sounds like a good idea. Let's do something together.
I'm for that.
That's Timu's entrance sound.
Audacious at that point in time, because I've not used it tonight.
So...
Despite trying to sneak it in earlier. Yeah.
And I wanted to play Fiji at that point in time.
Fiji is a good ship.
Fiji is a lovely ship.
I know.
I need to play this again and try and get my favourite ship ever.
Oh?
I want to get Cleveland.
Ah.
I was so close to getting Cleveland when it was tier 6.
Yeah, I rushed it so I could get it when it was tier 6.
Battle division. Right, so click ready. Oh, I'm trying to click ready, and it says operations is change time.
Yeah, change the back. So at the top, make sure that it says operations on the right.
Oh, right, okay. Where is it then?
Mm-hmm.
So
I can't find it.
I have brought my Quinlets with.
On the right-hand side of battle.
Right-hand side of battle.
Where it should tell you what type of battle you're in.
Next to ready.
Ranked. Right. Next. So right. Find. Okay. No, I understand. Set to operations. Right. Okay. And then select US HMS Audacious, and then click ready.
Audacious wouldn't work. It'll need to be either a tier 6 or a tier 7.
Oh right. Okay. I'll have to play.
Just because again, the lowest one is a tier 6.
Right. Okay.
Is anyone planning on bringing a carrier? If so, I'll bring something to escort it.
I wasn't planning on doing a carrier personally.
I can only bring Furious with me in the range. Well, I can bring Eagle as well, but sorry, Hermes, not Eagle.
Actually, no.
Somebody brought a submarine.
Yeah, submarine's actually very good for operations.
Oh, in which case I can bring my U-class.
But you can only bring one submarine.
Oh, okay, all right.
One submarine, one carrier at most for those two.
You can bring your submarine now.
I can bring my submarine in. All right, okay. Unready. U-class. Ready.
I'm not going to play I'm going to play something I know.
Do you want a cruiser, battleship, or carrier, or destroyer, Bonil? With a cruiser, then.
What the frickin' is this? Okay.
We are light on destroyers. Well, back here we have none.
This is going to end badly, but we'll go with you. Because this is.
I thought destroyers weren't that useful in operations.
They're not actually. No. If I'm going to do this, we'll take this.
Well, that's actually improvement back stern. I'll take that. Yeah. That's...
Destroyers are situationally useful. So we have a battleship squad and a cruiser squad, and then a submarine that got very, very lost.
Something happened to it.
I'm planning to hide behind the battleship. I'm planning to hide behind the battleships, and then when we see a target, I will submerge.
Would it be a bad time to mention you are on the complete wrong side of the map for that?
Oh, right.
Though there will be battleships spawning on the left-hand side.
Oh,
so
right.
Oh,
it's
this is the second worst map for me.
Welcome to the ultimate frontier.
This is ironically a really bad map.
Could be worse, you could be a carrier.
But at least the carrier can hide in the ring. I'm gonna crush you, Alex.
Huh?
I'm gonna try cut it.
Okay, I'm turning.
I'm just going to follow you, Dragon.
Beware, there will be enemy destroyers here, enemy battleships here, and enemy cruisers here.
Yeah, so a cruiser.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll make use of my battle cruiseriness and get the cruiser that spawns up here.
In the north. Thank you.
Some
you want to see a battle cruiser do 40 knots? This thing can do 40 knots.
I should also point out, submarines in operations, you can basically shotgun still.
Yeah.
I've forgotten how to submerge.
That's not a great start.
No,
it's F.
It's F.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Shame they don't have K class.
Which class? K class submarine.
K class. Yeah.
We've got the T class, so good enough.
How's the chat doing, Dan? Anyone chatting away, watching how badly we're doing today, or rather how badly I'm doing? Everyone else is doing well.
Not too much.
Okay. So you mean my terribleness will not go down in infamy?
Oh, it will. It'll be recorded for posterity forever by Google on YouTube, but, you know.
Ah, great. Thank you for reminding me of that one. I'm broadcasting my own inability to several thousand people, to potentially infinite people. Probably only about a dozen people at the moment, but okay.
14, so...
Yeah.
Not far off. Here come the battleships.
Oh, good. Someone who's definitely
still one destroyer out there.
Yes. So be careful, Steve.
I think it will be a Santander.
Second, sorry, that was mean.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a Santander.
God,
No.
that ship's gonna run a far now.
It's going to be an actual fight. It's like, oh, that's an Omaha. Broadside at 10 kilometers.
Hello there.
What's in the gun? The AP. Oh. Oh.
Well, on the plus
Careful,
side,
there
it
will be
means
a
you
cruiser
can
here.
ship the other side of it.
Can I just ask something? How's it? Okay, once again, I've ended up in front of the main battle fleet.
Charm, good luck.
Do not charge. Whatever you do, do not charge on this map.
Think of yourself as the HMS Africa.
Yeah, that's what I am thinking of. I'm basically channeling my inner Africa and going, yeah.
Why are you broadside the battleship?
Because I'm not charging them! And I'm trying to hide behind the nearest large object of stone.
No way! Those are still 15-inch guns. They will bap you.
That Mayhem was having a bad day then.
Steve, you've got 3 unescorted battleships now.
Yeah, I've just launched a full salvo at one of them.
But to be fair, Fox, all these are just 14 and 12 inch guns.
Was that good enough? Enough?
That's good. Next one, the New York, I think, for you.
Wait, isn't it tier 8 where
Charlie
it's a
2.
collie?
Yes.
Once I've got some fish to launch, I will.
You forget, this is what low-tier operations are like, Foxo. Also, Atlanta, north, we need to murder it, quickly. Just in case our AI does not do the job.
I will head that way then.
And I've got it.
You said there's another cruise
We now have a repair zone in Delta 6. So if you're low on HP, head there.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, here's a quick question. What decides how fast a warship can go in reverse?
It's propeller shape and shaft gearing.
Because I wouldn't think that a conventional propeller would be that useful going the other way.
Most ships' propellers are designed with it as a part of their function, so it's part of their design considerations.
Steve is now seeing why submarines in operations are horrifying.
So if that's the case, then it is sort of the urban-ish legend about the electric to be able to go as fast forward as they could backward, fast backwards as they could forward. Have any truth to it?
It's going to depend on the design of their systems, but yeah, theoretically with their gearing and the way their engines were structured, they could. Theoretically. I doubt it, but theoretically there is an option there.
Why do you doubt it?
Because the reality is, whilst you could in theory do these things in practice, there's the actual reality of the gearing. Is sort of the gearing's used to if you run it full in reserve and go as fast in reserve as you can go forwards, then that's going to put extra wear and tear on your system, so you won't actually want to do it. You might want to try and do it in emergency, but you probably wouldn't want to do it that often, if that makes sense.
Also, would your hull shape be optimized for it?
That's the other thing that's going to add into and make it complicated.
Not to mention maneuvering. Being exciting.
Yeah.
Get to the surface.
You appear to be running slightly low on oxygen there.
I know. I am desperately trying to surface here.
Don't worry. If you run out, it does just force you to the surface.
Yeah.
Whereas it
Unfortunately.
be way more fun if it just made it a lot more sluggish as you slowly got CO2 narcosis.
Thankfully, Warships is not that graphic. Though it does remind me of an old ability in Star Trek Online, which was reroute power from life support, which was introduced just when the crew mechanic was still a thing. And its downside was it killed all of your crew. It's like, that's kind of harsh.
What was its upside?
Gave you a massive power boost to all other systems.
But you'd have no crew to use them.
I guess it depends on how automated your ship was.
So, technically, at that point in time, crew was just a mechanic for basically your ship's ability to repair itself, effectively. So if you say had 1,000 crew and they were now all dead or incapacitated, basically you just had no regeneration rate. Your ship could function, but you effectively took anyone who wasn't absolutely necessary for the ship to function were a bit out of luck.
And you stripped them out the airlock.
Do they have a submarine on their side?
No. The enemy.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
A whole bunch of destroyers have spawned in. I want to say they'll be Fletchers, but they won't be. They'll be Flush Deckers at this like BR.
Yep.
The carrier will be a Ranger.
Yes. In particular, the USS Raptor.
I'll give up. Is the carrier just going straight bombing for the force?
Yeah, a carrier will be located down there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a lot of enemy cruisers coming in.
Yes. 3 enemy cruisers coming up on the right. Third of the minimap, I should say. But there'll also be a enemy force coming from here.
Oh, cute.
I don't know what go. Attempt to back up Foxy.
Hot Ranger.
That was fast.
Yeah, got 5 citadels on her.
That'll do it. Carriers do not appreciate 15-inch AP.
I don't appreciate 5-inch HP spam. The shiny horse. Get your shiny horse over here.
I'm trying to do some spotting for you all. While I attempt to recharge my capability.
This is not fair.
I'm basically sitting in the repair center, repairing and blasting at the cruisers, because I could maneuver to engage you, but you're actually all within range, and I just keep blasting HE at you and scoring enough hits to help my colleagues. So this is what I'm doing.
Steve, have you made use of the bombs?
Oh god, I forgot about those. Map, isn't it?
Oh, geez.
9.
Right, okay. Everyone focus down that Cleveland. If you let the Cleveland just open up, it will kill us all.
I've got 3 destroyers that I'm dealing with.
Sorry, moving in on against the 3 destroyers at the moment, Fox, on range of Cleveland.
My recharge going, for God's sake. So slow.
I am claiming this smoke screen for king and country.
Very good.
That's
Rule Britannia.
Yes, lovely. That ship slowed down a lot before based on my estimation of movement over.
Please go broadside onto Helena.
Oh, yeah, cruiser
So I'm
coming
picking up a pile more. Picking up a pile more. Is it cruisers?
Yep, the torpedoes are coming in at a target which is frankly... I'm willing to have the torpedoes hit the island.
And there's misery.
Oh, Missouri's here?
Battleship coming in.
Yep.
Oh, hello.
Oh, the 16-inch didn't pin my belt. But mine did.
Right, okay. So they are, for me, they are 11 and 12 kilometres away.
That's bomb range. You basically just go on you press 9, it goes onto the mini map, and you can just drop the bombs.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to submerge first.
You probably, well, yeah, they're shooting at you. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to submerge. Come on, go down.
Not shooting at you, it's shooting at me.
Unfortunately for you, it does take a moment.
And
not
there's a depth charges.
submerging.
There's a depth charge.
It's not submerged. It's not submerging.
Are you hitting the right
Yeah.
key? It did previously.
I thought I was submerging, and then it came back up again.
You might have hit the other. Okay, oh dear.
Yes, I think when I was trying to submerge, I hit the wrong key. Damn.
Everyone's interested in control of water.
Or not. Ouch.
You just can't Citadel clean, can you?
Basically, no, they've got a really awkward citadel.
I've just been overpenning.
Same.
Right, Toulon, have you got that, Cleveland? I'll start trying to bap Missouri then. Just so you know, Toulon, Missouri's aiming at you. No, she's aiming. Yeah, she's aiming at you. Back.
Nice.
2 citadels.
Natural selection as well, right at the end. Perfect.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Well, that went pretty well.
It did. Right on.
A good way to end it.
Yes, it is. And okay, we'll go back. I'll go back and do some questions now.
Did you want to jump back up to the stage then?
Yeah, I will do.
I'm gonna
go to bed.
crash out.
Yes. Outer signals and economic bonuses. Whew. Tempting, but no. We won't go. We'll go to the tech tree quickly and just check my destroyer tech tree in here. Oh, no. Get us a Hawkins, an Emerald. Oh. Renown. Oh no, I can't afford that. Could upgrade my destroyer and get to an caster. Let's see. Oof. I'm gonna have to sort out the resources on here, but we'll leave that to another time. I have now got an emerald sitting in here, and we'll use that to improve that before the last tomorrow night. At some point, probably. At some point. So, let's go back to this. That should be better. Go to that. Should be better. And go to this quickly, answer some questions, and then we'll answer some questions. We will go to Pirates of the Burning Sea for a bit. Because there are plenty of questions to work through. Christian Fun, yeah. Follow up intelligence, yes, common sources. Yeah, they did all that. They did all the Hollywood, all the stuff that you can think about, they did. I would like to emphasize that realistically, Hollywood also downplays a lot the value of just normal business and transactions going on. A lot of the intelligence in the Royal Navy gained was by having excellent contacts with industry and having industry getting contacts with people, because people like to talk about how great they are. They do. They really do love to talk about how great they are. People love to talk about how great they are. one of the constant things. Humans are humans. We always have been. We always will be. So, Stafford, older Crown Colony class, the tribal class, steam out of fog in the ports of other museums. What does the Royal Navy do to modernise them for carrier task force ships and presence missions? They're going to want to if they're not going to make them museums and keep them museums, they're going to want to fit them with gas turbines, and they're going to want to fit them missiles. But honestly, the tribals aren't really big enough for modern warships. But you could do interesting stuff with the Crown Colonies. You could also probably turn their stern into a carrier, into a hangar deck, and you could probably fit some VLS tubes somewhere on them and set some radars up, etc. VLS tubes could probably be sat in the centre. But that is the reality of it. It's an interesting time. I have to admit, it is. How to put it? If you've got a Crown Colony, I'm thinking this through on their hull design. Because of the way they are designed, towns are better for it, but you can do it with a Crown Colony. You can not only get the hangar, you could also modify the 4-inch guns, probably get them, convert them to things like Automalera, maybe a close-in weapon system for roughly similar weight. Okay, that's the... useful thing you can do. By gum. I should do it. I should do it. Sorry, just leaving World of Warships. There's always so many things to do with leaving this game. Done. So, Christian Father, actually, also to think about it, if you used the gas turbines to replace the engines, you'd have probably enough space. You could have strategically linked cells in the center line. Christian Father, hello. For World War One, did pre-war naval intelligence, barring Room 40, influence the course of war? Yes. A lot of the estimates had direct influence on whether navies were going to war and what they believed. Also, the Americans did have to play some catch-up, but that's mainly because trying to get funding for naval intelligence from their government was interesting, but they still had it. They were good at it when they were funded and able to do it. The main issue they had in terms of the course of the war, in terms of naval intelligence, that you see is that the Royal Navy actually finds out the plans of the battle cruiser in advance of the ones that the Germans are actually building. And so when they're designing the admirals and selecting the admiral's design, they're selecting not for... They think they're selecting for the one which is under construction, and actually it's the one... They've actually got designs for the one ahead, next one after the one that was under starting construction. And so that's why the admirals represent what they do. So I've got follow-up. What is the smallest World War II Korean War hull that can be brought back for modern-day warfare? Probably the cruisers, honestly. If you consider the size of most escorts and most ships today, we're talking multiple thousands of tons to accommodate the missiles and radars and all the power generation computers and stuff in them. So yeah, you're talking many thousands of tons. Okay, Safford, enjoy your dinner. Now, at a certain point, I've got to stick on a time notice that we did World of Warships then. So we did that for roughly 2 hours, but I'm going to have to work out Discord, go into the app and sort of sort that out, so that's listed out. And also make a note that we are just chatting right now. So there's differentiation between the various things. I do love the way there's just catting as well as just chatting. And that was roughly 9:30, roughly 2:30 at 2.5 hours. And let's say it's 01:15, so roughly 0100 hours when we left it. 2:30. Questions? There we go. That should be set up. That should be okay. Ooh, what's the next question? So, swapping the position of the USNR in World War II, which of the two navies would have been in the better position? USN versus Italy and Germany and RN versus Japan? Honestly, in the nicest way, if the geography's the same and the US Navy has to work with the Mediterranean, then it's probably the Royal Navy is in a better position versus Japan. Although the distance is going to be annoying, it's easier to factor that around than to rebuild your ships with the idea of operating in the confined waters of the Mediterranean for the US Navy. And that's not to say the US Navy ships are bad ships, it's not part of their criteria. And one of the things you have to remember is under the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaties come out, you have to compromise because you have cumulative and unitary and cumulative weight limits, okay? There is a unitary weight maximum, which forces some compromises. There is a cumulative weight maximum, which causes even more, so you're allowed a certain number of tonnage of all these ships. And to get enough ships, you have to go, well, actually, no, I can't build all of my my cruisers to be 10,000 tons. Some of them have to be built to 8,000 tons, and I have to take even more. And so you start orientating your ships around things, and that's where the compromises come in of armor or aircraft for your aircraft carrier and all sorts of things. Come from the cumulative treaty limits rather more than the unitary treaty limits. And so the Royal Navy's ships aren't orientated around being able to use their bases of their geography. But if they're operating from America across the Pacific, that's problematic. But it's not impossible to work around because you can build tankers and things to support them. And they've got the night strikes and night fighting to back up their sort of the carrier battle doctrine, and also in that scenario they can group their carriers together, and they do have combined carrier battle group operations. So it would be a Royal Navy carrier battle group versus a Japanese carrier battle group scenario. So we'll see what happens. For the USN, their main trouble is their carriers are going to be solo, their forces are going to be soloed, spread out over quite a large geography, having to deal with quite disparate threats. If you consider the Pacific is far more joined up than the Eastern Med is with the Western Med is with the North Atlantic and the North Sea and all that stuff. It's very different areas of location. And the main trouble for the Americans is not going to be North Atlantic, it's not going to be the North Sea, it's going to be the Mediterranean. Because their ships have been designed with the concept they can maneuver. And they can pull out of air attack, and they can decide when they're going to be in air range, and they can work out when they're going to fight those sort of battles. And that's not the scenario they're going to face in the Mediterranean, because it's just constant. Well, the nicest way to slowness, the standards might be slow, and that's true, but that doesn't matter so much. And the nicest way, battleships aren't racing around. That's not the fighting. Yes, it means the Italian battleships can probably dive in and attack and get out, but do they want to hang around and fight? It's going to sound strange, but the standards might be slow, but you have to go to them if you want to fight them. So if we're there with a convoy, yes, it's going to be slow, but they can still fight along with it. They can still escort a convoy. They don't get to play it the same way necessarily the Royal Navy did. You don't necessarily get to play the same proactive way, but you can do it in other ways. You can do it in other options. That's the thing. The Royal Navy's going to find it a hamper having... Honestly, most of their battle line is not going to be great for what some of the things they're going to want to do in the Pacific, but they'll work it through. And the same with the Americans. You approach it from a slightly different methodology. It's you can't think I'm going to move one navy to a different navy's option, and then I'm going to force them to fight it the same way the other navy did, and then they're going to have problems. They are going to have problems. But the thing is, they're not going to fight it that way. They're going to change the tactics. If you've got the slower battleships, okay, then you've got to make it so the enemy has to come to you. Because the same as with the R-class and the British versus the thing. When you consider the R-class, when they're with a convoy, Sharnos and Nice come to convoy. They want to have a fight. That's great. The R-class goes, I'm not chasing you. You have to come and fight me. You'll have to come to me and fight me to get to the convoy, but I ain't chasing you. And it's the same with the standards. So, yeah. I find that curious. You're changing the navies around, and then you're going, well, why are they not fighting the same way as the other navy? Because they wouldn't. They have different ships. The British carrier doctrine and the American carrier doctrine was very different when it comes to grouping together carriers. In terms of the Royal Navy carriers were supposed to operate as a larger group. The Royal Navy's thing was operating up to 6 carriers together. The Americans were looking at operating in pairs for multi-carrier doctrine. Why? Because for the Americans, they're spread out over a wider area. They need the coverage. It makes sense. For the British, it's because they think they're going to have to fight through the South China Sea against the combined Japanese fleet. So you might as well have the carriers together. You can defend them more easily if they're together, and they can support each other better. It makes sense, but it's, the difference in options. You do see the R's in the Med. The R class do operate in the Med for a bit of World War II. In fact, that's the thing. The R class are not just as confined in operations as you might think, because yes, for much of the war they're not there, but sometimes they are brought in when you need them. And it's the same. The R's are part of the Indian Ocean Fleet, about after, of Somerville's force. And yes, they're the slower force, but let's be honest, they're also the anvil. His plan of surface night engagement is quite simple. You have the airstrikes from the carriers, etc. The fast element engages where they can, led by Warspite, and coming up with behind them is going to be the R's. Because he knows if he can get to the scenario where the Congos are forced to fight the R's, they're going to get mullered. If they are if they are not able to use their speed to run away from the R's are battleships, and they are well-trained crews. They're not the tip-top battleships, but they're well-trained crews. They'll muller them. And again, fast battleships, you've got other missions for them. Does the Royal Navy use their fast battleships in the Mediterranean? No, they're the Queen Elizabeth class. They are faster than the R's, but they're not their fast battleships. King George V rarely turn up in the Mediterranean. They've got other duties. Renowned bombers around the Mediterranean, but Hood and Repulse, again, rarely there. Because, to be honest, the Mediterranean is not that big a space, not that wide a space. And again, for the Americas on their side, is they've got very fast cruisers that they can help out with. They've got a lot of destroyers. You think about the Fletcher swarm turning up in the Mediterranean, that's going to be helpful. That's the difference the Americans are going to work with. And when the Essex the swarm turns up, that's going to be really different. So that's the scenario you're dealing with. Sometimes the world the thing about alternate histories, and I do get into this, is sometimes some ask questions and I sit there and go, but why? There was a question put to me on Twitter the other day. Was it yesterday? No, it was the other day. Where literally someone said, well, what happens if the Japanese fleet, if suddenly the Japanese fleet appears in Germany? Well, how's it got there? If Germany's got a fleet the same size as Japan, how they got it? How they built it? In which case Britain will respond by building its own, or possibly invading with the French. Have they bought it? In which case, have they bought off the Japanese? Or who they bought it from? What do they want with it? You know, and again, that's going to be seen coming, and it's going to possibly be intercepted on its way. But it's under transition crews, under merchant crews, being protected and coming in dribs and drabs. You know, is it the Japanese have come around to visit? In which case, they've left the home islands completely unattended. And how will the Royal Navy probably deal with that? Well, they will probably deal that by calling everything back they can to fight them, but also probably sending things like, I don't know, Repulse, Renown, maybe Hood, to go and attack the Japanese home islands. Because that's what you do. I think there's rain falling outside. It's fun. I'm at nearly 13 hours live now. Which is interesting, because that means I have 23 to go. 5 minutes or 23 hours to go. Main question I'm thinking is, I'd like to go brush my teeth. So I'm going to give you something to watch quickly while I go brush my teeth, basically. So, yeah, I'll figure something out so I have to go wandering along while I'm brushing my teeth. What can I do? As I've got all those set up, I might as well use one of those. There we go. So how's everyone doing? How are you all doing? I'm not sure how we're doing for fundraising. I don't think we're doing necessarily massively well, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. We'll learn lessons. I'm enjoying it. I hope you're all enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying all the questions being answered. It's a lot of questions. I'm not sure how many we'll have got through by the end of this. Oh, good lord, there's a lot of questions here. A lot of questions. We've got through all these. We did do that one. I'll take that. Sorry, I'll take that. Yep. I'm a couple of days. Sorry to hear that. So, rat. I hope it's getting better now. There we are. Lots of them going past. Be back in a second. Just off to brush my teeth. So, doing well. No worries. No worries, Stafford. It's not that. That's not at all it. And that's the way we've raised plenty. We've raised some for the charities, which I'm very happy about. As always, and I say this better with the camera looking at me, but I'll do this the way. The thing I always think about this stuff is it's very nice if it does raise money. But ultimately, if I get to answer all the history questions and get a lot of people excited about history and encourage more people to be interested in history, then I'm happy. If I don't, then I'm less happy. If I make money as well as that goes towards books and supporting the channel, that's wonderful. But I do the channel because I want to make more people, get more people interested in history and answer questions, and occasionally tell people that's not right. In a way which hopefully is about as polite as you can tell someone that their cherished idea is wrong. And the only reason I do that is because usually once people learn why an idea is wrong, if it's explained correctly, they go away and have a fantastic idea because they think they've had their cherished idea for years, and if it turns out to be wrong in a slight way, and they go away and mull it over with the correct information, they come back with a fantastic idea. And that's the thing. Bad ideas are usually only a step away from a good idea when you have the right context. Okay? That's the point. A bad idea is usually a good idea, but it needs to be re-put in a different context. And once you know that, it makes it happy, life a little bit happier. Hello. Oh, what have we got coming in? We've got questions coming in. Oh, I like this. I like questions coming in. What if Warspite 1959 suddenly transforms into a copy of HMS Thunder? There are a lot of very upset noises coming from the Regia Marina and the Kriegsmarine. She probably... she might still get some time in the Mediterranean, but she probably gets some time in the... in North Sea, etc. And from memory, she comes very close to catching up with Renown when she's fighting Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in the Norway campaign, because Warspite is popping along there. If Warspite manages to be going faster and match up with them, and if I'm not mistaken, HMS Thundra in she can go her speed, memory, 29.5 knots. So yeah, 4.5 plus knots faster. Yeah, she could potentially get within range, and if she gets within range and engagement profile, well, yeah. She has 8 18-inch guns. It won't be pretty, it won't be nice, but it will be effective. It will be very effective. Very effective. Mildly bloody, but very effective. It's the way it sometimes rolls. Right, we've got about 20 odd minutes before we start Pirates of the Burning Sea, so I've got Tim Bourne playing on the background. How are you all doing now? How many people are going to try and do the full 36 hours with me? How many of you are going to try it? Or is no one out nutty? I'm just asking out of personal interest. I would not recommend it. Me, I am attuned to this and quite happy to do this. And for me, it's not even 36 hours. It's... yeah, as I said, I've been awake since Wednesday morning. Early hours of Wednesday morning, yeah. So... for me, I'll probably will need to sleep on Monday morning. I probably will be snoozing on Monday. That's all gone. Just increasing the water storage capacity in here dramatically. Lots and lots of explosives being applied. Oh, Stafford, don't worry. As I said, I just like the company. That's the other thing I like doing this Historiophon. I will admit, it is very selfish of me, but I like the company because normally, yeah, normally this is mostly time spent by myself. That's not a bad life. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad life. But it's, it can be a lonely one sometimes when you're awake at all these hours. Take their rubber. So, if Stafford, if the RM built more than one Type 82, and what was named Warspite, would she be made a museum ship and finally saved from the wreckers? Probably not. Depends what she got up to in the Falklands War. If you had her down there and she did really well in the Falklands War and somehow managed to survive longer in service, potentially, but it's unlikely. British governments are notoriously bad at preserving ships. They are notorious for it. Let's be honest. It's after World War II that we sink a third-rate ship of the line we captured off the French, that we've been using as a accommodation ship and was otherwise in fairly good nick condition and could have been turned into a museum ship. We sink it because we were saving. The government at the time is saving money, the Labour government. And you sit there and go, that is criminal. That is truly criminal. So that's the trouble. It's cool. It would be. It would be good. But if it had been called Bristol, they'd probably been more town and city names. That's literally what the sort of you're looking at. More town and city names. They're the likelihood. What was fun is that it's down here. You have all these things, these options, and it goes going, yeah. Yes, I am preparing to build in another sort of subterranean fill spot for my my base. Yeah, it's the thing is, if you consider, it's not so much criminal, it's they don't think. I've had this conversation a few times over the years, and realistically, it's they know the value of, they know the price of everything and the value of nothing is what I usually work with, because that's what most of them. There's an old saying that, you know, that most governments these days are lawyers. You know, most countries these days are run by lawyers with occasional advice from the accountants. Those seeking to advise the accountants, please don't apply. That's the thing. That is the reality. Or accountants or economists. I would say it's one of those things. It's kind of a difficult thing because if you consider, if you want to go into politics, if you want to go into government, going and studying law is a very good practice to go for. It's going to teach you the legalese and processes of the country, so you're going to be more familiar with them, which is useful. It's going to teach you how to argue. It's going to teach you how to marshal the argument. It's going to teach you how to prepare pieces of documents, which are legislature documents and all those things. And I understand its value. And the thing is, once you start that pathway, it becomes very easy for more to come that way, because then if people are looking to recruit someone to stand for those positions, and they're going to recruit through their social networks, through their connections, that's going to include people who are already lawyers. And that's why you end up with so many lawyers in these sort of systems. It's nothing bad, it's nothing illegal, it's just the way the world goes, because it's the way patronage works and humans work. And it ends up with a concentration of people who have a very specific skill set ending up becoming dominant. Not on purpose, but just almost by a default result. And the thing is, whilst that's not bad, that does mean you end up with a very... how do I put this? The thing is, if all these people have had similar training, come from similar backgrounds, similar motivations, they produce very similar worldviews, and this is why you end up with the idea of political groupthink and them being a mess. It's not because there is actually a conspiracy or anything like going on. It's because you're getting similar people with similar backgrounds, with similar education, and they are therefore coming up with similar solutions to similar problems because they're drawing from similar examples in their head, similar information, and they produce similar results. And it's a consistent thing in history. It happens a lot. You can see it when countries start to, when certain parts of their aristocracy start to get too dominant. When specific areas do, they get problems in other areas because they're trying to apply the formula which works in the part of the country they come from to parts of the country where it doesn't work. And it's almost when I say it's almost, it is a very common part of history that that's the case. And it happens again and again and again and again and again throughout history for that reason. Because humans do human, and humans like to repeat the same mistake multiple times. And then you think about it, well, how can I resolve this? How can I prevent this happening? And it's almost a case of, well, do I have to start doing almost a minimum on... minimum quotas on parties putting candidates forward? But then, if you think about that, once you start implementing quotas, are you getting the best people for the job, or getting the people that best fill the quota? And that becomes a whole problem. So realistically, you have to think about it the other way. You end up with the governments you do because of who volunteers for your governments. If you want governments that are more reflective of you, especially in democracies, then you have to run. And you have to get involved. And you have to be prepared that you're going to sacrifice time and money and these things to do so. And that's the ultimate reason, a reality of it. If you want a government that's going to reflect your values, your views, and those of people who think like you, the only way you're going to get it is by getting involved in it yourself. And that includes, if I want to get the British government to hold some museum ships and preserve some ships for the future, And I'd have to get myself into a position where ultimately I could have that power and influence over them. Here's a YouTube Minecraft watcher. Here's a good one. What if starting from September 1st, 1959, all Royal Navy ships will suddenly be able to go 50 knots, regardless of hull limitations, when within 30 miles of a surface German ship, 45 knots for the other two nations when they join. There's going to be a lot of dead German ships, because Scharnhorst is going to run. Gneisenau is going to have a bump in with Rodney, which is going to be going 50 knots. So there is no way Gneisenau is getting away. Goodness knows what's going to happen to. Glorious might actually get away, because once she's within range, she'll be going up to top speed of 50 knots and getting away. It'll take a time to build up to that speed, but yeah, she'll be in range. She'll be out of range. She'll be going to that speed quite quickly. She was already going quite fast when they found her. So yeah, there's all that going on. That'll be interesting. Be very interesting. It will be very, very interesting. That's basically it. But with that sort of speed advantage, they'll be able to pick and choose their engagement ranges, pick and choose their operational range. Yeah, it's a nasty situation for the Axis forces to find themselves in. It really is. We're storing a lot of water in here. A lot of water. That'd be definitely fast. Definitely be interesting to see how they resolve it. And if you could, what ship from the God Age cell would you have built as a serve as a working museum that people could go out to experience it? There's no ship of the line that sails around. There's plenty of small ships, no ship of the line, so I'd probably go for HMS Africa. Because she's a 64, so they get the ship of the line experience of sailing the sea, but she's also not so big that she wouldn't be able to go lots of different places to say hello. YouTube microhorror. Seemingly, the first time Hosh says a secret is an act of God or reality bending to remove it, Hosh suddenly becomes a Leon-class battleship. What happens? Well, the French celebrate and the rest of the world panics. That's a lot of firepower for replacing the Hosh. So also, in that period, it's a very, very effective firepower. Take care, Ratrat. Would I have Toto playing repeat on the over the intercom? I don't think it'd be quite that bad, but I'd certainly be interested in it. Non-naval history related question. Which character in the Harry Potter universe is your favourite? I used to quite like, and still do, like Hermione, really. She reminded me of one of my little cousins. Very studious. Always, usually having a good idea. Always, sometimes having issues dealing with the world around her because it didn't fit according to the logic of how it should work. Trying our best, still the same. Yeah. Said. Emily, she reminded me of one of my little cousins. Now, once I get this built up, I will ideally want the water to mostly going down that direction. So I think actually down here, or alternatively that's probably the sensible one to go, to make sure the water mostly goes down the other direction, but can flow off this direction if it needs to. That's the good idea, the clever one. What if today, of all China, Russia, and North Korea's ships turned into copies of Hosh, with the carriers becoming Burns? Well, Fleet of Oceans is very happy, and the rest of us are all giggling, and poor Russia and China and North Korea are going, what the frigates happened? Stafford, what naval history book series would you like to have made into a movie, franchise, or extended TV series? Drinkwater by Drinkwater series, the Nathaniel Drinkwater series, definitely. Well, also, why do you think the Guppy boats had longer service life than post-war designed US and diesel electric service like New Tank class? Honestly, because they're just so cheap to keep going, and because they were modified, mucked around, and played with and taken on by so many other people, whereas the... Basically, it's like the question is, why does the AK-47 last so long as a rifle versus the some of the other options in the world, which are better rifles? Because ultimately, the AK-47 is so fundamentally easy and cheap, you can fix it with a hammer. It's amazing how long you can keep something like that going. I have no idea why. No idea what happened. Sorry, I just got distracted by the Shin and some people who subscribed to me. I'm going, who are you? Why are you subscribing to me? And yeah. We'll see. It's always weird when you look at your subscription list and you go, that person's got a lot of subscribers and they subscribe to me. Why have they subscribed to me? What have I done wrong now? Who upset? Have I got a new mortal enemy? Or have I got a new friend? And I'm at the age where, honestly, evil's fun. Because at least both are acknowledging your existence. And you've reached that age where acknowledging existence is nice. When you're younger, you want friends more than mortal enemies. Once you reach a certain age, mortal enemies, they're fine. They acknowledge I exist, and they give me something to have an argument with. Yes, they are worthy foes. I know, I'm strange. I never claim to be anything else but strange. Question 3, and yes, restarting. Do you think the decision to refit and modernise the World War II civil fleet is the right call? Yeah, bro, ultimately, because honestly, part of it was also providing them with ships that would last until the nuke boats came in, and nuke boats were coming for a long time. They really were. Oh, that's built up quite quickly. Look at that. Ooh, all that lovely green grass. I'm going to cover it with construction. Because that's just the kind of guy I am. No, it's a good day. It's a good day. There's some really cool history coming. Really cool discussions coming. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking for all the stuff that's coming today. And it's now time for me to do Pirates of the Burning Sea, so I'd probably better put my headphones back on. Had a bit of a break without them on. That's good. And of course, still keep taking questions, but we'll be starting Pirates of the Burning Sea, so give me a second to set it up. We will go back to this form while we're doing it. Sorry, you're zooming in on my face. I do apologise. I think, Lions, do you have a ship in Pirates of the Burning Sea? I don't know. Can't remember. I think so. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see.
I do have a ship in Burning Seas.
Excellent.
I'm barely 2 levels off 50.
Yay! Well, you know, we can do a little bit of wandering around if we want to as a group, or we can... one of the things I would like to do is, if people haven't played Burning Seas, I'm going to introduce them to the various dens of iniquity, which I find a bit of fun. So if there's a group of people, we do the normal thing. If there's only a few of us, we'll do a bit of a sightseeing tour as well as the normal thing, if that makes sense. If people are okay with that. What do they say?
Where are you?
I'm just setting it up. You're up for it, LucasArts. That's good. And helpfully, it has now decided to lose my password. So I will go hunt down my password. It's all set up, it was all happy, but now it's lost my password.
You in Belize when we finished?
Hmm? Yeah, I was. I was in Belize when we finished. That's where I went and hid off. I made sure I got back to Belize.
Nothing's here.
And then quick chat with Jonathan because I've got something for them, but I can't trade them.
Skills.
My galleon is a long way away, Jonathan. Oh, John. Who's John? So I don't know who that is.
Hmm. No one appears to be attacking us, that's good. Oh, thank you. Hmm. Keep getting random things being trained away.
That's. There you are.
Thank you. Let's go to fencing trainer. I have skill points. And skill. Thank you. I've learnt my fencing skill. What ship should I go for next? I've got Punjabi. What one would be good next?
Alright.
Oh, Mashona.
Okay, so Jonathan's giving you a ship that will help you get to level 38.
Okay.
I would show you what the Gallant looks like, but it's on the other side of the map.
I have got a lot of ships sitting in Bartica. I do have to have a conversation with them at some point.
Are they deeds?
Yeah. Okay, so Treasure Isle or by subscribing. I'm sure I purchased it. Let's go to Treasure Isle. I've got 100 minutes in spots. Okay.
Did you say you were in Belize?
Yeah.
There's a stack of what level are you?
I'm level 29.
They need an Athena right now.
Jonathan, i.e. Jane, Moon, as an Athena, full of equipment. What have you got at the moment, ship-wise, Alex?
I've got some quite good little ships, but at the moment I can't really see because I'm in Treasure Isle buying something. Cause I'm buying my dockyard. Just quickly doing that, so I can't really look up the ship at the moment.
Why are you buying a dockyard?
Yeah. So I can store my ships because I'm naming each one after a tribal class destroyer. So I'm getting the full flotilla. I know it's sad. Don't tell me this. Remind me this.
Oh, you're paying your subscription.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm just sorting out.
It's all right. You were worrying me. I was thinking, why are you buying a dockyard when I've got deeds to build dockyards if you wanted one anywhere?
Clarke, use the ship I just gave you.
I'm going to, but I have to. I either have to. I have to sell a ship, or I have to buy the dockyard. Now I've reached that storage point. Okay. That number of ships in my set. So I am doing the dockyard thing.
You can store ships at Port Royal, or if you really don't want it, you could scuttle it. But
Jonathan, do you see my message on Discord?
That's all gone through. God, it created a lot of reactions. Okay.
How many ships have you got total at the moment? Oh, there's some interesting stuff here. Now, I should really, now I've got through all the stuff which I don't take this wrong way, don't want people to see. The financial stuff, because I thought that was probably going to be coming up because I needed to do these things. So I do apologise. There you go. I now have my Burning Sea notes and I can sort things out. There's various options of what you can buy as you go along. Ooh, Lance Naval Cutter. No. Ooh, Gallant Naval Frigate. Must be level
don't spend your burning sea points on ships in Treasure Isle. It's a considerable waste.
I was planning to do that, but you know.
If you need ship deeds, they're much easier to just buy on the auction houses.
That's what I was going to do, but I'm looking at the options.
But those aren't many options.
Did Jonathan just give you a ship?
Yes, that's what we're going to get in a second, but I'm just enjoying myself at the moment. Quickly looking at things. Ooh, do I want any of those? Ooh, title.
No.
Do I want to be an officer and a gentleman? No.
No, you'll get that as you progress through your
Do I fancy anything fancy on the clothing position?
You'll get that as you progress as well.
I know. But it is fun to look at these things and see how much they cost on the system. But anyway, I have got my dockyard all sorted out. The one thing I am...
How many ships have you got in your dockyard of 5?
Let's see. Yeah, I've got 5, but I'm just about to add another one.
Have you got 5 ships, or have you got 4 ships and a space?
5 ships.
Right, so you'll need to take your oldest ship, i.e. the lowest level one, empty of everything that's in it, and then store it in Port Royal.
That's what I was about to do.
You need to empty everything out of it, otherwise it won't store.
Okay.
You can store remotely. If you don't have a ship in Port Royal, the ship has to be in Port Royal, but you can take the fittings off, then teleport away, then store it. Because you can't store your active ship.
I'm just taking my oldest ship to Port Royal now. Which means at least I'll be able to show people Port Royal.
Which way's the wind?
It's off my port. It's off my coming from that direction. So I'm probably going to get best speed as I am now, doing about the speed I am.
Yeah, you have the wind gauge turned off. It's backslash the toggle it. Under the one under backspace, that one.
Yeah,
backslash, not forward slash.
He's done it.
He's got it up. So you've got your winds. Is off your starboard bow, which is not ideal. But it never is when you want to go somewhere quickly.
Yeah, it's fine. These ships still go. The smaller ship still goes blooming quickly when it wants to.
Oh yes, it'll still go quicker than mine with a full tailwind.
Because this is basically the basic of the basic options. This is the first ship you get. And I have, of course, named it an appropriate name.
It's a shame you can't see other people's ship names.
Yeah. It's already been destored of everything.
Very good.
That's good.
I always destore my ships when I leave them places because I just go, well, I'll destore everything out of it, and then if I need to come back, I can store it up again.
You can't when it comes to stuff that goes into general, you can move that around whenever you want to. But things that go into the hull, guns and sail ones, once those have been fitted in, the only way you can remove those is throw them away.
Yeah.
You can only take those out by destroying it.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to take a
but
mount.
I was talking about the
If you
stores and the
store
stuff
the
you put in the
ship, you need
hold,
them
not
in.
the stuff you do to the ship.
All right.
Okay? That's why I said stores.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. Yes, but
Not fittings.
But fittings and things you still have to remove when you store them in your shipyard.
Mm-hmm.
The sail, gun, and hull fittings can stay in place.
But not the general.
The general,
fittings.
not the general, but the others can.
Yeah.
Yeah, Port Royal is a good place to keep your ships.
At least to keep one ship. Yeah, Jonathan, I've got 3 society warehouses.
Excellent.
Oh, nice.
I just can't trade them, so as I put in the Discord message, let me know where you want them and what you want them called, and I'll do it.
I'm currently in Belize.
We have a society warehouse there, don't we?
We have 3, but we're expanding.
Ooh.
Because we ran out of space already.
Oh, good lord.
We almost need one of them just to be purely for ammo. That's how much Poseidon makes at a time.
Okay, so we get one for ammo. Literally call it the ammo store. And the penalty if anyone puts in stuff which other than ammo into the ammo store is that they get all the ammo that they've kept out of there displaced into their hull.
Oh, you've got the ammo store, which is fine when we've got loads of stuff being produced, but we do need a store for the materials which we're bringing to Belize so that Poseidon can make the stuff. And that's
the idea I had.
A lot of space.
The idea I had was for the current Belize Western outpost to be an input warehouse, and then make a new one called Belize, probably Eastern outpost, for ready-made materials, along with a Belize market for miscellaneous, such as cheese and dried fish.
Mm-hmm.
The problem you have with society warehouses, they have a limit of 100, whereas your personal warehouses have a limit of 250.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, your answer to ICBMs is you want a system called Nimrod, Nuclear Interdiction Missile Ready on Decision. It would be a silo-based hypersonic missile that would blast the missile's bombers out of sky with a backing series of high-intensity capability radar, warning systems, pickets, and other detection equipment. Great. Now make the system work. You've got to have near instantaneous data transfer. You've also got to be directing something which is going at Mach 7 plus against another thing which is going at Mach 7 plus, and they've got to intercept each other. Good luck with that, maths. The thing is, the Americans have been working on making such interceptors for a long time, and they keep running into the same thing. They consider it an effective test until recently, when the interceptor got to within 110 miles of the target. That was considered an effective test, and the Americans are doing it well. Ours are doing it less well. Now, the Americans are getting closer with their development, but again, it's a nice thing to have, but a lot of people are working on the same thing, and it's and this is the other problem is that hypersonic is nothing new.
Hypersonic literally translates as going faster than Mach 7. That's been something that's been done by things for a while. It's the difference is it going hypersonic in the whole flight or just part of the flight? And that's what we have to we sort of bring these things up in. So yeah, it's a fun thing, but it's a case of it's being worked on. What is the book next to you called? Brassey's Naval Annual Year 1923. Brassey's Naval Annual Year 1923. That's it. That is the book name. What is the book? Okay, I presume it's what is the book next to you. It's Brassey's Naval Annual. It's kind of like Jane's, but it's a different version of Jane's. It's got 1943 next to me. Here. And it literally is like Jane's. It is articles on battleships and things like that. It's all the sales text. It's a good form of information coming in. And it's got things like profiles of the ships in here, so people can study their profiles and destroyer leaders. And there's plans and armor schemes in here, including for Japanese cruisers. And yeah, there you go. Japanese cruiser plans. And basically, when you see me produce drawings in my videos which showed armor profiles and things, usually I've nicked them out of books like this. Because believe it or not, my art history is not that great. But there's a lot better. And I've got 1897 here. Brassey's. I've got quite a few Brassey's. Like, yeah, it's one of those things I pick up. Well, opinions on a CP-107 Argus. Do you think it's the best propellant maritime patrol aircraft at its time?
I'm going to be off the bed soon. When you have stored the ship,
Mm-hmm.
do remember that the deed and the equipment I gave you will be in the ship in Belize.
Yeah, that's fine. I will go back to Belize.
Jane, whereabouts are you in Belize?
I'm currently at the mansion. I'm at the governor's mansion. I'll get out.
Why would you get out from the governor's mansion? You must well enjoy yourself there.
Because you can't get to me. Only I can go there.
Sounds like a sensible place to be then. You can't be got at.
There's who wants to trade. I'm walking to the pier.
No, cannot trade them.
As I said, we'll sort it out tomorrow.
Yeah, just as I said, just reply to the Discord message with what you want and where, and I'll do it. That's the easiest thing.
Tomorrow, because I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
Done.
So,
Go
see you
get some
guys
rest.
next time.
You're human. You need to sleep. Go do it. The 107. It's a good aircraft, and the Canadians certainly put a lot of money into it. I'm not really sure I'd call it the best at the time. It does share its time with the P3 Orion, and the Orion, it was probably better than the earlier version of the Orion, but the later versions of the Orion were definitely better than it. But that's because where it comes in the production cycle. So that's the sort of the scenario I would say for that one or more. No. It would have been a very good interceptor for the NATO in the 1960s, but I doubt the Arrow would have been the very best interceptor in the 1960s, mainly because of the amount of funding which was going to be behind it. Stafford. Instead of asking for funds during the Boer War, the Admiralty invested in the Canadian shipbuilding industry. Which builders would have come across the pond and does others change? Probably they ask Vickers and they ask Armstrong to set up subsidiaries out there, rather like they're doing in Spain. One on each coast, probably. Would that be at our request? You might get John Brown might expand, but it's doubtful. It's probably going to be might be Camel Laird's. Camel Laird's might do something. Now we're in Port Royal. I need to store this.
Just go up to the Harbour Master and then log into your ship in Belize. And then when you're in Belize, you can then store that ship in Port Royal.
Okay. Let's go to my Strasbourg class. Eskimo.
Now you can click on the Harbour Master again.
Yeah.
And then go to store ship at the bottom. Sorry, yeah, that one.
It's interesting. I've put it in there already. Don't worry.
Normally you can't put it into it when you're in Belize. You have to put it in when you move somewhere else.
Yeah. That's annoying, but it makes sense.
If you're in, let's see which. You'll have all of your personal stuff will be with you at all times. If you go to your ship storage,
yep,
at the bottom of the dockyard,
yeah,
that should tell you everything.
Yeah, it's in storage. There it is.
Oh, that's the dockyard. Go to storage.
Yes, that is.
It's been there. Okay, that's okay then. Can't see because the questions are over the that part of the screen.
Make sure I get the spelling on my trainer correct. Yep, I did.
The fittings will be in ship fittings if Jane hasn't given you specific ones.
Oh, they have.
That's general fittings.
Hmm.
You want to put your teak armor 3 on. Goes into the general slot in the middle.
I think I need to switch for it to be my personal, my main ship. And then I can adapt it.
Is there a way to have 2 warehouses open at the same time, Paul?
Sorry?
Is there a way to have 2 warehouses open up at the same time?
No. You have to
Okay.
if you when you've got a warehouse open, such as you've got your own personal warehouse. When you go to the other side, at the moment we've got Belize Western Outpost, Belize Library and Belize Shipyard. If you're creating a new Belize Eastern Outpost, just click on to put your society warehouse there, and it'll ask you what you want to name it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. I'll do it.
Oh, right, okay.
Unless you want
No,
to
you
do
just
it
have to. You just have to click on the outer arrow, file out what you want, and drag it and put it where you want stuff.
It's more in our shipyard warehouse. I've got a whole bunch of fittings in my warehouse. And I was just going to, anything I've got duplicates that are already in there. Because we're already at 100 stacks in there.
Yeah, it's once we get another one within the shipyard one, there's all the ship deeds. They can come out and be put in a separate ship deeds warehouse. Oh, why is there 50 cross limestone in there? Odd.
Do that with this ship.
Okay.
Okay, so extraction. I'm going to go for extremely strong broadside. It's not like any of the general outfittings I have. It's not liking them around for this on a strip.
If you go to the, if you look at what's in there, if you look at what's at each one, if you hover over the actual square,
yes,
it'll tell you what the maximum level it is your ship can be. So if you go into the actual warehouse,
yeah, I'll go and find ones.
Well, the ship ones for general outfittings.
Yeah.
Most of the ones which are in here, I think, are all over level 40.
Let me have a look.
That'll do. Sorry, I lost track of the chat for a second. Yeah, those were way too high level.
You've 37.
I have to say I didn't go double flank for the hull, but that's purely because I preferred the other one. But I can understand why you would.
I've got one that you can take from mine.
There's plenty here.
I'll have a look through mine.
I've got lots of things in here, and there's also just the various outposts we have got here.
Make sure there's a extra powder magazine 2 in the society one that you can definitely equip.
Yeah, I'd use that. Improves your rate of fire.
Small, large, huge. General.
Large for that ship.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking. I've got the large ones all fitted. It's the general I'm having trouble with. Let me work it.
If you look down, go down there. Go back where those red arrows were.
Yeah.
Go up a little bit. A bit further up. Got powder magazine 2. Extra powder magazine 2.
Yeah. Just let me. I'll work through it. I'll work through it and work them out. I'll work them all out. Does that make sense?
Increases your reload speed by. Because when you've only got small guns, they reload very quickly.
Yeah.
As your guns get bigger, then you can end up when you've got a fourth rate or third rate, it can take you 45 to 60 seconds to reload your biggest guns.
All right.
But by having the reload rate, you can cut that down by 15 seconds or so, which makes a hell of a difference to your broadside speed.
I'll wait till I'm below 30, don't fit those. Don't want that. Okay, good.
The teak armor 1 there at the bottom of the that's useful to have.
Yes.
Because that increases your DR rating as well as your armor rating.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. A friendly tax evader. Let's see. Let's go to infantry. To the shipholders. Do I want to do any eastern drive?
You've got a warehouse here.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes, I do.
Just stick everything that you don't want in there in your own personal warehouse.
Probably will. Let's see. Let's do that for a moment. And let's go to... We'll customize it once we're out of sea.
Yeah, you can't customize it on land.
I know, it's annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Right, where is the person so I can go sell this stuff so I can just get some money? That's easy for me to have.
You want some money?
No, I don't want some money. I want to sell a lot of stuff which I've got taking up a lot of waste in my space. I'm just going to go and sell it.
Well, sometimes you can't sell it
Yes.
through the... You can't necessarily sell everything through that guy. You sometimes have to list it in through the auction house, and then it's better to list it at one of the main auction houses rather than a backwater one. And also the price you get from the peddler is awful, apart from gold and silver.
John, this is frustrating to watch. Yeah, I know. I take my time. I like to... It's going to sound strange, but I like to read the things because then I remember them. I find if I am just told the stuff, it goes in one ear and one out the other. So this is why I sit there reading. I know it's annoying for others watching it, but it's me. I am very much a reading person. So I'll listen and I'll be listening intently, but I will know it won't stay in there unless I'm reading the things as I go, which is why I'm sitting there reading the stuff. And instead of Paul's being very helpful, as is everyone else, and as going to be going, I am listening, and it's very kind of you to explain this, and that's useful. But it's also the fact that I will spend the whole time going, and also studying it. Lovely. Right then. Let's customize ship.
Please.
We're not going to be able to attack anything massive. Because I've just got my frigate with me.
Got 2 4th rates, heavy frigate and a frigate.
Yeah, unless we work our way around to Santa Clara, which is where my first rate is. That's
They're very good. They're very cool. I do like the ships in this game. Okay, so, Errol, opinions on the cancelled back TSR-2. If it was not cancelled and so, do you think it'll be a better aircraft and strike rather than the Cribble? They're very different aircraft. One's more of a strategic bomber, one's more of a strike bomber. A strike bomber. Honestly, the Aardvark is a very cool aircraft, but it isn't necessarily a strategic bomber. It can be used in a strategic role, but it's more a strike bomber than a. I think it more of a sort of a counterpart to the Blinder and things like that in terms of its capability to be forward deployed and utilised in a way strategic bombers couldn't be. Whereas the TS-2 was realistically was next generation British strategic bomber in some regards.
Where are we going?
It depends what you want to do.
Well, shall we take on Lost Ironsides free, or find something group for about 4 or so ships so we can match it and I can learn if this thing can fight in a fight, or if I should be going back to one of my other ones and going, no, please. It looks like it's got...
That ship can fight.
I hope it can. Got 4 lower gunnels and 7 higher ones. Yeah.
The 3 Lost Ironsides would do 11, 23 or 30, yeah, 24. So
yeah, go grab
you
them.
Can get a taste of your firepower.
See if it actually is going to work. See what it's going to do. Opinions on a Canadian round tank in World War II. If they get to be sent to the front, would the round be a better medium tank than the M4 Sherman 75mm gun? Probably not, judging by its form, but it was a very useful self-propelled gun. Neutral Microphone, you mentioned Warspite. The name used to be Warsprite. Were there any ships by name that are notable, and if Warsprite were there any ships by name that were notable, and if Warsprite or existed, what would happen if another ship was brought into the RM with the same name, Warsprite? If they're brought in and they have the same name, then they are got rid of. Then they have their name changed, or rather, whichever one's considered less capable has its name changed usually, or less honourable for the Royal Navy.
Lost Ironsides 23, 3 25s coming out of the other port, coming across you.
Okay. I've got ones in front of me, but there are other ones.
Yeah, directly in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, they might actually be mildly tougher.
At least we've got a set of wind directly behind us.
Very good. Off you go, Alex. Go and do your bit.
Okay. Well, let's go. I'll go see if this actually works. Let's see. All loaded up, ready to go. Yeah. Ooh. I've got forward-firing guns. This makes things interesting. I basically caved in the front of this one. So that'll do. And fairly decent damage to the side. Yeah, it's a good ship. It's a good ship. It's a bit of a different ship, but it's a good ship.
Yeah, if you use for a lot of little guns and then you go to that one, it does take a while to get used to it. At least that's what I found.
You got handlers quickly.
Yay, it worked. It's good. I think we're at the point where dice everything. What would a modern Roberts class monitor look like, and would they be good support for amphibious operations today? Probably a modern Roberts class monitor would be adding a whole load of Mark 41 VLS onto an LPD. Maybe adding in some more firepower as well to help it out. Eddie Rolfe, did they have a great multitude of independent shipyards and weapon companies that helped the British before World War I compared to other countries like Germany? Will that improve things today? It was part of the advantages of Britain. As I've said before, you pretty much have some of the biggest corporations in the world based out of Britain in that period. You know, I try and explain as, and I know this is getting me some but I'm going to keep saying this. What you're dealing with when you talk about Vickers and Armstrong in that period is not Lockheed Martin, they're not Raytheon, they are Mitsubishi. They have a massive arms manufacturing, but they also build everything else as well. And Britain has 2 of those firms. Then they have 3 of the largest arms firms after that in the world as well, on top of that. And then they have a whole load of shipyards which are also doing development and engineering. You've got John Brown's, which are doing a massive amount of development in terms of producing things like turbines and boilers, and Thornycroft doing turbines and boilers, and Parsons doing turbines and boilers. This is one of the reasons why Britain has the advantage it has. It has such a large industry and infrastructure working that it's able to sustain even more industry and infrastructure working to support it. And I'm not sure what we're off hunting now. There's that's a massive Spanish fleet. We're not going after that. Let's go see if we can find something small fry. Spanish trade convoy of 2 ships, but that might not be good for some of us to go into. Usually, you only want to attack trade. A war is a warship. Warships are sort of expected to attack trade convoys. Merchant ships aren't.
There is a Spanish patrolling fleet of 8 by the coast behind us.
No. They'll have the ships too big for us to fight. It's kind of like lurking Brethren fleet. If you see a fleet of 3 or 4...
Unless I go back to Belize and hop over to Santa Cruz and come back with my first rate, I can do that. Then we can take on the 6s and 7s. I mean the 8s.
Hmm.
The first rate will give you some.
Let's give us some teeth. Yeah. If you're happy to do that, that will be sensible for us. But
Yeah.
it's whether you're happy to do that.
It's only around the corner.
Yeah.
And the wind's actually in my favour to sail round from there to here.
We can also head up there if not. It's not the greatest.
We can head in the general direction of Santa Clara anyway, and meet you up there.
It was a headwind for me, and this doesn't point very well.
Oh,
it's an old, lumbering, obsolete frigate.
But you like it because it's your frigate.
Yeah. It's got 12 16-pound cannon per side, so it's not bad for a frigate.
Da-da-da-da.
Yes, please.
Let's see what this is like. So you're so Lions Heart in Hand, Gunboat Diplomat. Fun. Poseidon, the 737. In May the 2nd, 1982, both Nelrods arrive in Portsmouth. I think you meant to make it March 2nd, 1982. Both Nelrods arrive in Portsmouth in pristine condition and provisioned. What might happen to these ships, and what might happen during the common conflict with these assets? In March 1982, they probably find themselves sent to the Falklands because they're in the process of sending everything to the Falklands. They'll work out what to do with them afterwards. They probably both end up with Michael Clarke in the Amphibious Task Group. You might actually find Derek Rafael get sent, because if they've got a battleship to send down there, they might send the Vice Admiral who's supposed to be in charge down there. That'd be fun.
Save some micromanaging, wouldn't it?
It would mean that they would basically go from the fleet commander to, instead of the fleet commander acting as task force commander, the fleet commander would be talking to the task force commander down there, and task group commanders would just be talking to the task force commander who'd be down there with them, who would go hello. Comms would be interesting but not impossible, because believe it or not, not all ships were on sat links by that point, and the British had enough portable satellite links with various special forces organisations they could stick them on these ships as well. As for them needing modern radars, well, they don't have modern missiles, so they don't need the modern radars. They have radars, they can engage what they can engage. And seeing as I think one of them was to be sitting with the carrier battle group going hello as task force commander and operating from sort of that sort of area, and one would be sitting with, well, one would be as Michael Clapp's flagship sitting in San Carlos Bay going, A, I have space for my flagstaff, and B, I now have 9 16-inch guns to reach out and say hello when you're annoying me across the entirety of the Falkland Islands. In case of, We need fire support to cover this position. Why? We are trying to take this airbase and we're being attacked. You can imagine Goose Green when 16-inch shells start raining in and they go, we'd like to reconsider this. We'd like to consider our reasoning for defence. We would like to actually continue our free subscription to life and stop this right about now. It would be interesting. Stafford, in the event of modern global war, is there still use for an escort carrier, or do modern equipped surface warships need to negate the use of them? I would say there is some. Hello. I have met up with the first rate. So that's 3 of us here. Where's the 4th? Oh, did we need them back there?
Over.
Ah, there they are. There's all of ours, bro. And there's a Breathrin Pirate of 2. Teeny ones. Level 19s. I could probably take them solo. We'll leave that to one side. Let's see if we can now find something tasty. Lions, where are you going? Oh, you're not turning around. Okay. Sort of group up on Dexter, aka Paul. So yeah, answer is there is still use for escort carriers because you're always going to need more helicopters and more drones. You're always going to need more. Especially for defending important convoys.
Go about from in irons.
Hey Rudolph, has anyone ever made an honest comparison between USS New Ironside and the HMS Warrior? Seems like a better comparison than the USS Monitor and HMS Warrior. I mentioned it in a video and went through it and basically said the Ironsides suffers again from the joy of that is the USS Congress and the way they budgeted money for things in this time period. So she's a closer comparison, yes. She's still not in for a good fight with a Warrior, especially not as the Royal Navy doesn't turn up with just Warrior, and that's the point. Anytime I see a thing goes fight between Monitor and Warrior, and you sit there and go, in any scenario where there is Warrior and engaging Monitor, you can pretty much guarantee there will also be Black Prince and a couple of other friends with Warrior. And Monitor might have a couple of friends as well. But also the real scenario is, as I've said before, is if they're in any way, shape or form open water, Warrior doesn't even have to engage Monitor with her guns. She just has to go past her at full speed and she'll probably swell her out of the way. Because she wasn't exactly designed for heavy seas. Look, if the RN found they were given a North Carolina-style 16-inch gun fast battleship called HMS Subjugator in 1939, they'd just go, thank you very much and take it, please. The Royal Navy is very practical. In the nicest way, there are all the treaty rules about taking other countries' ships which were being built in your yards when war began. Do you know what happened in 1939? The Royal Navy broke every single one of those rules, and everything that was in their yards under construction for other people became Royal Navy. Lions, are you basically going at half sail so you don't overtake Paul?
Yeah, I'm also having some keyboard trouble, so I'm trying to sort that out in the background.
Okay, is it to do with the Iron Brew going over the keyboard?
No, that keyboard is down by the side of my backup keyboard. Or my old keyboard.
My suggestion is put the keyboard in rice.
I've got stuff coming and I'm going to give it a proper clean. It needed one anyway.
We have a Spanish patrolling fleet of 8. Between Seidel and Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Going. This frigate is particularly quick.
Oh, trucking along at a nice 31 knots.
Yeah. Take care, Poseidon. Enjoy the F1 race. F1 race in Venice. But yeah, that would go immediately to the fast thought squadron. If you've got a fast battleship with 9 to 16-inch guns, that's going to go to the Northern Patrol. Again, that might mean Hood ends up going in for refit.
Third port. Don't go miles ahead.
Yeah, I'm basically just going.
Let them turn towards our broadside and blast the bows. So you want minimum sail, just enough to give you steerage.
How I'm literally got half sails and I'm racing ahead of you all.
I've got about less than a quarter sail.
Okay. I'm cutting down.
Come back round. Come back round and
It's a very tough ship, which is useful. It is useful being a tough ship, definitely. Okay, so how's the chat doing? For how many of you have not seen Pirates of the Burning Sea before? Because if you've been watching this chat on my channel, you should have seen it, but if you haven't ever seen it before, it's an interesting game. It is free to play. How do river monitors do on the Trent 7 waterway? Okay, up to a point. It's a bit shallow and narrow after the first third. From memory for monitors. I'm doing memory. The trouble is, these rivers, I go up and down in a kayak, and so for me it's fine to go through, and I was sort of mentally going, could I get through that with a monitor?
Although if you can get shots into the first one in line, it's basically gone.
Just a sec.
Oh, there's a Spanish warship there, and a Spanish warship there. Yeah, the trouble is, I think it's the side that's gone with it is the one that is offside for us.
No, it's not.
No. And there's 48.
Oh, there's 2 still alive. A 3 still alive. Oh, that's just cruel. That one again, it's the weak side is on its offside. This one is just being, this one's just being annoyingly survivable. Annoyingly survivable. Edward, who's the bigger threat to their military? The British Treasury or the pre-World War II American Congress? Or would calling them codified traitors be more accurate? No, they're not codified. They're not traitors. They are... Look, again, always remember that the Treasury believes the strongest defence of Britain is a strong economy. And they believe, therefore, that a strong economy... they put everything, the strong economy first above everything. And that's what guides their policy. Okay? Once you accept that, you then go, oh, right, so that makes sense what you're doing. It's not, again, the point I have to make sometimes is everyone believes they're the good guy. Everyone believes they're the hero. It's one of the weirdest things of history, but people very rarely believe they are the bad guy in their own story. So therefore, you have to ask yourself, well, what position makes you think you're the good guy in this story? And if you believe that the strongest defence of the UK is a strong economy, and that if it's weakened, by overspending on things it doesn't need to spend, and taxes being raised or money being spent on things it doesn't need to be, or that won't prove useful, and you'll just have to replace anyway before you get to war because they will be out of date and not useful at that point, suddenly it makes sense. And it's the same with Congress. What do they think? They think that if they spend too much on defence, on things that they don't need, that they will be wasting the public money, and they won't have the money to put on things which they think will get them elected. And therefore, them getting elected is the important thing, because they will safeguard the nation from their position as elected representatives of the people. Again, it's the ego. What people think of themselves matters. It really does matter what people think of themselves. What can Canada buy for current Minesweeper Hunter now that Canada has started retiring Kingston's? There's not really a lot of options. Honestly, the Type 32 program is probably the best source at the moment of getting something for Canada, because they can't afford to go down the route which some nations have gone with their Minesweeper motherships, where they've basically gone for ships which are small and undefended, so that they are totally dependent on other escorts. The reason the British were going down the Type 32 route is it was going to still have enough commonality with the Type 32, it could defend itself, but would be basically able to sustain the kind of operations needed for supporting those assets. That's a problem.
Spanish trading fleet heading towards Santa Clara from the isthmus.
All spotted.
Trading or patrolling?
Does it really matter?
Patrolling fleet.
Either way, it's dinner.
It does matter if you're a free trader because it can really affect your ability to
trade in Spanish ports.
Not just Spanish ports, it could be with any of the trading associations.
They don't like you attacking trading ships.
No.
Whereas Naval also seem to be positively encouraged to do so.
Yeah.
Unless you want to build a warehouse somewhere. So because of the amount that I attacked Spanish.
You can attack him from where you are.
Yeah.
Would be handy because I'm going in the wrong direction.
Can we just take it then?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I, for some reason, decided to press the wrong button completely.
Yeah, I was saying based on how much.
I think I was distracted looking at the questions and going, okay, so Stafford, in the MGB 502 class, a good baseline for modern gunboat, given it's similar to 43 cal main gun and sorry, secondaries. Yeah. Right.
Just hold. Don't go steaming off.
Okay.
Just turn so you can get your broadside going onto them because they're going to try and split. If we sit here, they'll come to us rather than chasing you.
Going a little further. Stop.
Yeah, it's a starting point, but I would say there are better options out there. If I really wanted to do a gunboat, but I really don't want to do a gunboat at the moment. If I was, I want to do something which is going to be flexible enough for me to do other operations with it. So basically, it's one of the options you could do is go for something like a River class OPV design and see if you could fit it with a 5-inch gun and things like that, because that's something which would sort of work for you. Or maybe fix it with a double 3-inch gun or something like that. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what knock-on effects would the subject area have in both Denmark Strait and the Mediterranean? And it would probably be more likely to be available in the Denmark Strait than the Mediterranean because they don't really need it, and it's going to... There's going to be other things assisting, probably in the Mediterranean, covering for it. Lack of warspite is going to be covered for by other things being made available for the Mediterranean. But in Denmark Strait, it's probably going to mean night to the Bismarck, because let's be honest, 8 18-inch guns are going to pummel it. If after it's done its duty there, it does end up in the Mediterranean, it's not good for a Littorio either. Could do with slightly more firepower on this one. Yeah, that's probably the case.
You shouldn't be saying that until you've got to sort of closer to when you need to get the next level up.
What?
When you've just got it.
Yeah, I'm level 30.
Sorry, I thought you said you needed a bit more firepower.
Oh no, I was talking about the gunboat question.
Ah, right, I'm with you.
Sorry. I'm chatting with the chat and chill with you at the same time. The Kingston class price will be built in Ontario and Ontario shipyards. Probably. Let's be honest, that there aren't that many yards to choose from, and if they are, the yards are currently busy doing other things, the other yards currently, sort of doing other options, then that's what it's going to be.
Oops, that was wrong ship.
Oh. I think I'm going to start activating my sails, because they're now spread up and starting to surround us, and I feel like
Oh, thank you.
there's a ship over there which is bombarding us from range, which if someone could go and slam its front, it will probably be annihilated. So I'm going to maneuver myself to try and slam its front.
I'm going to pull back for a little bit.
And yeah, it'll be, how do I put this politely? It would be extremely unlikely for Canada, after investing in the yards it has been investing in, to suddenly abandon those yards to build another yards. Kingston class replacement will probably follow on from the yards which have already been building stuff. And honestly, if I was them, I would take the DeWolf class design and I would adapt it to being a minesweeper vessel. I really would, because that would be something they could do quite easily, but I doubt they'll do that. I'm sure they'll go for another custom build. Russians use gun-loaded anti-tank gunner missiles for their tanks. Was a similar system considered for ships? It was, but in the end, you can pack bigger missiles if you don't go with the guided gun approach. And that is the advantage. And Aerolf, after the Royal Navy received the subjugator, would the Royal Navy try to build more, or try to build lions? Probably lions, or probably just King George V. Honestly, they're going to be coming on service soon. At that point,
Everyone diced.
I think I've diced all.
Yeah, I've diced.
Oh, good.
Sorry, I was just collecting the derelict which is near my bow.
Always tempting and always tasty.
Well, considering it usually takes me about a month to actually get enough speed up to get anywhere near one. The fact there was one that was within 120 yards of me was like, yeah, that's worth it, and I got a royal commission.
Mine.
Yes, it is all about jobs, and
I don't think so. Spanish patrolling fleet of 8 coming up towards Santa Clara.
I was just going to let it pass.
I think the Ontario Yards are part of the NSS because there's a big article, thought they were, talking about how they are involved in the life expectancy of the Coast Guard vessels, etc. So I think that's part of them. Although I could be getting names confused with what you're saying, Britton. But the
Lions just hit it.
That's what the plan was.
Sweet.
That's nice of the money to come straight to you. It is nice when they do that.
They are so kind, aren't they?
It's so polite, so genteel.
Okay, so starboard turn.
Up the top. Oh yeah, what that?
Admittedly, I now have a first rate between me and the fuller shot, so that's always good. That is always very nice.
Has its advantages. Okay, slash your sails now, gents, and hit everybody who's sailing at us.
I'm just putting my sails on to sail into the gap, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I need to add about...
Because otherwise I'll be firing straight into
16th, otherwise I don't have any steerage.
I literally have my people on gun focused on accuracy, and they still missed firing into the front of their ship.
It's range. Honestly. It's not the young.
The Clunkins class of the replacement is being developed by Vard. Ah, cute. Probably go to them then. Actually, no, it might not. That would be classic, don't take this wrong way, that would be classic British or Canadian government or Australian government recently, where they have one person develop it and then they go, yes, this is great, you developed a great design. We're going to get this other person who's got no understanding of design to build it now.
There's that bloody shipping away.
Just delete it.
Oh, delete the one that's sailing next to it first.
Yeah, you mean the one that rammed into the back of it?
Yeah. Because the other one's going to have to go around it anyway.
Oh, it's not derelict anyway. This is why the other day I went into between the ships and actually was starting deleting them between them, so you could actually fire at the other ships. Literally, I positioned myself, my little frigate, in the middle, just because otherwise you're not going to get to be able to fire at your targets you want to fire at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Didn't want to do that.
Just getting a nice little badge of derelicts in front of us. Okay. Now I'm going to have to... do some maneuvering.
Be quick. Be quick.
Yep. I should be out of your way now.
Yep.
There you go. There's your protection gone. You are now going to get blasted by these ships. Hee hee. I was fed up with you just hiding behind things. Literally, I came out and went, yeah, I'm not really much help in the fire plan point of view in these versus the other colleagues at range. However, I can go delete the derelict which they keep hiding behind.
Yep. Well done.
Done.
Nice way.
I mean, Canada's going to buy new subs. Only 20% of the decisions where you don't... Well, yeah, the nicest way, I fully expect them to buy the subs for the German-designed submarine rather than the Korean one, but I hope they buy the Korean one. The Korean one is a better fit for them. The German one is going to have the political connections with Europe, which Carney seems to prioritise. And the thing is, I can understand why, because there is a defence type there, but the 212 CD is a good boat, but it's a good boat designed for the Baltic and the North Sea, and maybe bits of Norway, not designed for the kind of oceanic work which Canada needs their boats to do. But it looks very good on paper. I just think they'll be surprised when they get it if they get it in operation.
There's a Spanish patrolling fleet coming towards us. He's astern of you, Alex, so if you hit him as it goes past you, that'd be good. You don't have to move.
Alright.
And we'd have to... or lions, one or the other. are they? Oh, shit, I'm behind us.
They are behind us.
Okay, right.
Turn to port.
Most definitely turn to port.
I'm just going to put some sail on so I can actually turn to port and actually be in a firing position.
Although we're trying to drop in behind Paul.
Yep. Now, of course, in real times on Age of Sail, if you did this, it was a good way to get yourself killed. In the gameplay, it makes a lot of sense.
What the others do with when they're playing with first rates against a group of 12 is they'll sail the first rates right down the middle of them, split them in half, then broadside them either side as they go past.
Sounds good.
But we haven't got that weight of shot to do that at the moment.
No, we haven't.
So this seems to work as a technique for the time being.
It does work for us, our sort of methodology at the moment.
Especially if we're not moving, they're turning towards us all the time.
To get closer. They just want to be ever closer. They believe in ever closer union with us. This thing, me too, Dr. Clarke, plus the Korean one has VLS. Yes, the Korean one is by far the best for the Canadian needs. On an operational level, I would say, looking at it. But, yeah.
One ship turning on the unengaged side.
Hello, my pretty. You are obviously coming to tangle with me, so I'm going to come and I'm going to pay your stern some close and preferential attention. Close and very preferential attention. And you are not going to blast at my friends, because I'm going to blast you.
Yeah, you're right, Paul.
You're okay. I was hitting the one behind it.
Yeah, I've basically taken out their stern almost. A couple of shots and I'll probably take that stern off.
What's your back now, Alex?
I'm watching it. Oh. Aren't you pretty?
Give myself some steerage. It's a far tougher ship than the previous one, so I can weather some damage in this one. Yeah. There is also the shield, which is very helpful.
Getting used to the idea of having various bits of the equipment that makes stuff. Better, as long as I keep an eye on everybody and everything, including myself.
It's a surprisingly good game for keeping up your mental acuity, considering the age of the game.
I hadn't noticed that my stern had taken quite the raking that it had. Not stern, sorry, my port side.
Hmm.
Well, if you ever need it, let me know and I'll stick a shield on you.
No, I'm fine. I've got. I can produce superior and ultra high quality hull patches now in Antarctica. So
You're having fun then.
yeah, it's. It's starting to come together, I might say.
That's good. I find it fun because I keep clicking between things to keep track of questions and things which come in on the chat and all the things. And then I suddenly realise that I am pressing to steer this ship and it's not doing anything. And then I see a whole load of D's appearing in Discord or something like that and I go,
Oh, the number of times I used to do that at first as well.
Yeah. That's still
especially when you're fighting against in a port battle, and you're not in chat, so you're having to type in chat to find out what they're doing, and then you go to move, and you suddenly find that there's a huge line of D's.
Yeah.
And you haven't actually sent what you wanted to do, and it's like, oh.
Frigate.
Yes.
Frigate is what we say. Frigate.
I was just, that's enough.
Yes.
What have we got?
There's a patrolling fleet of 8 coming down the coast.
Coming down the coast, yeah.
Go on, we'll do another battle, and then I will go off and prep for the next presentation bit. So I have another presentation bit, essentially. Yeah.
This will be my last one, because...
you need to sleep because you're a human?
I actually fell asleep after my dinner, halfway through the presentation before you did the other silly shit fighting that doesn't make sense. And I dozed off for about an hour and a half, and it was because I didn't eat yesterday.
Paul?
I'd forgotten to eat.
Am I going to have to start reminding you like I remind other people to eat? Admittedly,
I'm not as bad as Foxer.
Once I finish here, it's going to be such as question time, and I'm going to do questions, but I'm also going to go put some chicken in the oven or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm hungry.
But yes, so I ate probably more than perhaps I should have done because I was hungry. And then, of course, blood goes straight from the brain Yeah, take this one.
Honestly, the Griffin is not necessarily the worst thing for the Canadians, and if I were the Canadians, I'd be tempted to pursue both F-35s and the Griffins. I know it's an expensive option, but having a couple of wings of both aircraft would be the best way to operate, because the Griffins can be operated far further forward and from far leaner bases than the F-35, so they can give you real options if Canadian defence. But I don't think they're pursuing it with that in mind. I think they're pursuing it with the mind of we don't want to get something else, but yeah. Yeah.
Or can you pull a little bit further forward?
Oh, that ship, the ship I'm firing at literally has 0 strength from the front. And now, of course, it's going broadside us. And it's going, I hate you.
Oh, it's going to go. It'll come back round towards you in a minute. Is it? Mind you, you can always hit the one immediately astern of him.
That's what I'm going to now.
Take the rest of the front off that.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, little bit further.
Not like that.
That's just evil.
Back.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Oh, I was going to say. I didn't realise you were stuck between two there.
Yep.
My apologies. I should have.
I was watching it come in and not letting them broadside you, so I thought I'll stick between them, and that'll allow you to kill them.
Yes, that would be.
Well, a fairly decent hull budget, so I'm okay.
State of affairs.
And this one is so bloomin' weak at the front, it's absurd. If anyone can get some shots into that one, that's good. They're good. The one right in front of you, its front is literally caved in.
hitting the side of that one.
Yeah. Oliver, if you turn on the Spanish warship, which is currently next to Paul, that its front is literally caved in. You can knock it out you can knock it out with a single shot. It's that low.
Just like that.
Yeah. There again, you can just do a pull, which is just upload entire first rate broadside straight into something. You know, this is, you know, just with the you know, the panache of just. That's just style. Okay, we know it. We've seen it. We're tortured by it.
It's not style. That's just bloody. I mean, that's just being awkward.
I'd say style. Although I will say one thing.
That's explaining. This is how the cookie crumbles.
This is mine.
Thank you.
I did enough bashing on that ship. It's mine.
You have whatever ships you want.
No, I feel a ship that I got that close and intimate with.
Poor Spanish veteran.
Flagship. Yeah.
Poor Spanish veteran. You just lost the whole of your side. The only problem is it's going to blow up, I'm sure. I surrender.
Yep, it went kaboom.
You canoe. Nice way.
Let's go get back to port. And I'll go put some chicken on.
Pleasure sailing with you again, gentlemen.
Definitely.
We must do it again.
We will then.
Probably next Saturday night.
More than likely.
Unless Fleet can talk you into negotiating a day during the week that he can make it as well. But I don't see him doing that, to be honest.
There's basically, that's the way the days which I could probably do will be Wednesday evening. And it's a case of... is he going to be free Wednesday evening?
We can tell with Fleet.
Is there a kit package available to turn a suitable merchant vessel into a converted escort vessel, a converted escort carrier? Not really, but the British do have some very interesting designs that have been kept up to date ever since the Falklands War, when they converted a container ship into an ad hoc forward aviation transport ship, with the ability to launch but not recover Sea Harriers and helicopters.
Unfortunately, there probably isn't a British registered container ship that's available any longer.
You'd be surprised. There are a couple for specialist opera areas. There are a couple of British registered container ships.
I am shocked and stunned. The ineptitude of governments over the years in not thinking any further than the ends of their noses.
You'd be surprised that most of them are actually owned by the French, but they are registered in Britain.
Right. I still think they need to significantly
You can
rearrange the IMO rules.
Oh yeah, but interestingly enough, you can actually search the UK register, vessel registration, and you can actually wander through them and see the British register. If you go to their website, it's maintained by the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, and you can actually go and read through it. If you can track through the level of levels to get to it.
The full register or the short?
Hmm?
The full register or the short register?
The full register.
Oh, right. Oh, I'll have to go and do that. There's a couple of boats I'd actually like to look up and see where they are now.
Well, you can search and find, actually, them. If you just don't want to search the register, you can literally just, read through the whole register, you can just search for them, and you can find them that way. That's an easy thing to find. So going through the whole register is more difficult to find on the website, but you can find it.
The problem is I can search a name of a ship that I knew it by, and it will come up and say name was transferred to so and so. Whereas if I don't know the name it is now, I can't search for it.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I did spend a whole week in the Naval Museum, Merseyside National Navy Museum, in their library, going through the small ships registers from the first edition all the way up to the present day, getting the registration and ownership of a ship that we were doing some work on.
Sounds good.
It took a week because you're only allowed to take 6 out at a time. It was like, couldn't I just come in, just go through it, be much quicker? No, you can't do that. Right, okay.
Yeah, welcome to my joy in archives. There are many, many times I have the fun in archives.
It's almost as if they don't trust you.
I know they don't trust me. I've met me.
Well, in a week, my income from gold and silver taken from ships has taken me from 1.8 million to 2.29 million.
Okay.
It's quite nice when you think that all this character does is, well, doesn't have to buy bronze shot any longer, thanks to Biden, but its only expenditure was bronze shot before then.
It does make things a little nice and easy.
The fact that I got through 2,000 rounds of bronze shot this evening gives you an idea of how much broadside there is.
$50-gun broadside for you? 50-gun broadside?
Yeah, I mean, I've got explosive shot for my 2 bow chasers and my 4 stern chasers. But I've got heavy round shot, but it's not it's fine when you're fighting with other people who are in fourth rates and above.
Mhm.
Then just using heavy round shot is fine. You can do enough damage amongst yourselves. But using bronze shots with people who haven't got the same sort of firepower.
Oh, my reputation with players of Britain is now esteemed.
Oh, excellent. What, did you go up a level, by the way?
Yes, I'm now 31.
Oh, well done.
Apparently I get access to a title now.
Which title are you going to choose?
I have no idea.
Well, if you look under your rather than on that one, on that screen there where it says personal,
Mhm.
and it's got title, it tells you what you can be classified as. You're probably a man of wealth and
Taste. Tempting.
yes.
I'm tempted to go golden retriever. I do like my doggies.
But once you've now that you're up to this sort of level, go back to
Oscar and Jenny Bay.
Jenny Bay
Mhm.
and around Bartica and do the
It's on
missions.
the missions, yes.
Yeah, because you've got a ship now that you can destroy anything you come up against.
Oh yeah.
So they are so easy that you don't even have to think about it.
I am hated by this. Yeah.
And you get your reputation.
I'm hated by the Spanish Navy, yes. Hated by them.
Wonder why.
For some reason, the French, to an extent, like me. I'm still not sure why.
I'm loathed by the French Navy.
Mhm.
I'm trusted by the Académie Nationale, the French Mississippi Trading Company, and the Salon d'Adventure. I'm trusted by the Spanish Corsarodas del Rey, hated by the Spanish Navy, distrusted by the Spanish Trade Union, and indifferent by the House of Trade.
Mm-hmm.
But I've gone from being hated by the Inquisition to being indifferent, and I don't know what I've done, because I haven't done anything.
Oh, good Lord, you're showing a love of popery.
I say I haven't done anything.
Yes,
Inquisition.
You're showing a love of popery.
I've been sinking Spanish and French ships.
You're becoming a papist.
That should be enough. That should be enough to make them hate me, but it obviously hasn't.
No.
I'll have to do something harder to work around it.
Oh yes.
Anyway.
Right. I'm going to stick Timberborn on while I go and get some chicken on.
Yep. I wish you good night, and I shall see you in about 6 hours, hopefully.
Get some questions. I get some sleep. I'll get some questions on. Mm-hmm. DeBrook. Hello, DeBrook. I think this might be your first question of the Historiophon. Do you happen to recall which of your Japan trip short videos it was where you noted that JMDF's own museum exhibits used HIJMS on the names of IJM warships? I think that was me. That was Drax, not mine. That was Drax, not mine. Because I didn't note that, but I don't think I mentioned it in a short. I think that was Drac who mentioned it. Yeah, it was Drac. But it was at the museum on the naval base as well, so I think it came up there. It would have been there. The museum, the video is about the naval base. Chicken. I'm hungry. I'm getting hunger yawns. Come on, Timberborn. I want something to entertain people while I'm wandering around. That's good. Then there will be beavers wandering. I'll be back shortly. I'm just going to put some chicken in. One loves an air fryer. One really does. There you go. There's some milk. I forgot to take my cup from with me, so milk had to come to me. The brain is dying. So how the Beavers doing? How is everyone doing? That was my first question. Yes, sir. Oh, I try and pay attention. I try and pay attention to Brock. Sometimes I even manage it. Sometimes I even manage it and do actually spot the question. The first question's going through. Ooh. Let's see. Alright, I've got a lot of that stuff's being built. That's supposed to bring taking water, so that's going to fill up there. Yeah. Basically, the idea is we have some stores up here as well, which is useful, but they're a bit further up the way, so likely enough they get filled up and they get left by the weavers, so they become stores which you can use on occasions. Our oldest game, but it is process and logistics management. Very much process and logistics management. And everything's sort of flying through and out to this one. So all these stations, all this circuit, this is a circuit which comes back and forth from this one. Yeah. So they have these nice sky bridges, really. Skyways. What are they actually called? They're actually called something. Yeah, zip lines. But it's like that. It's more of a skyway, isn't it? It's flying along. Zip lines are fun. So, how are we all doing? How goes the world? I don't know if anyone's been keeping track of how many questions I've answered so far. I really should have the system check and tell me. But the trouble is, I also press this occasionally because I think there's a question coming in and I check and then there's no question coming in. So that's going to give me a false result, which would be a bit annoying. A bit annoying, but it should work. It should all work. There is all sorts of discussions going on in the channel. Oh, good lord. We've got lots going on. Lots going on. Yeah. It's really funny. Now I'm doing my chicken. All my brain's thinking is chicken coming, chicken coming, chicken coming. Yeah, we all turn into little kids at certain points in our lives, don't we? Ah, there we go. That's useful. And stick that there. Now they're now starting to do the massive build up that is all these explosives. Let's see what this produces. In terms of, does it? Let's get the maximum water space we can get. And we do want as much water stored up here as possible because, well, that's the reality of the situation we're in. We need to. Beavers are all about. This game is all about water storage. It really is all about water storage. You store water, you're storing power, you're storing supplies for your food. Everything's about water storage. And again, that's nothing unusual in history. It's actually very accurate, but yeah. Does make it fun. Does make it fun. In this case with you, let's take you down to there. That goes to there. And that comes down to there. Now we're laying all those explosives. We have to get to there. Yeah, that'll be good. Just keep doing the structural work at it, because once I've got the water sorted, then I can work on the rest of this thing. Once I got the water sorted. Steam Rutherford, okay, if you can put a exclamation mark in front of your question, so in front of the word question, then it gets stored in the Discord system, and it'll pop up on the Discord over there. And then what it also does is it creates a timestamp. So if anyone's interested in the question, they can go back and they can go check it and they can find it on the system. So that's why we're doing it that way. So literally, I will sort of do it for you. Thank you, Lions. And if I go back to home and I stick that and I go Stephen then that should be picked up by the system. Yep. And when I press this, it magically appears. So there you go. What will be the effect of a scout carrier provision in First London? Say 15,000 tons of normal carriers allowed to be tonnage battleships. That would make for a very big difference in terms of construction. It would also probably make a big difference in terms of, for example, the Royal Navy's problem is having enough carriers for around the world. So you wouldn't need to actually go as big as the let's say as big as the battleships. You could have 30,000 be one and 15,000 be the other. You could say, right then, you're allowed 5 30,000 ton carriers, and you're allowed 5 15,000 ton carriers. So you're allowed 75,000 tons in this category, and 150,000 tons in this category. And for the Royal Navy, that could equate to 10 carriers. The Royal Navy's a little naughty. It's a little naughty. They'd probably go for 12,500 tons based on a Hermes design, and get 6 of them. It's going to be fine. This amount of difference between a 15,000 and 12,500 ton carrier is not going to be great. And that gives them 6 of those vessels. They'd also possibly go for 6 25,000 ton carriers rather than 6 30,000 ton carriers, 5 30,000 ton carriers. And then that gives them 12 carriers to cover their needs. And again, 25,000 ton carrier, that's okay. That covers something slightly better than Lustrous or Ark Royal in either category. 27,000 tons is the best, but 23 to 5,000 tons, you can get a perfectly gruesome carrier. Then you have 12 carriers, and suddenly that makes the problem a lot easier. If you consider historically, you had 135,000 tons, you were able to build up to 5 27,000 ton carriers. But 5 carriers is not enough for the British Empire. It's not enough to provide a carrier for all the places you need a carrier. And so that's the thing. It benefits both Britain and America quite dramatically. So it would be useful, it would be helpful, and would fix a lot of the problems with the carrier issues. But they didn't have it. They didn't have a lot of the things in there for the carriers they need. I've got 4 more followers on Twitch to get to 370 followers. Apparently, I've got a aim of 10,000 bits to get, and I've got to get 57 more sub points. I have no idea what any of those are. None at all. None at all. Thank you, Cody88. Thank you for gifting all the subs. But yeah, today's basically my target is was hoping to raise roughly £1,200. I thought towards the trip around the UK, because I think that'll pay for the vehicle, and then the rest of it is sort of working out what we can do with it, etc. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. We will see what we can do. Because it would be quite fun to do a UK tour. It really would be quite fun to do a UK tour. Let's see. You should see a lot of them end up down there shortly. There's all sorts of food and water all around this place, and yet they still are getting hungry and thirsty and all sorts of things. I also need another hauling post museum setup, and yeah, it does. It looks like a museum, but actually it's a builder's building, isn't it? It does look like a museum, though. Let's be honest. It looks like a museum.
listen, when is Type 83 due to begin construction? Some point in the 2030s. Probably late ones. Are you going to try Whiskerwood? I am tempted to try Whiskerwood. I am tempted to. I haven't yet, but I'm tempted to try it because, you know me, I like to have variety of games. I like to have Space Marine 2, I like to have Timberborn, I like to have games which I can play with my little cousins, the very little ones, and games which I can play with the older cousins and my family. You know, we all play games. And we have done for a very, very long time. So it's a case of I like to have the variety because that fits with how my family are, how we treat these things, and how we work. Answer that one. But we'll see what happens with the Type 83. It's going to be interesting. There's been a lot of conversation about it because there's been a lot of politics about it, but there's not a lot of actual progress going on. Not a lot of actual progress going on. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Oh, scene reference. That's fine. Amber and Dogs was good fun. Thanks for asking the question. Yes, I have played Sea Curve Combat. The reason we're not playing it in this, as I've said a couple of times today, is because as much as I enjoy it, there are parts of it which I know were adjusted for gameplay, away from actual style of combat, and I just find it. I don't like the way they've adjusted it, so I would end up shouting at it. And I didn't want that energy to be part of the Historiophon, so no, that's not part of it today. But yeah, it's a good game. It's an interesting game. Be back in a second after I've had some food.
Hello, Karen. Okay, thank you. How long can Type 35 stay in service? Will the Iron get them in time to replace 141? Hopefully, yes. The Type 45s could stay quite a while in service. The Type 45s only entered service in the early 2000s, and they are scheduled to do up to 40 years, so yeah, they should be fine. HMS Daring was launched in 2006, commissioned in 2009. Duncan is the youngest, commissioned in 2010. Launched in 2020, commissioned in 2013, along with Defender. So they're all fairly new ships. We are talking less than halfway through their lives, realistically. So we've got time at the moment. At the moment. The one trouble is I've now got my chicken out of the air fryer, and it is now very, very hot, so I'm just going to sit there for a bit. It's taunting me because I'm hungry and it smells lovely, but I know if I eat it, I will burn my mouth off. So please, distract me with questions before I do something interesting to myself. We all know I'll do it. We all know I'm stupid enough to. Because I'm hungry. See, you're supposed to be distracting me with questions, and so I ate the chicken. Didn't quite burn myself, but came close. You got your lions. You got your gallant sunk. What do you do? Yes and no. I'm wishing. Your understanding is that there's a Type 683 may share some design features because they're going to be built by BAE. There's going to be a difference in role. Or a big one. B, whilst they'll probably have some features, a lot of people just seem to think it's going to be a Type 26 with an air defense mast stuck on. A, the Type 83 is supposed to have a lot more VLS cells. B, it's going to have a lot more other things baked into it in terms of general purpose capabilities. And C, I'm talking about a lot bigger ship generally. I think what you might see more is that it's going to have some similarity in terms of it's going to be like the Type 26 design, able to be cut in half in the middle and have a bit inserted in the middle to increase its size. It's going to be probably from a similar architecture school in terms of structuring, but that's not necessarily a given because these things evolve quite quickly. And if you've seen BAE's recent architecture of what they're actually producing and actually designing things, it's already starting to look very different from the Type 26 mold. Because the BAE are constantly, one of the good things about them is they're constantly researching, developing. One of the bad things about that is it constantly feeds into the British politicians' search for the new shiny, which is really annoying. Really, really annoying. But, you know, win some, lose some. But, yeah. Ultimately, I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually quite different. But they are supposed to be built in the same yard. But just remember, the yard is supposed to undergo major renovation work to make it big enough to build a Type 83. So it's got to be extended and expanded. And that shows you, how different they're going to be. So, Rufford, what would a proper guided missile cruiser on a cruiser hull look like for the Royal Navy 80s, assuming the Navy gets full? Imagine it on a hull, roughly the size and shape of a Belfast. If they're doing that in the 80s, then they're replacing the Tigers, so they might well keep twin 6-inch guns. So they might end up with twin 6-inch forward, a couple of them. They may get the VLS system. It depends on whether they've paid to develop it. Otherwise, they're going to have Sea Dart. So they could be twin 6-inch forward and then Sea Dart twin arm launcher. They could be twin 6-inch forward and then VLS for Sea Dart. Probably have the harpoons and the twin 3 inches in the centre midships and close-in weapon systems fore and aft. One sitting above the VLS set back for it, one sitting above the hangar. Hangar for about 3 helicopters. Lots of command space. Lots of probably 30mm cannon, or maybe even 40mm Bofors still, but 40mm, yeah, Bofors. I thought I said pom-pom, and then I went, nope, I said Bofors. It'd be a command vessel. They will be. If they are not the VLS Sea Dart, then they probably not. They probably have they have a second Sea Dart launcher aft, and they probably have a couple of Seawolf launchers as well on them. So they probably carry Seawolf, Sea Dart, Harpoon or Exocet as their anti-ship missile. As their big cruisers, they'll have the twin 6 inches, and they possibly will have twin 3-inch guns as well. Mounted on just to make sure they're seen as cruisers. They're visibly cruisery. You're talking more fittings. Oh. Yes and no, they'll probably still be quite different. Again, I expect before we get the Type 83 built, there's going to be a crew standards accommodation revision done, and that will change some things again about what crew standards are expected. So we might see bed space affected. They might be required. They might be given extra accommodation space, because one of the things the Royal Navy does do is quite regularly it looks at what crew standards are, what the crew would like, what the crew need, what is considered the going concern for the crew. You wouldn't think about it, but actually the inclusion of power outlets like USB ports and those things, that all has to be worked out in advance. And that's all going to be extra wiring and extra organisation for the ship, and how do you keep it separate from other parts of the ships and shield it off, and it's a whole fun setup. Which then affects the design of the, personal spaces. It's also the fact that Type 83s, by being 80s, not 40s, are being admitted that they're going to be used as command ships, and they are more general purpose. Which means they are going to need increased mess facilities and other things for their fittings for the personnel on board. So we're going to see that affect things. In simple terms, there's a lot of stuff which affects it. And they are probably going to be quite different than their Type 26 counterparts and forebears. Even on the fixtures and fittings. Realistically, if the Royal Navy was doing things correctly, if it maintained 3 classes in service, which would be sensible, at least 3 to 4 classes of ships, let's say light frigate, standard frigate, and destroyer in service, okay? It would always have one of them under production, so it would be an evolutionary design cycle, instead of it going from, oh, we are now producing both frigates at the same time, then we're going to produce destroyers, and then we'll probably end up taking a gap of a few years, we're not building anything, and then we'll have all the expense of getting everything up working again and sorted out. Where did these... They're corky fluff hairs. They're everywhere. But see, that's what I was wondering. When the RCN has a Type 26, how much commonality would they have if they ordered Type 83s? Apparently not a lot, but some. Yeah, already there'll be some. There'll be some. But also, Canada's almost probably going to have more commonality with the Type 83 than the British ones. Because they've ordered the biggest version of the Type 83 that's being built. Or the Type 26 being built, I mean. Because there are 3 designs done for the Type 26. Small, medium and large. The British and Australians ordered the small and tried to fit everything on it. The Canadians ordered the medium and tried to fit everything on it. No one frigging ordered the large! When you consider how much they are chucking on it, all of them, you just wish someone they had literally thought about it and just gone, let's just order the big one. The bot hasn't stopped working, which you might Minecraft Watcher, as far as I know. I'd resubmit it, Minecraft Watcher, but I'm going through the list to try and find your question. And I can't find it in the list of the messages at all. So are you sure you submitted it? DeBrook, how would you design a dedicated command ship for the Royal Navy USN in World War II time period? You've got 2 options. Just use a cruiser or something which is already built as a flagship. Cruiser or carrier, captain, battleship which is already built as a flagship. Alternatively, and do mean alternatively, you take a Liberty ship or some kind of landing platform ship, something which has a lot of space, and convert it and add a whole lot of sensors in it. They actually built a few command ships during World War II. Some of them were air defense command ships. They were converted landing craft, mostly landing ship. Some of the earlier landing ship tanks actually got converted. And other vessels like that. It's quite common. You need command ships. You're doing something as complicated as the operations they were doing in World War II. Well, YouTube microphone, are you typing into the chat? Because it's not turning up into the YouTube chat or at all. So, are you typing into the chat, or where are you putting the question into? Because if you're trying to type it into here, it won't work. If you're trying to type it into the Discord, I won't receive it in Discord. Because it doesn't connect into this. Is it being typed into the YouTube or the Twitch chat? What kind of camera drone do you find most useful? Honestly, I just use whichever one Drac brings along. Drac's been working through quite a few of them. His favourite drone has been the DJI ones, and there's a DJI one which he's really liked recently. I think it's a DJI 5 Mini Pro drone or something like that. He does like the drones. I do keep considering getting myself one for my work, but so far, whenever I need it, I do mean whenever I need it, Track turns up with one, and I go, okay. Do-do-do-do-do. There's options. There are options, but yeah, I think it's the DJI. I think it's the Mini 4K that he's been using recently. A lot. I recognise that one. I have various Osmos from DJI, various stuff from them, but yeah. Mavic. The Mavic looks powerful, but also looks expensive. Yeah, I might need one. Yes.
Oh, good lord, there are options here. Okay. Goodness me, there are so many options for these drones. Okay, this is officially being cruel to an extent to me. Working this all out and going, okay. Okay. This is you really shouldn't have sent me down this path, because now I'm looking at drones, and that's expensive. Very expensive. Very, very expensive. I should not be looking at drones. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. I'm getting out of the drone store before I get too distracted. This is not good for me and not good for my bank balance. I'm withdrawing from the drone store now. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Yeah, I came very close to pressing the button on £600 purchase. Cody88, you managed to upset the Nightbot. Yeah. I was looking at the very, very nice mini, the Mini 3, and thinking, entry level. And then I went and looked and go, okay, do I want to get a new phone so I can support it? Because my old phone is lovely, but it's reaching the point at which it's losing battery. It needs to be changed. Or do I get the version with the screen onto the control panel? Adds an extra £100 onto it, but yeah. What can I say? Nightbot decided you deserved to be stopped. But yeah, I think Draka currently has the latest and greatest in the mini range, in the DJI mini range. It's fine. 381mm by I-50. I should go through the question of, it's fine. It's fine. It's 381mm. It's 50. It's a 15-inch 50. Oh, hang on now.
Yeah, 15 to 50. Yeah, it's fine. Micro Watcher, if given the opportunity, how would you stop the rise of the Austrian dictator? Editing history is always a difficult topic, okay? Because so much can change on certain points. There's part of me which says you shouldn't, because who knows what else comes. But if I was going to do it, I want to do it at the moment to which the minimum is going to impact the world. Where there's a chance that he's replaced by someone from outside the Nazi party. So if he died after failing to win the election, and failing to become the strongest party, but before he can badger, because he's the largest party, everyone into giving in to him, if he dies at that point, there is a chance new elections are held, and he fails. The Nazi party fails, and it falls apart. But that is a very, very precise moment in time. Could a smaller shipbuilder in 1970 starts building aviation supply ships for small navies on for cheap. The first batch are around 12,000 GRT, no armor, arrested gear or guns. Flight deck is 200 by 40 meters with a 6 meter by 2/3 the area of the flight deck, and then a machine stop area. How large a power rate? Not much, but go and look up the tonnage of the Colossus class before you start putting down 12,000 GRT. You might get worried. And GRT is in a measure of ship's weight. It's a measure of volume of weight it can carry, or by volume. So that's a pretty big ship for that time. That is a very big ship for that time. YouTube Micro Watcher, if allowed, what free special forces or units would you like to be trained by? Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre, although I already spent a little bit of time on them, but I'd love to spend some more time on them, they're lovely. Other two. Probably Tribal Class Destroyer Crews, because they seem to have a really good esprit de corps. And who else? Jimmy Thack Squadron in the US Navy. Take care, Lions. No, Himmler doesn't take his place at that point. Deputy leader of the party at that point is Goring. His successor nominated deputy for most of Pierce's period is Goring. If he dies without being able to make change, it's Goring. Anyone want to put Fisher, if you could have put Q&A in front of your question, it'll come up for everyone to be able to see it.
So, basically. No worries. Did it for you. Basically, it's just so we keep a record of all the questions answered and all the stuff I've done. Fisher, if the Queen Elizabeth class were built with 18-inch guns, how does this affect history? Well, they're going to be a lot bigger. They're going to be roughly 40,000 tons at that point to accommodate 18-inch guns, and if they're literally built as they are but scaled up, then they have about 15 inches of armor and all sorts of things. The point is, at that size and that scale, they might end up actually being 28-knot ships because of the space that's going to be in them for boilers, etc. And a length to beam ratio you probably get up because an 18-inch gun is going to be a lot longer than a 15-inch gun. So whilst beam doesn't need to go up as much, length will need to go up a lot more. So you could end up with them being 28-knot ships and 8 18-inch guns, and if that appears and the rest of the world is on jumping from 13.5-inch up to 18-inch, then that causes panic, because the US Navy's next jump was going to be 14 then 16-inch. The Germans are potentially prepared to do 15-inch, but 18-inch is going to be a whole expense level beyond that. And yes, if you then follow the R's with the similar format, yeah, the Royal Navy's now got a huge amount of 18-inch battleships and no one else is even matching in there. And don't get me started on Hood, Repulse and Renown. So basically you've jumped up a level and its status as well. It's going to be a case of, so what's your biggest gun? 12 inches. Oh, cute. Ours is 18. They've just outclassed the armor on pretty much every ship that's come before them. And everyone's going to do the maths. Everyone is going to do the maths. You suddenly find yourself as Kaiser Wilhelm II, just as he was crowned Kaiser. How will you lead Germany to success? How much territory will it gain from France? Tell Tirpitz to shut up. I peg my Royal Navy. I basically put through a law that we'll always keep ourselves to a strength of the quarter of the Royal Navy, or broadly speaking, that will be my sort of level. So I have enough to deal with Russia and control the Baltic, but I don't have enough to start a war with the Royal Navy. Ally with Britain, ally with Austria, against Russia and France. And my plan is to take both Russian and French territory, but mainly Russian. So I want to push the Russians into doing something stupid over India. So France gets involved and Britain backs me up. And basically, if I can do that, then I can be successful. If I can take a lot of territory off Russia and France, then with Britain and Austria's and Italy's help, then yeah, I basically got them surrounded. That if I can get those three powers on my side, then I win that war 99 times out of 100. And that's what I want, basically. Black Horse, I'll Strak that one. He's got his faults. He's got some very strong faults on his object. But ask him. Bull Parakeet, what's it look like if Jones said "fooey" to big ships after Jutland and just go straight for an all-big gun monitor fleet? You have problems at that point. That it might be handing control over to the high seas fleet when I finally get out to sea.
That's the problem. You can go for it, but you've now handed over sea control to the High Seas Fleet. And that's your problem. That is a very big problem. Now to get the next presentation ready in a second. Well, it's going to be a single slide chat, but you know. And I do think you're the only mod here currently. When did the Royal Navy the Navy destroyers despair their command during war and get away with it? Many times, but the most famous example I tend to use is Philip Vian leaving a convoy he's responsible for off the coast of Africa to go racing after the Bismarck. Not exactly supposed to do that. Not supposed to go racing after Bismarck like that. But he did. He did. He did an absolute raceathon to get it. And by I mean raceathon, I mean he literally was racing not just against time for Bismarck, but racing against the Navy discovering what he did and being annoyed over it, and took the policy of it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. Luckily, he reached the battle and was decisively involved in it, and therefore he never needed to ask forgiveness. It's always an advantage if that happens. If you manage to get there and you manage to be decisively useful to the battle, like watching a battleship for the entire night to make sure it doesn't bog off and tormenting it the entire night by doing box formation and attacking it all the time, yeah, you don't get told off. It's amazing, that one. It's absolutely amazing. Who'd have thunk it that'd be the way it will work out. What about in relation to capturing ships or prizes? Didn't really happen, but because the destroyers didn't really get to capture that many prizes during World War II. Or World War One, really, for that matter. Usually it was a cruiser job. Destroyers captured whole islands, but they were under orders to do that, sort of, enough that they could read into it. They did capture, well, there's the Altmark incident, where they broke international law and went into the internal waters of another nation to grab a ship. Let's rephrase that. The internal waters, not the, the sort of economic waters, the exclusive economic zone, not the,
the border, which we consider basically their sort of territorial waters. No, internal waters. Internal waters to capture the Ilmark. But, you know, life happens. It's fun. And I've got to set up a presentation in a second, but I'm not just trying to get the questions sort of done before I do that. What if a sneaky destroyer or two had managed to tow Paolo after Matapan back to Alexandria? They would have, even if been told not to, they'd have got such a big blooming salute for doing it. They would have been okay. I budgeted 4 bottles for the 36 hours. So far I'm at 1 bottle. I'll probably be starting a second bottle soon. Yeah. Naval history and beavers. It's going to be an actual little presentation in a second and then more beavers, but you know. It's going to be UAD as well, Designathon, where people get to suggest topics for me ships for me to design, and I'll design them for a bit as well later on as well. What can I say? 36 hours live. And so far we've been going for 17. It's going well, Poseidon. I am letting this... I want to get these finished before I go off and start the next presentation, so that's what I'm currently what's currently happening. It's fun times. Oh. Yeah, Now, I have to admit, I was slightly naughty when I picked today's topics. I made sure I picked topics which I know the story backwards, forwards, and sideways. Yeah, the Cunning's reaction to destroyers week. You weren't supposed to do that. Here, jolly good show, jolly good show. You really weren't supposed to do that. Never do that again. Jolly good show. Pat you on the back. Yeah, good man. Don't ever do this again. That was the massive risk of your ship. Never do it again. Would you like to come for dinner? I will escort you and your whole crew. Please, it's on me. Don't ever do it again. Never again. Drinks all round. Good. Yeah, that'll be Cunningham's reaction. Why do you think he had a cruiser sink it? Trusted the destroyers to do the job. Could have accidentally attached a tow line rather than a torpedo.
Right, I'm going to go quickly to the use of facilities. If Hipper and von Spade swapped places during World War I, how would a first gunner group operate? Probably just about pretty much the same. They're both similar levels of professionalism. And von Spade is a very good leader. Von Spade is slightly more independent than Hipper was, but yeah, they're probably about the same. About the same. Because they have similar training, similar experience. They're going to be somewhat similar. Von Spade is just going to be slightly more, potentially slightly more innovative. I'll be back as I'm just going to facilities. Oh, that's better. That was better. We'll need a new shirt in a bit, though. I will need a new shirt in a bit. You're about to begin playing British Himalaya. Well, there is an option it could go well. Right then. Delete all, make sure all that goes boom. My water storage in there massively expands. And that's useful. And then put in explosives, and then we save this and we leave and go and do a presentation. Just a little one about the Battle of Cape Bon from the 13th of December 1941. Churchill's early Christmas present. It's always nice when Churchill gets a Christmas present. He really needed one then. You see, if you think about it, December in 1941 is full of a lot of both America joins the war, but America was also severely attacked. All these things, there have been good news, bad news, all sorts of things happening. It's necessary. You need some good news. And the new good news comes. In the terms of, well, that's strange. Okay. In terms of, the good news comes in terms of things being sunk. And what's being sunk? Well, that's this ship. And her sister. You see, the Battle of Cape Bon happens on the 13th of December 1941. And it wasn't really expected by anyone. It really wasn't expected. But it happened anyway. Not expected, but it happened. And it's a classic case of why you shouldn't count chickens before they're hatched. What do I mean by this? Well, you see, the Italians are trying to resupply things. The Battle of Cape Bon is one of those classic battles where it's a convoy battle, where the Italians are trying to supply stuff. The Italians have 2 cruisers. As said, I've talked about the Alba de Gazzano. Well, it's not just the Alba de Gazzano, it's also her sister, the Darbino. Now, the Darbino is a good little cruiser. It is. And it's the same same class. It's the younger sister of de Gazzano. They're part of 4th Cruiser Division. They are these wonderful little cruisers, you know. What is the Condottieri, the little light cruisers the Italian Navy has built prior to World War II. And basically, after the experience of the Drewsburg convoy and the destruction of that and various other things, they are starting to trying to move things across when it's important supplies on light cruisers. And they're in urgent need of fuel in North Africa because they're facing Operation Crusader. And so, Comando Supremo, the Italian High Command of the Armed Forces, plans to move the supplies using warships, and they load up these 2 cruisers, the Alberca de Balmeno and the Alberto de Gazzano, with fuel. They took on roughly 50 tons of fuel each. Proceeded to Palermo, where they loaded another 22 tons of aviation fuel. The fuel was loaded into unsealed barrels on the stern deck. This both prevented the afterguns from firing, unless the fuel was jettisoned, and presented a lovely target to the British gun for British guns. It's lovely. It's so nice when someone does that, isn't it? It's so nice when they give you a nice flamey target to aim for. They then sailed from Palermo to Tripoli. When they were north of Pantelleria, they were spotted. British reconnaissance aircraft just happened to be there, just happened to spot them. I mean, this happens so regularly in the Mediterranean War. A reconnaissance aircraft just happens to see us, so we were spotted, and then we were engaged. At this point, their commanding officer, Antonio Toscano, who's the divisional command admiral of that, decided that they needed to turn back as supplies had been lost. They could hear radio traffic from Britain going back and forwards, and the air attack and worsening sea conditions and all these things. They had to go home. They went home. So they went back to Palermo. Toscano is therefore criticised for his decision and to abort things. They make a decision to abort things. They don't point out cowardice or generally being a prat, but, you know, we'll leave it on one side. But anyway, they proceed on the 13th of December. There was no air cover to them from aircraft in Libya because they didn't have fuel. So the aircraft in Libya can't do anything to help them because they don't have the fuel to do anything with them. The fuel is on the cruisers which are coming to them. They were supposed to get the Bandenaire, another of the Gassiano class, another Condottieri,
to join them and to carry more supplies, but she had an issue, and so her cargo is transferred to the other 2 cruisers, meaning they're even further laden down. By the end of it, they are carrying between them 98 tons of aviation fuel, 250 tons of petrol, gasoline, whatever you want to call it, 600 tons of naphtha, 900 tons of food, and 135 personnel on passage to Tripoli. All the jet fuel, all the aviation fuel, sorry, I called it jet fuel, my brain, is in barrels, as said, mounted on the stern. And it's by this point got so densely packed, they can't even traverse the guns. They cannot traverse them. It is that densely packed. It is that, I said, densely packed. Now, they all did get to have a torpedo boat, the Signano, as an escort. The Climene was also supposed to escort them, but she also broke down. So they'd gone from having 3 cruisers and 2 torpedo boats to 2 cruisers and 2 cruisers carrying the load of 3 torpedo cruisers and 1 torpedo boat. They sailed on 12th of December. And once again, whilst there were plannings to safeguard the convoy, they were spotted, again, by an aircraft which just happened to be in the right space. It's amazing. Do you know how this is? Well, the British decoded the Italian C-38 wireless signals. They knew its operation was coming. They also had other operations. So they sent a Wellington. She spotted them. And the 4th Destroyer Flotilla, which were already heading in that direction, just, went and joined her. They just followed on. 4th Destroyer Squadron, or rather 4th Destroyer Flotilla, was made up of HMS Sikh under the leadership of Commander G.H. Stokes, HMS Maori, her sister, a fellow Cryro-class destroyer, HMS Legion, an L-class destroyer, armed with a lot of torpedoes, and the Isaac Schweers, the HNLMS, his Neolandic Majesty ship, I think that's what we tend to refer to them as, Isaac Spheres. They'd actually, here's the fun thing though, that flotilla had left Alexandria on the 11th of December. They departed Gibraltar, 11th of December, to join the Mediterranean fleet. They're heading to Alexandria. And so they had left before even the convoy had actually left Italy. Sorry, brain again died. I haven't had enough iron brew yet. And so they start pushing into that direction. Don't worry, the Raging Neurotica are here to make a bad situation even worse, because in the afternoon they spot them. They informed the Navy, but the Navy decided that even if the destroyers were going at 28 knots, they wouldn't reach Cape Bon until far too late after the 4th Division had gone through. In fact, Toscano, who learned of this sighting while he was still in harbour, because it was on the afternoon of 12th December, didn't order any alteration in course or increase of speed to try and avoid them. At all. Why? Because the description and speed given of the destroyers meant that they presumed they were smaller destroyers than actually were. They didn't think they were fleet destroyers.
Unfortunately, they are fleet destroyers, and so rather than going at 28 knots, they're doing 30 knots. Added to that, 4th Division, those lovely cruisers, are delayed by an extra hour. And so it's at 23 hours, finally that evening, after he's left and he's on his way, Toscano is ordered that he might possibly meet enemy steamers coming from Malta. And 23:15 hours, he orders action stations. There is a small problem with this, though. He orders action stations, and he orders the crews to watch where he thinks the enemy will come from. And they will, of course, come from the sea, because he's running along the coast as much as he can. The Italian cruisers are off Cape Bon. They're sighted there at 02:30 hours on the 30th of December. They are actually spotted by a radar-equipped Vickers Wellington that further guides 4th Destroyer Flotilla into their position. Now, Toscano, about 5 minutes after he's spotted and being guided in at 03:15 hours, 4th Flotilla being guided in, he decides that he's going to do it for a Crazy Ivan. He orders full speed and alters course to 337 degrees, pretty much reversing his course. This mucks up the formation. And in fact, neither Sagano nor de Gassano actually received the instructions, and de Gassano only figures out when he sees their flagship reverse his course. Sagano doesn't notice till, well, about 10 minutes later. She managed to remain roughly between the two cruisers, but she's not in a great position. Unfortunately for the Italians, is that the destroyers of 4th Flotilla had already started to position themselves. They'd been arriving from astern, using darkness, their radar to guide themselves in, and they'd gone inshore. The Italians were out to sea and watching the sea going, where are the British coming from? And the British were behind them, between them and the shore. The British were behind them. And they started closing, as the British are wont to do when it's a night option. When the Italians made the course reversal, well, they actually increased the speed of approach. Sikh didn't fire her guns or launch her torpedoes against Dababino until she was within a kilometre, roughly 3,000 feet from the ship. Legion was similar. Isaac Swears and Maori concentrated on de Gassano, and it was Maori which fired the torpedoes at de Gassano, again, at less than 3,000 feet. So think about that. They're close to knife fighting range. They're close to ranges which normally you only see on World of Warships. And even then, this would be long range for World of Warships. Actually, no, medium range for World of Warships. So incredibly short range for normal warship engagements. Toscano ordered full speed ahead, and he suggested they should open fire, but to open fire they needed to actually clear the decks for their guns. And the trouble is, by the time they're starting doing this, torpedoes start to hit them. Multiple torpedoes. Multiple torpedoes.
In 5 minutes of the attack, both cruisers are disabled. Within 10 minutes of the attack, actually, the Bambino is capsized and sunk, taking Toscano, her captain, and another 532 men with her. De Cassano is fires raging everywhere, the crew trying to abandon ship, and she would eventually break in two and sink at 0420 hours with a loss of 283 men. So she'd taken roughly an hour to go down. Their escorting motor torpedo boat basically got away. It was spotted and engaged, but not much happened, and it actually almost caused the most damage to the British on the night. There you go. An attack from the coast. This happened on the 30th of December when there had been not quite a lot of bad news coming through. And suddenly, they have some good news. Italian convoys being destroyed. Aviation fuel is not getting through to the front in North Africa. And 2 cruisers have gone to the bottom. The Royal Navy lost nothing. And all they did was guide in 4 destroyers to the killing point. There you go. It's an interesting bit of history. It is. It is an interesting bit of history. Fisher, if Italy remains neutral in World War I, what would a post-war Reggio Marino look like? Bigger. Bigger, and I have a feeling they probably end up joining the war on the side of the Allies at some point just to secure their position in the victory. Poseidon 733, can you hear Dr. Clarke on Discord? Has it done it again? Has it done it again? Lions, I'll invite you up to speak. Then I'll disconnect. And do exactly what I had to do earlier. Ibagom, 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 Ibagom. I'm hoping you can hear me in here now. I'm hoping that's working in here now.
Yeah, that's working now.
Excellent. I love YouTube. I love Discord. I love these systems. I really do. I really do. Right. That being said, let's go back to Twitch for a bit. And, yeah. Answer any more questions that come in. Thanks, Poseidon. Thank you, lads, for spotting that. We've got about half an hour before I will do the changeover of this to the next one. You know what's sad about staying up all this time and not actually taking my normal time off in the middle of the night? I'm not actually missing, I don't rest or sleep, but I do enjoy the books I read. So I'm missing, I was going to finish off Glyn Stewart's book for us about the second time. I've got that for tomorrow night though. I will probably sleep a little Monday morning. That'll be fun. It will be fun indeed. Okay, how's Wet Fur doing? Wet Fur's doing terribly. Mudpit's doing quite well. No Lido down. And not enough showers. Okay. Four and three. Two gap. Isn't it looking good? Should help me with my wet fur problems. Because really, despite the fact that they're doing all the swimming, the beavers do feel like they need to have a shower as well so they get properly wet fur. Which is a bit weird, because I'd thought if I was doing swimming I wouldn't be so worried about going and having a shower, but yeah. But we'll see. We'll give them a good time. We'll give them a good time. Because it's always important to give our beavers a good time. More iron brew. More iron brew, I think. This is one thing with this being wide though. I have to take this off, but I have to take it off. When I move, I have to take it off. I've got a bottle there.
stretch. Really long stretch. Oh. I've got a bottle there. And you might have seen where I stored it, you know. Okay, midnight, and I'll try to understand. It's fine. Look, doing 36 hours just seems like a good thing, a good fun thing to me. Again, that's what I'm doing this year. Who knows what I'll do to start off the Christmas section, the Christmas events next year. It might be something completely different than the 36 hours. $6 a.m. 6 a.m. UK time, yes. I've got another 18.5 hours to go. It's just fun. It's 1:07 a.m. in Canada. Cool. So how are you doing? How many of you are slowly getting brainwashed by means of buying the Timberborn? I'm just wanting to know if that's having an effect on you all. You just get you just watching it going, thinking, okay, it's just something on the background, and then in a couple of weeks' time you go, why haven't I bought this game for myself and I'm strangely addicted to it? I don't know why. Ah. Because really, it is strangely addicting. I will admit it, it's strangely addicting. Oh, that's a nice lot of water now being stored over there. And that's being built quickly. Ooh, very quickly down the assembled. Look at all that water storage. Look at all that water storage. And we're just getting in more. The shower and swimming section built. Hi Joe, do you think in the future war most countries will be facing a shell shortage for missiles instead? I think they'll be facing a shell shortage for shells and missiles. They don't have a stockpile of either, and they certainly don't have a production lines enough for either of them.
I think pretty much everyone will be facing it. Nice time. Walls of Choice was a great idea, but it meant you could structure your logistics, everything around it, and you didn't have to worry. It meant it was all pre-planned. You didn't have to worry about these things. You knew how much of everything you were going to expend. It was great. Unfortunately, reality isn't so nice or neat or tidy or polite, but you know. So we'll let that stop anyone having a good time. Reality. Oh, good lord. That would just, you know, that'll demand things from you, like, you know, you actually paying attention to the world. You're actually thinking about these things. Goodness gracious me. Such a trauma. Such a trauma. Yeah, that's on. That'll be done very quickly. Will that be done? Strange enough, I'm awake, just like all the rest of the naval nerds. It happens. It's a good place to be. Awake is a great time. Midnight in Houston. Cool. Oh, Greg, I work in Houston. Ah, Frank Naval. There are naval nerds close to each other. Quick, make friends. You can meet up for lunch and have a chat and enjoy yourself. Take it from me. At a certain point in life, any chance to make some new friends is useful because they just keep moving away or dying off. It's just terrible. Every chance to make. At a certain point in a bloke's life, it's a case of, okay, right, we need to figure out how this making friends again lark thing, because yeah, they're married, the other side of the world, dead to me because of what they met, one of the stupid things they did. Yeah, I need to make some new friends. That's why I like Shipshape and why I like all of you. I made so many new friends. Brilliant. It's really restocked the friend soup. Oh. Do you think it's even possible for non-authoritarian regimes to justify spending significant money on industrial capacity for production of missiles during peacetime? I think it is, but it has to be a frank conversation. I think the problem you have is that politicians these days are all too willing to decide that they don't have to have a frank and honest conversation with the public. That they can hide from the difficult conversations. They're all too willing to believe that that is the best option and is the smart option for that. And it really isn't. They need to learn it is not the smart option for them. And the only way they're going to learn the option is if the public basically demands they have the conversation. This is one of the reasons why me and Drac and others do all the naval history stuff we do. Because it's our methodology of making sure that there is the conversation. Because let's put it this way. Pretty much everyone here will have house insurance on their house. You hope never to have to use it, but you have it because that gives you bandwidth and capacity for the emergencies when you need it. And it's rather the same with these missiles. Now, there shouldn't be anything else in bright green. Oh good, they're all getting that. All done very nice and quickly. Ooh, yeah, done. And that's now sorted, and that now is that. So now I have a first fill for the lower level, should the upper level not, you know, how do I slightly. To make sure the lower level doesn't drop too low, I have a first fill. This is all good. Okay. Joe Fredericks, knowing that the de-risking is all the craze nowadays, how feasible would it be to both distance from Chinese materials and increase production and keep things cheap all during peacetime? Okay. So the advantage for the Chinese in rare earths doesn't come in sourcing or mining. Realistically, we can do that fairly effectively. It comes in the processing. Okay? That's the thing that they have managed to secure enough of a foothold and control over that they can dictate the market price to the extent that can cause real trouble in establishing capabilities. So basically, if you want to have a free market equivalent of it, you have to reduce the costs. And theoretically, government can only really reduce costs on one thing, and that's tax. To reduce the tax is such an organisation you have to pay to set up. Alternatively, your other option is you do a a government-led company, and that could take many things. It could take the point of setting up a company where the government has the golden shares, and so it can't be sold to someone, and encouraging them to do it, and also giving them government incentives as well as the government protection of ownership, so that they can't be sold and nicked by someone else. Or alternatively, this is another option, you actually do set up a company which is run by the government. Literally, you run by the government. That might sound like heresy, but it's an option sometimes to basically go like, we're going to do this, we're going to build this capacity, we're going to own it by the state. We are going to aim to sell it commercially, but basically we are building this up with the purposes of providing us with a supply of these materials in wartime. So basically, as long as it gives us some money in peacetime, we don't care. But it's about wartime resilience. The thing about rare earths is they're not necessarily rare, as in they don't show up everywhere. It's that it's rare they show up in quantities which makes mining viable. But there are still sources for them around the world. I was also of them in China. My primary concern is that China's advantage in refinement technology would result in them having superior efficiency as building capacity in the West. No, they don't really have. China doesn't really have. They have some superiority, yes. They have some advantages, but they don't really have, I would say, actually superiority. I know I use that word responding to yours, but I would actually say no. They have advantages, not superiority at the moment. That's what they have. They have advantages, not superiority. And yeah, Bull Parakeet again. My policy is if anyone claims they've cracked these things, I wait till it's confirmed by someone outside of that institution doing the same study and getting the same results and managing to repeat it. And preferably in a different country. Why? Because I've dealt with British scientific institutions. I've dealt with German ones, which are the same, which have gone, we've solved this! And then someone tries to recreate tests and goes, no you didn't, what did you do? We solved it. You didn't. What did you do? We solved it. You did not. What did you do? We did this and this. Okay, well, so I worked out why you got to felt you solved it now. I've even had that happen in history. Where I've been told by people, oh, the archive documents here show this, this and this. You sit there and go, do they? Been there, I've got photos. They don't. It didn't last time I was there, but okay. Let's go have a look. Let's go have a look. See, let's go see what's going on. What's happening? And they didn't show that. They didn't show it at all. I mean, anything would have been better than nothing, but they didn't show anything related to what they were talking about. Not a jot. Not a silly sausage. Nothing. Came down to it was a misquote. They done handwritten notes instead of taking photos. Well, Bryce, if you're on a system like run like a postal service, yeah, but let's be honest. The system, it depends what you're talking about. Are you looking for a system which is fully functioning, fully funded by the public, fully funded by public integration and taxes, and well, not taxes, by profits? Great, you're going to have to set up the tax margins and things to make sure that they can guarantee to make a profit despite the steep competition they're going to get from China. And then it goes gradating down levels of government preparedness to support import involvement. And that's the options. And yeah, having your own system is great. Having a system, let's put it this way, if you can work out what your wartime needs are going to be like, and you build a system to fit that, and then you run it in peacetime, and you try and make as much as you can to make a profit you can, but you don't really care if you make a profit, just as long as you break even, that can be the best strategic resource you have, because that's a department of thing which is already running with capacity to take on some orders in peacetime that you might need to get done covertly, but still, probably not going to be enough. Joe Fredericks, China,
the PRC tested more missiles in 2021 than the amount of missiles Iran fired at Israel in 2024. Do you think this is an indication of China's industry, or is it their ability to stockpile? It's an indication of the breadth of weapons they're currently working on, and probably an indication of the sheer amount of data they need to acquire to be comfortable with their test results. Before someone takes that as being egotistical, it really isn't. Basically, it's a case of, okay, so we don't have data on this, this, and this. We need to get data. How do we get data? Let's do a test firing. It works. It's a very simple methodology, but it works. And one of the reasons why we are able to do as much computer-aided testing as we do today is because of the sheer amount of raw material data we have from previous testing. China is still building up that raw material, that testing data. They'll get there. They will. Joe Fredericks, why is it Iran's allies partners have been generally unwilling to sell them advanced weapons? Okay, this is definitely heading into the politics area, but we'll give it a go. It is defense related. Broadly speaking, it comes down to three main reasons. One, Iran has shown very little regard for even its allies, patents, and information, protections, etc., and things they put in for their intellectual property. Two, Iran might have a small habit of occasionally biting the hand that feeds it. This is a small one. It can be painful sometimes. And three, and this is probably the most important, Iran wants to really develop things itself, and everyone understands this. And so every time you give it a piece of technology, it might well be a fisherman rather than a fish scenario, and that's a problem. That is a problem. Oh, right, I'm going to go pee again. The reason I'm going peeing so much, I must admit, not because of the Ambro, it's because not only I'm going to check all the loos, I'm also checking the fact that there is a rather large amount of IKEA boxes currently nestled in a toilet, and they looked like they were about to fall off earlier, and I'm now worrying about them. And I know I'm oversharing, but I don't want you all thinking there's a problem. There's just me worrying about IKEA boxes being perched rather precariously on a toilet seat, and me worried that they might fall down and wake everyone else up in the house. Please note, I did not put them there. Not me. I took the boxes off and put them in a top bath. My theory is that, in the nicest way, IKEA boxes can survive water. I can't survive a massive bang in the bathroom and everyone waking up. Just be annoying. Paul Stafford, please still listening. Please keep keep the chat in line while you're resting your eyes. Go on, you go rest your eyes, Stafford. Don't worry, you get some snooze. You've had a very busy day. Don't worry, Lance. There's, in nicest way, there's a couple of people in the chat, and I can just about, I think I can keep this number, broadly speaking, in line myself. If you guys need to rest. And actually, multipliers, you're not far off it. EU, why did the EU think EU defence procurement has been so inefficient in comparison to the Chinese and US procurement? It's not so much the EU is more focused on butter versus guns, although that is part of it. Hello, Jack Ray. Oh, thank you. It's more that the EU, and I do realise I'm saying this, the EU spends far more, does far smaller procurement runs because they have other spending priorities, is what their politicians would classify it. But realistically, they also want to keep taxes low, and there are things which they view are more important than spending on than defence. And so smaller production runs and still as high research production runs to research the things, because they're trying to produce qualitatively similar but very, very small production runs, lead to very expensive, very small amounts of things, which means that they're even less prepared. Even less prepared is a sort of a misnomer here, but they are definitely not prepared for actually procuring in large volumes. So it's not so much the guns versus butter thing as the death spiral of 1,000 cuts thing. Goodness me, a lot of people are getting benefits. Thank you, Jack Wright. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yeah. What's even more fun is I'm actually I'm just making sure this is working, about to do the transition from one video to another. So, I'll answer this question from Joel Fredericks, and then I'm going to transition to the next one, because we're at the 9 hours mark. So thank you for that, thank you very much, but I do need to do that. Oh, and some Twitch words, thank you. That's very kind of me. Joel Fredericks. Do you think this will change with more unified EU-wide defence projects? No, I don't think it will, because in the nicest way, the criteria of those defence projects is still, if you listen to them talking, is still how much they can get built in their own countries. And it's not going to change one jot. It's not going to change one jot. So,
And that being said, and thank you very much, Jack Ray, I'm literally going to start the transition to the next one, to the next YouTubers drop. So, we are going to start with running. Screen popping up. I'm going to do that for about 15 seconds.